Okay, we're gonna keep this. This right here, pseudo. This right here, real. Yeah, they got to determine on. That's what I'm trying to say. They got a whole pseudo.
You don't think that they determined that you would be a part of the pseudo crowd?
Well,
You know, part of the determination that was made, that niggas like you would be the pseudo. That was
right.
Like you walk right into it to be that easy person to say, oh yeah.
Right, you gotta understand.
They wouldn't call this dude pseudo because he's black. They call him pseudo because he's dumb.
Oh my God. You know what? My little brother just went by. That's my
Yes, sir, man.
Nah, I'm on yours.
Good job.
This nigga finna get off. I'm in his life.
So, for the most part, not really game going over there. So, I'm saying, if you get back with drop brother Moses,
Right.
link in the chat. Just slide over there, y'all go over there for a minute. Stop me, tell brother Moses I said what up.
Mm-hmm.
Go over there. I got to go. I got to go to the States.
Hey, I don't blame you.
We need a strong restraint to do shit that we put the information on the board, man. It's like everybody just ignores. It's like these things are truly in fucking.
What's good? What's good?
Like we just sat here all that time. They just kept running. So why would I think I'm wrong about getting? Hell, nobody want to deal with this shit. So like, we'll get it in. Every time I open it up, give them a chance to fucking talk with them. Ain't nothing gonna get them.
What's up with it?
Everybody gonna push back and shit. It is what it is.
I'm gonna get my guy a minute to end his stream and then we're gonna get right in.
See it like history. See it. I gotta bring it. I saw it. It wasn't planned. I didn't plan to see it. It is what it is. So, you know. I'll see y'all later on. Got some more content later. So I'll get with y'all later. We're watching.
Black first. And the minute y'all get here, the first game's over. Y'all see I just annihilated them boys. TMKC. I see you on the table. It was good. It was good. It was good. It was good. I heard somebody say that before. I thought it was one of the hardest intros I'd ever heard. Twin. Hey, everyone, thanks for coming over, man. Or just stopping through to hit the like button, whatever it is. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. First game was easy work. Let's get into it. These domino tables are therapy. They got to be therapy because these dudes are annoying. Let's go. Great. Where are we? How do I refresh? I hate this part though. Let's go. Start the game. I lost 3 people. Let's see. Here's something that's always impressive for me. I know when the African American YouTubers that I fuck with, I know when they're actually starting to do something to the algorithm when they become the next video up. Like, so my boy Taz just got off and then it just started playing something else. So when I find out whatever else is playing, Alabama Black History Moments. Okay, he threw his own. All right, that's what's up. If you're just coming over from Taz channel, that's what's up, man. Just, yeah, my little table bang over here, man. It's solid wood too. Let me put the link in there for the new game. I tried one, and then we'll get it. Did it? All right, that's what's up. Yeah, because sometimes it doesn't send the notification. So to find out, like, yes, it went to the same video for both of us. That means the system's doing what I would say it's supposed to do, rather than being shadow banned or not doing what we intend that, not doing what it was supposed to do. Anyway, did y'all? If y'all was over there earlier, you probably heard the story. There was a part of the story that I was trying to highlight. I guess if I could just finish that line of thought. Um, I made the point that, damn it, did the link go in there? I hope you ain't forgot how to play dominoes. There we go. We got room for 3. Hey, look, I'm not even on like some pandering or nothing like that. When I get mad at Marcus Garvey, that position that I gave them, I actually want them to deal with it. I want them to actually deal with it. They're giving a lot of praise to Marcus Garvey, and they don't even really know that nigga. It's like they haven't read. They don't believe what you're telling them. But they'll believe that it's from the FBI and all of them. Like, nah, his wife is one of the authors. Here's some of her work. Here's some of the things that she published. They had a newspaper and everything. Facts just don't seem to work with these people. And so when we start having content being developed that could have some, engagement. Hold on, man. I got it right real quick. I need one that could have like peer engagement. Our peers be dumb as hell. And I'll be right back. All right, man. I had to go get something to drink. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm in Arizona, so I guess it's super dry. That hopefully he back before this live is over. I'm off to prep dinner. Okay, that's what's up. What you finna prep for dinner, man? I always need ideas and recipes. There's always something good to share on this bad boy. You see, you don't know how to play dominoes. The best thing you should do is take the link and just put it together. 4s, 5s, 6s, aces, deuces, trades. Yeah, but we just need one. We ain't black. Man, come on, Corey. Your first time here, hit the like button. How do you join? To join, you hit the link. Yeah. What do you mean you're going the Asian route, Miss Poetrix? What are you meal prepping? You said the Asian route. We got one of those big, I don't know what it's called, like a wok pat, wok. thing. I think that's what it's called. And so my niece does that a lot. Oh, there we go. We got 4. Yeah, I had to change my avatar. I think I'm eventually stop like going live or stop even using like a human avatar. As much as I don't like it, I have a pet peeve, and as open and as transparent as I think we should be. I'm starting to get to that point where it's like put the avatar away and just no, because shit, these people are so freaking annoying. Damn, Mel, they put you in another domino room? That must have been my first one because I had one link and then I tried to restart the next game and I had to start a whole nother room. What about spades? Is that some? I don't expect everybody to be able to play dominoes, but spades, big whist, something. Deuces, pity pat. Hey, if you can play pity pat, first of all, get out of my chat and go get you a life. Hey, if you know how to play pity pat and you in my chat right now, you should find just. Hey, nah, I'm serious though. If you can. Oh, there we go. I forgot. I've been back for a little second though on everything. I just didn't look this way. All right, hot 10. I'm not cheating. I put the score up there. I just try to cover up at least some of the bones. Like if they're looking on this screen, whoever's in the domino table room, they probably looking at the whole screen from theirs. So I don't think they can see what I got. And y'all can rest in y'all feminism and watch this domino tournament. Y'all listen to people yell at the top of their lungs. I know because you don't listen to me yell at the top of my lungs. I swear to God, it's so hard to just how do I adopt the full blown racist point of view that would be needed to get these niggas to leave me the hell alone? Because I'm not the one. And every time I had to talk to them, it'd be hurting my nerves so bad. Like y'all don't understand. Like I shouldn't have to go through that. I feel like I'm being assaulted by dumb shit. Like I'd be so assaulted by the dumb shit these dudes be saying. I'm like, man, come on. That shit hurts my feelings. Like if I have to holler at a Negro, I'll be like, come on, man. That shit feel embarrassing. Like I feel like I'm embarrassing myself by even hollering at the nigga. Like if somebody just clicks on in the middle of nothing and they hear me yelling, all they gonna think is I'm the dumbass. Like how you yelling at this nigga? See, this is a move right here. If you don't know dominoes, there's 2 ways that I could score 15. So I could play this one for ace, and now it's a 3, a 0, and a 1. Or I could have played this one, which is the 3-5. The smarter move to play for me was the 1, the 3-5. I mean, was not to play the 3-5 because you see big 5 is still out here. Somebody's holding it. So that's actually money in somebody's hand. How do I get that money to become my money, though, is the question. I block it. And then now that I domino with the last tray, I get what's in their hand, which is big 5 is over here. All right, so there is really just a decisions game or a decisions matrix. It's still just gonna be the regular numbers. It could only be what it is. So if you have to pass, don't feel bad. If it seems like the person is scoring on you a lot, don't feel bad. That's just sometimes how the dominoes go. In person domino tournaments, the best tactic is personality, right? But online, they can't freaking hear me. So. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't be intimidated in one bit. Like, wow, that was a good one. So now I just want to get the big dominoes out. So if I don't domino, I'm not giving the other person a lot of money. And so, like, if there's a 6 that's available, sometimes I play on the 6. Fives are how we count money, or you have to count by 5 points at a time. So I don't always just get rid of my 5s, even though that's a big one. Sometimes I try to hold on to them and see if they can turn into some money later. I mean, and as you all I see a message from Miss Jada. I want to respond to this real quick from the chat if I can. And as you do so, men still have work to do. And so these dudes that can claim to be a historian and such, I need them to actually prove it. I need them to prove it. They either have to prove it or stop sidetracking conversations. The show bit earlier that I'm responding to was about Marcus Garvey. Who is it, Miss Floyd or Lloyd? Somebody put it in the chat if you remember Miss Floyd or Miss Lloyd. I can't remember directly, but there was a woman that he was referring to in the beginning of his chat. It was about 4 hours ago he started. So, yay, 15. Right. Ms. Lloyd, thank you. So you could have a whole story about historically one of the men that have been, appraised as high value, if you want to say it that way, or African American men who has been looked at as significant. And it's pretty commonly known this person is supposed to be looked at as significant. Man, that nigga was a whole bitch. Now, I disagree with the people who said that he was something more than what he was. I thought the nigga was a coward. I thought his philosophy was cowardism. And they try to make it seem like revolutionary or like it was like it wasn't revolutionary, it wasn't educational. Everything that the things that they're calling victories for this dude, I'm like, man, I don't see how y'all are praising that. Like, ask him what did he actually do that was praiseworthy, and have him just slow down. Don't ask for a couple of things. Like, don't say, give me a couple examples of his excellency. I'm getting smacked over here. Oh no, somebody took control of the domino table. I put 1-5 out there. I didn't know it was going to do that though. Jeez. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 12 for me. So good move. Damn. Now I gotta hide your comment. That's you, Kel? I don't know y'all avatars and shit. And that's what it's like. It's gonna have to be that way. So there's 2 things that I'm considering right now. If people want to know what is Moses actually talking about right now? There's 2 different lines of thoughts that I'm wrestling with while I'm playing dominoes here. I'll tell you what those are. I need money to come out the hands though. Ouch. They're gonna walk into that door handle. Better tell them slow down. You don't want to run that way. All right, so the first line of thought that I'm wrestling with would be along these lines. Set the World on Fire, Black Nationalist Women and the Global Struggle for Freedom, as a way of combating Black male worship. How about show the initiative or take the initiative to start? There were other opinions, there were other perspectives, there were other strategies, there were other solutions. And oftentimes it was the woman's solution, even though she was active and her organization was way bigger. Debate me. And far better structured as organizations. The African American or Black woman, colored, even the mestizos, the Caribbean, if you start connecting how trade was going, I think that if they actually look, they'll see that it was the women's movements that were doing a hell of a lot more anyway. And them denying it, I think, is the miseducation of the Negro that Carter G. Woodson wouldn't even admit. Oops, fuck him too then. 15 for y'all. Yes, I'm okay with you streaming it live. Have fun with it. And so that's number one. When it comes to my radical view, what do I think needs to happen as a solution or as a media? I'm going back and forth a hard way, just dealing with this, whether or not, you know, the response is. Oh, not too bad of a hand. Yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm one of the coolest people you ever meet. Like, besides when you hear me yelling at these niggas, that's different. And like I haven't really been disrespected a lot in my life like that. So for a woman to disrespect my wife and call her a transvestite, yeah, that it might not seem like it's in my character. You might assume that, you know, as a man, I wouldn't do that. Nah, fuck her too. I don't get down like that. I know a lot of people's impressions are kind of based off of the fact that, you know, Moses, he's a stand-up dude. I'm a stand-up dude, but I'm a husband first. She had every right to get that roast. And I haven't seen too many responses to that incident anyway. So how do you hate? I'm pretty cool. I don't like get under people's skin too easy. Even the people that claim to hate me, they don't actually hate me. They just think that they can't debate me. You know what? I'm greedy. See, there's a decision to make right there. Do I get the bigger domino out or do I take my money? I said I'll take the money. I almost didn't see it though. I mean, like, how could they actually hate me? All of, like, especially the way that I present the information. I'm gonna show you what the fact is, and then and whatever that opinion might be, if I'm backing up a claim. And so I make negative claims about niggas all the time because I don't like these niggas, and I want these niggas to be able to defend whatever it is they think they actually doing that means something or that I should give a fuck about, because they like to disrupt a nigga life. See, now I could be a big ass hater right now. Now I can't be a hater because we getting drugged. This person got 195. So I had to take money that time just to keep the options open. Damn, 2 blank is the smallest domino you could have played right there. Or maybe ace, ace. Blank is that's the smallest domino. Good night. Oh, that's crazy. The person who actually had big 6, I let go. I actually could have killed the 6 and it would have earned me the domino. But I looked and saw how many points they had. See, sucker shit. I was so busy paying attention to how much money the other person had and then looking at my money and saying that they had more money than me. So that must have meant that I was losing, that I changed my whole strategy. That's some sucker shit right there. That is absolute sucker shit. I could have prevented the ultimate defeat in this hand. And you know what actually did it in for me? It was the fact that I started being considerate as a solution. I said, all right, we're getting beat a lot. So let me go easier on the people who, who I'm sitting in front of. Let me hopefully give them an option to play. They had all the small stuff. The person who actually had the big stuff was the one who was winning right now. So I didn't give the person who's winning a whole, well, I didn't, they took it, but I ended up siding with the person that was beating my ass. Can you believe that shit? Unintentionally got my ass whooped accidentally. Like that's like the civil rights where they would go and intentionally get locked up for stupid shit. Now, some people think very highly of everything that happened in the civil rights, and because it happened during the civil rights era, it's excusable behavior. Bullshit. I don't. They think that we can't look back and say, now this probably was a pretty good strategy. This probably, this strategy or this position doesn't make as much sense to me. Like we can't criticize them because they're dead or because they were only children. I mean, get the hell out of here. Critical as hell. Critical as hell. And others try to say, well, you're using your 21st century mind state to look back at these things, so that's not fair. Fuck fair then. Then it doesn't have to be fair if that's the case. Look at that. Woo! 35 points. Whoever had 35 points, you got annihilated. 85. Okay. TMKC. Oh, I'm right back into getting my head busted by this person. I'd have hired Tamika C. Everybody could play but Tamika C. To be honest, Tamika C didn't probably beat me more games than I've beaten anyone since I started playing these damn dominoes. And Cash, you had the 85? Okay. How do I just start the new game? Like, why do I gotta, you know what I'm saying? How do I just get to a new game? Oh shit, there's a chat? I didn't know all this was here. Well, my kids is trying to learn Japanese. I don't speak that shit. Are you there? Check. That wasn't it. Oh, new game. There we go. But when it says new game, is that like the actual new game? Nah, see, everybody's gone again. That sucks. That's not what I'm trying to do. It's like they keep logging me out of my room, my domino table room. So I got to send the link, a fresh link every time. And it said the website booted me. They was like, nah, you can't host no room losing that bad. Fuck that. you take away too many L's disrespecting us right now with that. If you're gonna play, we're gonna need you to win. You live right now getting whooped on in dominoes. So let me see. I'll try to do it again. That's what has to be done. And then there it is, the link. Copy. Here we go. I need 3. Don't be nervous. Don't be scared. It's just domino table conversation. Y'all help me decompress some of these things. Like, do y'all believe I got smart shamed? Later, right? Y'all believe I got smart shamed? He was like, oh, I don't do all the big words and you damn near cried. You gonna cry in the car, man? Come on, man. He was like, well, y'all overcomplicated. What did he call it? Man, I don't even want to repeat what he said. Intellectual is essentially people who try to overcompensate on any given topic by making it more complex or convoluted than it needs to be. I don't think I was doing that. In fact, I thought I was adding to the conversation. And if he had never taken the link, it would have got to the part of where the whole point would have really came in. And I think he did it. Like a lot of people, they take the link to have the conversation. The conversation is about Marcus Garvey having a black woman drilled. And so in that context, I'm like, yeah, because he was kind of shady. And then somebody put me on the spot. My dude, bro, Rob, put me on the spot and was like, well, what would you say about him if you were, teaching on him? And I just watched this whole episode that got me triggered. I mean, like, I don't know how some of those shows impact others, but it seems like I'm hypersensitive today, or more sensitive today, towards race and gender politics than I've ever had to be. Or maybe I'm just getting more aware that that's what needed to have always happened. Was to see things through another lens that's not my own, challenge it the best I can, and having weighed and kind of assessed a new perspective. Oh, got one. Ha cha 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 cha. 15. Oh, you know what else I could do? This is what I be forgetting to do. So I just, wow. You still reminding me, Queen Cascade. Not everybody could play dominoes, but some of y'all can host a panel though. y'all could do the hosting for real, for real. I don't want to give up that bone yet because it could still be money later. I'm gonna give it one more chance. Settings. So I'll just ask the question, and then hopefully somebody will join the panel, and you can actually lead the conversation. Because you know me, I can be focused, but I'm not really that focused on it. I'm still thinking about what I'm thinking about. When I get triggered, I could be triggered for hours, and that's what starts me off on doing like these long research campaigns. And if you've been around B1 Brother Moses for a little minute, you know that there's certain things that I provide insights on, and if it's worth it, I'll go into it deep, like 5.5 or the justification of juvenile prostitution. There's a couple of other ones, Pedialites, and I go in on it like this. And so I'm starting to think that because I'm damn near 40 now, I'm starting to feel that protective fatherhood, like everything is an alarm in damn near every nigga's voice. But it's not all of them though, which is where I'm still at I'm at the point where it's like, how do you burn the cape when it's not everybody? But when I hear it, it's like I damn near hear it, and it's becoming so it's not desensitized, it's the other thing. Like I'm more than aware of the fact that these niggas is weird. And because I hear the weird in these niggas, it's like I automatically like I feel almost like on guard before they say anything. Like that level of racism to where it's ingrained like that. Like do you feel on guard just from hearing a nigga voice? And my answer right now is I don't always feel that, which is, some people was like, well, I don't know how niggas could actually continue to live in a situation where their lives are at danger or at risk. Yeah, hyper vigilant, hyper aware. Absolutely. So sometimes we'll find I've heard like when blaming the victim, if people know what that is. Damn, it kicked you out. No fucking way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tim KC, you got kicked out? Hey, I'm gonna have to start the game over if she got kicked out, because what we're not gonna do is have her saying that she beat me so bad that I kicked her out of the room. That's what we're not gonna do. That's where it be. Okay. So yes, you are in the game. Perfect. All right. I think it's a win-win though. Like so, like I said, I'm struggling between two thoughts. One is I actually do give a fuck. And that like when I say that should be hurt me, yeah, that should be where's the camera? I think I'm on this one. Yeah, I'm on this one probably. That shit, it melts me. Like I'm a whole little like I wear my feelings on my sleeve with that shit. Like that shit melts that I still give a fuck because I feel stupid. I feel played. I feel like I'm playing myself. I feel like there's a false hope or a sense of false hope that even I'm still looking to receive, or I'm still confirmation. I'm still looking to confirm myself in others. Like I see my brother, and because I see my brother, I can see myself in my brother. Like that type of teaching or that type of logic is false as fuck. I could look at this motherfucker in his eyes, and that's some weird shit. But I could look at the nigga in his eyes and not see me. Nigga, I still see a white boy when that motherfucker talk. I don't see anything productive or beneficial coming from anything that motherfucker is saying. And worse, it make me want to smack the hell out of him. That's how I experience niggas sometimes. And I don't know if y'all get that feeling yet. Like some people say they've been ultimately disgusted, and that may have been a situation that broke the camel for you. And so you're still, I deal with my family, I deal with my, you have a close knit circle that you have. That's different than what I feel. So because I still care a little bit, and I know it's because I still care. I know it's because I care way too much for shit that I should like literally that would make me gay if I gave a fuck about that. I would be gay. Cash me in. Ooh. I'm just trying to keep up. I fall for the trap every once in a while. And because I'm still invested in what a nigga has to say, I allow myself to be distracted. So I come on the panel, boom. I'm feeling the energy. I'm hearing the message. I hear the 5.5 in it. And he's saying Marcus Garvey had a black woman drilled. And so I had missed the first part because I was in a meeting. And then I get there and I'm like, okay, boom. Okay, I see where, read the room. Read the room. And so the information of the content and the context of the content, is 5.5 all the way, to me, it's taking straight 5.5 to the next layer. Like historically, this is why 5.5 has been enforceable forever. Because of niggas like that. Marcus Garvey, excuse me. And the reason that that's a problem is because they still worship this nigga religiously, which makes it still a threat to whoever may unknowingly fuck with one of these Bookerites. I mean, it's like the same threats that are always facing, the gender war, same ones that women may already face. I think the cases are there are extenuating circumstances that one should know. Like you might be attracted to them type of niggas that do all of that hotep shit. You might be attracted to that intelligence. And you might stop there just at the fact that they know it or that you're interested in some of that comedic or that energy and all of that shit. Like you might be into that shit real deep. I mean, you might be attracted to that shit if you're single out there. I don't know. And so, you know what I'm saying? I'm not though. I'm not. I can't do everybody or this universal energy concept where I should just be tolerant and accept everybody. That if a nigga is dumb, I reserve the right to call a nigga dumb. For real. Salute to the GOAT. Yeah, that nigga almost dispensary, my dude. And the dude almost hit me. Let me put in a request. Like I talked to Taz through PayPal. Taz exclusive, the Go founder of the B1 Network. Go ahead. I talked to that nigga through like PayPal. Um, and then that's how I show my support. But it's also how I like fuck with him or just check in on him every once in a while. Like if you let people tell you niggas don't check in with each other enough. And I think sometimes niggas do. We just have our own way of doing it, right? And so that's enough said about that, how niggas actually do check in. I will tell you that we don't have those conversations that in any way, if you heard our conversations in a barber shop or walking through Walmart or whatever it was, it's still the same shit. And then some of the pushback that I think is excuse me, but that I think is unfair is the value that people place on not cussing. Y'all kiss my ass with that shit for real. Hey, the value that if you were really a gentleman or intelligent, you wouldn't have to use those words. Like people who tell me that I'm using big words, that shit offends me more than the people who say, I mean, the people who say cussing is bad offends me more than those people even. Ouch. How do I give somebody some money? Let's go that way. Let's build up the board. That should be annoying. Like for real. I damn near got a full adult son. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm starting to see my reflection in my son. Some people say, okay, you're a dad. That might be what it is, Moses. The fact that you're damn near a 40-year-old dad is one thing, but you have a daughter, so I can understand why you would start taking harder positions against what other men might say or do. And you could try to rationalize that shit, right? I can understand why Moses would, use divestment, why I would use their platform, but why I would use their information and what I'm saying, why I would use it as a basis for any of the history I bring up. Feminism is another way that they just try to word it when they're trying to be, they basically just want to be degenerative of the things that I'm saying or the things that I believe is progress. And so we're going to disagree. You're going to find me disagreeing with these niggas a lot because it's like, somebody told me, I know I have a value. Excuse me. I'll finish the sentence. I know I have a value. Right. And so here it is, strategy wise. I'm gonna give a little game strategy right now, or the way I see things. Niggas ain't shit. Niggas is still fucking up. Niggas is, two and two together. Nigga, we got families that's been doing it, but we got a whole degenerative movement that's a hell of a lot stronger than the Negro progressive movement. If you're talking about what men are doing to build and construct here in America, how their contributions, or how Black men, how our contributions are going to be weighed. Historically, we look towards what the niggas did as their contributions. And I find that shit to be a failing strategy still. I still find it to be a failing strategy, especially since people are not getting to the point of being able to say, like, to hold them in context. There's no ma'at. If you know that Egyptian Kemetic, whatever belief system shit, they talk about the balance between the energies of masculine and feminine energy. I think that's damn near a false expectation with these niggas now, that the niggas don't even have a good balance of what their masculine is. So how can you tell me anything about a balance between masculine and feminine when these niggas is characteristically wounded? Like this, I don't want to sugarcoat it or nothing. I hear them talking. Sometimes I hear it's not just like a level of cowardice or fear or like indoctrination, as people are trying to call it, but I do hear those things like smashed together like a gumbo or a goulash of bitch bigotry in one statement. And it'd be that one, the way that I took that one statement, and I could be mad at 7 different things inside the one thing the nigga said. And like I could disagree on so many, like the principles of the shit. And that's the way I feel about Marcus Garvey. And then by default, I discriminate. They say black people could be the biggest racist, I guess. I mean, if that's the case, then I'm the biggest racist. Because I don't fuck with these niggas. These niggas be having some, it's not even iffy. They be proud about these trash ass doctrines. They be proud about it. If you put a jury of their peers on the motherfucking, in the courtroom, they will testify. They will testify in ways that, like I believe that nigga should have been popped. Like that testimony should have got him immediately popped. Immediately. And so I go back and forth with whether or not it's even worth talking to these niggas, and it hurts because I do still care. And I want y'all to understand that if you don't hear nothing else today in my voice, hear that. That shit hurts. I know what you want to have. You want these niggas to have a voice and to, you know, be able to use social media as a platform for them to connect and whatever it is that could be good in social media. But I be wanting these niggas to shut the fuck up. I be wanting them to not say shit. Like their voice should, like it should not be heard. There's nothing, there's like, and I'm that same way. Like people be like, Moses, you can make content or you make good content. Like, even if I could make some phenomenal content every day, it should still be less than 1/7 of what's being pushed out from the women who are already in this space, if you ask me. I think there are women in this space who have far greater points to make that are more relevant to right now, that it would only be a distraction to hear me regurgitating it. It might be nice to hear me regurgitate it to show that I actually agree. But no, you don't need to hear it from me, because again, I don't want to reinstill the thing inside of you that may cause you a greater harm. Again, that natural tendency to just want to trust the nigga because the nigga is a nigga. So the nigga can say some absolutely ridiculous, stupid ass shit, but because he's a nigga, I'm supposed to respect it or believe it or think that it's right. Man, hell no, I'm challenging that shit. And in fact, after I challenge it, I'm supposed to be able just to walk away. But my bitch ass be sitting there hurt. Y'all go get that shit. I be sitting there pissed. I be pissed. I be sitting in this motherfucker heated. Somewhere in this world. See, I normally would have held those, but I don't have Domino now. Somebody else does. And when they say the last, and then give you the number, the last deuce, the last tray, the last 5, in that case, what they're referring to is the 7 dominoes. The number is represented on 7 dominoes. So I had the last deuce, meaning there was already 6 of them played. I don't know, Mr. Mayberry, come take the link, because I'm gonna start drilling in a minute. I am emotionally unstable right now. I am the product of nigga fucketry. Like y'all know, but I be getting mad as fucking Taz. Like I run the B1 network. I be ready to pull rank. Like you know, like every once in a while you'll hear, excuse me, Twin Man say, "I get your ass booted off this motherfucker." I be wanting to say that bitch ass shit sometimes too. I promise you. I know, nigga. That's like most. That makes you the ultimate hypocrite. You're benefiting from freedom of speech, but you want this nigga, his views don't matter. Yes, you benefit. Your life is based on right now the freedom of speech and the right to say certain things, but you want him to be censored? Yes, him, the entire manosphere. I don't like the position of like these people who say, well, if it's law, I'm not violating the law. They use that one. There's so many people I don't agree. Like, you're not inherently good. These niggas is pieces of shit, if you ask me. But they're given this blanket of being an inherently good person without anyone even challenging what you're calling good. 20 and quit. And I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all. It's like, Moses, here's a way of looking at or framing the argument. Moses, you're black, they're black. Why would you be critical of him? And I get it. I understand that argument. Which is why I say we have to be able to discern, differentiate. You have to be able to create a distance, to stand apart, to not be looked at as the same. And if y'all see that nigga and what you see is me, because you see him, and every time you start to see him, that shit's a reminder of me, or other way around. If you see me and then you remember him, we fucking lost. We're doomed. I don't know if that makes complete sense, but let me drop the link in here again one more time. Maybe y'all didn't see it when I put it in there last time. So, let me go on and drop the link one more again. I don't know. Y'all come up here and take over, man. Y'all have no problem running these live panels for the network. Oops. Crap, I wasn't trying to play that, but I double clicked it. We'll be all right. Next game. All right, Tamika C. I see Tamika C. So we're 1-1, I think. You beat me once, I beat you once today. See, it should be like right here somewhere. Maybe my eyes aren't seeing it, but do y'all see on the screen somewhere where I could just refresh or start a new game? Damn, they just kicked me out again. Did y'all see that? That shit just kicked me out like right there. That's crazy. Crap. That's trash. They need to update this app because this little widget is trippy. Oh, folks. Damn, I said there was a chat, then I came to it and, oh, yeah, I don't speak that same language. Oh, this is hella funny. Cash, where's my profile? I said the same thing. All right, guess I just got to keep pressing that button. It's a private game. Oh, I heard something. Oh, yes. Hollering hallelujah. Because I'll sit here and just keep yelling at this topic and people be like, what is Moses even talking about right now? There we go, my nigga. I'm going to try to add Taz in, but it might fuck up my internet. And this is ready.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
All right, yeah, I'm here, man. I'm on my motherfucking phone, so I expected to start fucking up. I'm just not leaving and shit. I was supposed to been left and went to the dispensary, man. You know how you start talking to the wife, man, and you look up and it's been 20 fucking minutes, bro.
Easy work. 20 is easy. She gets, my wife still get me, like we be done laid down in the bed. Like you say, you might not watch a lot of TV, but shit, my wife get me, it'd be 2 hours later. Shit, we done binge watched so many of these motherfucking Netflix shits. Like, I swear to God, she gets me like that. So if you got distracted for 20 minutes, you good, man. Don't worry about that 20 minutes. I looked up, we've been married 15 years.
Actually, that was 20 minutes to the bed, though. See, I was trying to get on this motherfucking table, though, bro. You know what I mean? Like that ain't 20 minutes I had right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get on this table.
You're not on this one?
No.
We just dropped a new one.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
Yeah, we just started a new one. TMKC won the first one. I won the second one. Yeah, I was on some bitch ass shit early. I was down there ready to pull a twin man. Like, hey, bitch ass thing, I get you kicked the fuck off of here, nigga. I was down there like that. I was like, shit.
And I hate when that nigga be doing that shit, man, pulling rank on niggas and shit, bro. He get on my nerves with that bullshit, bro. I hate that shit, bro. Like, bro, so you gonna really do that to me, bro? You gonna make me kick the nigga off so we can be like, yeah, twin, tell Taz what to do with, bro. Don't twin, stop, bro. I hate when he say that shit, bro. He's like, bro, shut up, or I get your bitch ass kicked off. Like, bro, stop saying that shit.
Right, because I'm gonna do it, but fuck.
I gotta kick his ass off, bro. Like, man, don't do that shit, bro. Stop flexing on niggas, nigga, with your rank, nigga.
Right. That shit, just because I get triggered and shit, now he gotta go. I mean, but I be like, I be coming up with reasons to kick a nigga off, though. I be having good ones, nigga. I be ready to go through a whole list of why the bitch ass nigga must go. Y'all understand it. Y'all understand that shit. I be over here screaming at the top of my lungs. Two more hours of work. We got you, Jada. Don't you even worry about it. We're gonna be here.
But yeah, man, this shit a trip though, brother Moses, man. I wasn't planning on seeing that joint last night, man. That stream I did this morning. That shit just popped out on me. You know, I've done a lot of Garvey research, man, over the years, but that shit bothers me that it's still layers of information that's still locked up on some shit that I done read. I done read his books, his wife's shit. I done read books about him. Like, I don't know how much more in depth some of this shit can get if I'm just stumbling across some shit I've never heard of. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I give the nigga this point, the pro-black dude. He did frame it as the internet is still evolving, providing new information. So if you start with a certain search thing, like the FBI, I think is what he says in your example, because you use the FBI, now the information that you're going to continue to keep getting through the internet will be biased. I think that's what he's saying. But what that does to me, that tells me that he thinks that I'm stupid, that I can't form my own opinions based off information, that I can't corroborate facts or look at it forensically. And so once I start hearing that shit, now I start feeling defensive. Like, nah, nigga, I'm not the stupid one, nigga. You the stupid one, nigga. Like, so I got to prove that nigga's dumb. Man, I don't feel like they do a good job of proving that they're not.
That's what always happened, though, bro. Anytime you confront me with J. Edgar Hoover, the FBI, or any of that, what you telling me is that I'm not smart enough to make that understanding before I did this content. Before I hit the live stream button, I didn't take into account that there is an FBI, there's a J. Edgar Hoover, there's been an hyper focus on black leaders. Like, I don't take all that into account. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of these people come at me with a low level ass argument as if I don't know shit. And it's like, what if I'm taking all that into account and still this is what we come out with? Are you capable of dealing with that? Because every stream can't come back to, but yeah, you leaving out the white supremacists. But yeah, you ain't mentioned what the white man did here. My nigga, we do the content knowing he did the shit.
Right. Nigga, you know he did it, but you still gonna sit up here and cry about white supremacy, knowing that the nigga you caping for went to the actual people who were running little small organizations, nigga. Like, come on, how triple, I just call it the triple backflip, to where a nigga just like they own position, they flip flop on their own position. Like, it's like, what are you actually standing on?
Right. Right.
And he said, well, you need to love all black people. Once again, you're insulting me. You're telling me that I'm incapable of forming a decision about somebody's character. Like, I don't see what a good character or a bad character fit is for me. Like, I can't hear a voice and like I can't it's like a mental, like I have a mental block up. Nigga, my only mental block, as I'm starting to see and examining I'm starting to agree with the mental block that said black male worship is a thing. Nigga, I'm starting to agree with that. Sorry.
I fought
Sorry,
it for
not
a long
sorry.
time, bro. Now look, this was crazy, brother Moses. I was gonna debate Cynthia on that shit last year, beginning of last year. We was going back and forth about that shit, and I was gonna debate her like, man, I think men worship women a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? And so the more like they start opening up the conversation and whatnot, like, nah, man, ain't no fucking way you can get around that shit. There's a culture of black male worship that applies outside of relationships. That, you know what I'm saying? Because when she was saying it, she ain't doing it from a historical perspective. You know what I'm saying? She was talking about from more so the dating paradigm. Like,
Mm-hmm.
nigga, we looking at it through a historical lens and saying, bro, we can't even get these conversations off the ground because y'all niggas triggered based on your love for this one man. That's worship, nigga. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like, we can't even get this shit off the ground because of this worship.
The motherfucker would probably really fight me if he saw me in real life, and I'm a cool nigga. But that nigga would probably fight me in real life. He would have to. He wouldn't be able to be in an environment with me and not want to fight me. Because I'm gonna say some shit intentionally to fucking trigger this dude to where he either gonna show me his true colors as a pro-black or not. I'm gonna make him stand on it. Like I don't know why I'm that way. Like now that I feel challenged by the nigga intellectually, it's like now I'm gonna make him stand on his pro-blackness, nigga. You tell me that we supposed to love everybody. I ought to be able to smack his ass right across his head with a brick and just walk away, right? That's what I'm thinking. Like he ain't even gonna defend himself. If he was pro-black, why would he defend himself? Nah, do that Marcus Garvey shit and run your bitch ass away. Don't fight back. Nigga, you got to be Martin Luther King when I throw this rock. Nigga, I'm gonna chuck this rock as hard as I can. And you said that's what you want me to do, nigga. I'm not a protester, nigga. I'm not marching, and I wasn't in no riots. But this motherfucker, like people who use language like, "Oh, we rioted and shit," nigga. No, we didn't. Nigga, I don't even like being looped in with these niggas. Even if I did riot, nigga, don't tell nobody. Fuck that. Don't tell nobody.
And I
Nigga.
was
Let
gonna,
me
I was
die
gonna
by
say,
myself.
like, you know what I mean? I done been around some things, is what I say. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, nigga, you could match up some dates and see where I was in a couple different cities, but like, that they'll say, "What have you done?" And it's like, bro, like I done some bullshit in the name of the race. And like I'm one of these niggas that's in the fucking newspaper laying in the goddamn middle of the street in the rain at a protest. I'm one of
Mm-hmm.
those people, bro. And there's not anything you can say to me to make me think that you can undermine that because you don't respect protesting. So when I did that, I'm out there thinking I'm doing something meaningful, and now I view protesting a different way. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I don't undermine or look back at that and say, man, I wish I would have never went out there and laid in that street. Nah, nigga, I laid in that street and most of these niggas wouldn't. Like
Right.
most of these niggas don't even give a fuck like that. And then the first thing they say is, well, what have you done? Some shit I'd never do again, nigga. Some shit I'd
Right.
never do again. You know what I'm saying?
Would literally lay down my life like a dumbass nigga. Like and that's like the highest level of veneration. Like what no greater love than the man who would lay down his life for a friend or something like that. That nigga ain't even my friend. But because he black, I'm supposed to just acknowledge his presence and like where like here's what fucking kills me. How can a nigga try to hold me accountable or responsible for respecting another nigga? Like that's supposed to be my brother. No violence. No, don't get mad at him. Don't disrespect him. You gotta respect him and shit. And that nigga will also, same nigga would advocate. Oh, if you saw a black woman getting in trouble, you don't have to get involved. Or if a man was trying to put his hands on her, you wouldn't have to say anything. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, what did she do? Or she needs to mind her business or something like that. That like, I don't know why I'm correlating those two type of thoughts, but that's who I'm seeing every time with these niggas. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but instinctively, I be like, nah, nigga, I don't fuck with these niggas. They want me to be their brother while they hate my sister. And then tell me that I'm wrong for not, or like my masculinity rests on the fact that I agree with these niggas or not. Like, fuck that.
Yeah, yeah. And to me, bro, that's why I say, brother Moses, to me from the outside, I don't know how niggas don't see that shit. Like that to me, that is what the space proves is that you you're supposed to be in agreement with your gender, and when you're not, there's an issue. And now and to be honest, I think that that's the norm until you start talking about right and wrong. Because
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to like men's issues, I don't think women could tell me men's issues better than you could. But I don't think that negates women's issues because we understand men's issues better. It's crazy, but like, and motherfuckers like in this YouTube shit, it's like there's a need to negate the other side's issue. And I hear the echo coming on my shit.
Yeah, I could turn the volume down in the back and put the headphones on. I just had the speaker playing. That's why.
Nah, I'm on my phone, man. You know what I'm saying? It just started tripping on StreamYards on my phone. I knew it was coming.
Oh, okay. I mean, let's say y'all in the chat. Can somebody hear a echo? How's the sound? Like, I try to plug my mic back in because niggas was not going to keep out shouting me and acting like they couldn't hear my little voice when I'm trying to be reasonable and all gentleman-y as shit. Nigga, it starts to make me even kind of regret even having that rep as being smart. Like, and call me dumb. Nigga, just tell me that you think I'm stupid. That's what I be wanting to tell these niggas. Like, but that's like passive aggressive or whatever. It's not even aggressive at all. I'd be like, just call me stupid. Call me a bitch ass nigga. So I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Say something, but say it with your chest and don't lie. If that's your actual opinion, then speak it and let me know what it is, where you coming from with it. Back that motherfucker up with some sources or something. Help me see where I'm getting this masculinity concept wrong at. Because I'm finding myself in a paradigm where it's like I challenge damn near everything now. Like I'm getting closer and closer to just challenge everything now. Like fuck it, if a nigga said it, challenge it. I'm almost there. Which again shows me that it's because I still give a fuck. Damn, my bad, y'all. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. Punk has 60 points. Domino's Play Drift in your app store. They can get it. That's what we ain't gonna do though. We ain't gonna make this a monologue. If we're gonna make it a monologue, it's gonna be a boring monologue. I don't do that shit. Hey, I can talk to myself with the mic off. I'm pretty good at debating myself. I'm pretty damn good at it. Promise you. That's not what this is for. You don't have the B1 network if you just want to agree with yourself. I actually want these niggas to disagree, which is why I'm saying there's a sickness that I feel. I'm wrestling with it. There's two different things, and I'm wrestling with these motherfuckers. One of them is giving a fuck. I know there's somebody else in this chat who gives a fuck still. Like you find yourself being very vulnerable to niggas you shouldn't give a fuck about. And you'll hear it and you'll still allow yourself to be emotionally vulnerable or intellectually vulnerable. Like if you didn't care, it wouldn't hit you one way or the other. You wouldn't give a fuck. If that was true, there's nothing a nigga could say that would cause any difference inside of you. See, but some of these niggas still say some shit that be getting under my skin. Like, somebody else, y'all lying. Damn, there's 52 people in here. 51 of y'all are lying then. And we just waiting for Taz to come back up. y'all just some of the most agreeable people in the world then. I tell you this way then, just y'all stick around a little bit longer. You're gonna find some niggas that you vehemently feel disgusted by that once you hear their voice, you're damn near ready to tell Taz, nigga, cut this shit off, nigga. I'm coming back later, nigga. I'm gonna have to catch you on the next stream. And the only reason why you tell Taz or Nyla is because you want them to know that you are disgusted by the nigga that they got on their channel, which is some bitch ass shit, right? And like conceptualize, stay with me. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you there when it comes to challenging perspectives. You want to tell them what to do with their platform because of how you're triggered by it. Damn, somebody threw away. I got 225, and you still throwing away money. I know Tamika C is mad. Like, see, that's that shit. Well, if y'all only want to get out ones and blanks, go right ahead. I'm not gonna prevent it. Or philosophy. Like, I mean, like for real, we would keep going back and forth. Let me see if I'm compatible. I want to know if I'm even compatible with the way other people think about these things. Add me on a game, username is Firebrook. Okay, I see. How do you know whether or not what I'm saying is something that you're compatible with or not? I'm gonna need somebody to disagree. Love yourself. Oh, and I got Domino? Oh yeah, y'all threw us. Forget about it.
Hi, brother Moses. How you get on there so I can play?
Hey, I dropped the link. After every
I'm trying to
round,
get on here. Oh, okay.
After every round, it makes me reset it. And so yeah, I'll drop the link right after this one. Well, I may have to down.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll be on the break. So since I'm
go ahead.
Ooh, I see after you, okay. So you cause that's the only thing. Like I can play dominoes. I just gotta know how to get in. I don't know how y'all playing it, y'all. You know.
Right now, I mean, I could take an interlude to show the why Cash keeps saying that I win. You made a domino, but you a long way from winning. You getting money though. I'll tell you that. You getting money this round. So if you want to consider getting money winning, then yeah.
Well, put me on so I can win. Cause I all right. Well, I can't. I'm ready. I'm ready to make people dig out the boneyard.
Who are you?
Pick them bones.
Who is this?
This is Stan John.
Oh shit. Okay. Sorry. Just check. I don't know everybody yet. Does it offend you that I didn't know your voice?
Yeah, okay. I'll wait. No, it didn't offend me at all. You know, these black folks, we all know.
Right. That's that expectation.
I'm gonna hop down.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna hop down and then you just tell me how I need to get in so I can play one game one time before I.
All right, thank you. Yep.
Look at this old raggedy ass phone. Oh shit.
I could put some more money out there since I'm going down here.
Oh, raggedy as hell.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some bitch ass shit. There y'all go.
Well, okay.
She was supposed to be up here drilling. She came on. She got to go to work. She's supposed to come on drilling pro black punk ass. But she don't give a shit. She probably don't remember a single word that nigga said and felt even less like when that fool came on as a disruption. You see how they tried to play me? They tried to make it seem like I couldn't score. And so that's why I had to show him what's up. Game time. Bang. That's big money right there. Big money, big money. And my dude said, Adam. So how I saw him on there. Return? Is that it? Oh, I think that's right. Was that right? Did they kick me out? Are we still there? They still say 2 or 4. Yay. Jan John took the link. Oh, there you go. So now I see the avatar. Once the avatar be changing, that's probably something that makes me less familiar. There you go. We need 2 more. Did you hit it? I dropped the domino link in the
okay, so so what I do? What I press?
Hit the link in the chat. See what happened.
Okay. Oh, I'll see. And then okay, wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna hit the link. Okay, hold on. I'm going to the chat right now.
Yeah, Cash.
Good stuff, man. Okay. Comments. Go to the comments.
The only person
my
you
phone
gonna
is
stress
janky,
out,
y'all. I'm sorry.
The only person. Oh, and I got you on live too, if that's all right. Well, that the only way you would have known that I was live. Okay, yeah.
All right.
Never mind. Well, I'll say it anyway. You're live.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me see. Okay, here go the comment. Here go the comment. So I click on a comment. Is that what I do? I just go new comment. Okay.
New
Man, I
comment.
can't wait to buy me a new phone. This phone retarded as hell.
Yeah, I don't know where you at, but now you can make it to the table on time. They got you.
I didn't make something on time.
Yeah, we start the next game. So the way it works is I dropped the link to the table inside of the chat, and you're supposed to just be able to click it, and it should bring you right there to the room. Now I think somebody said, "Where's my profile?" Which means you may have already, if you have played this domino game before, it may have been there. But I guess you could make some type of profile or something like that. I've tried putting like my little avatar and shit on there, but yeah. That would probably help it faster.
Do I sign in as a guest?
Probably. Or sign in through your Google. Because you had like 2 people
let me
left.
see. I did sign in through my Google. Let me see. I didn't even know we had it going on. Oh, here it is. We had it going on. Click join the game. Oh, I see it.
How is your
It
mic
says
so?
join the game.
How is your mic so loud on
Cause my
shit?
phone is. Oh, for real?
It sounds like you coming through my speakers amazingly well, and I don't.
Let me see here. And what I was.
Oh,
okay,
yes.
so I'm the guest. That's new game.
If you play new game, you might be starting another one, and then people could join you.
Nope. No, I'm trying to beat people on a chat.
The way you said that doesn't
Like
give me
that's
much
the
confidence in
thing.
your ball game. The way you said that, I
Yeah.
highly doubt that you'd be whooping ass in dominoes now. I feel like personally,
Here we
but bridge
go.
may be your game. Some people are good at horseshoes.
Okay, well listen.
Some
Okay, well
people are
this is
good
what
at
I need. I
go ahead.
I need. Since y'all think I can't whoop no ass, then you know what I'm saying. Let me show you how I do it.
I'm just saying it's not for everybody. Some people are good at what was I? Some people are good at horseshoes. Some people are good at cornhole. You know, just kind of know where your lane is. The way you talking didn't sound like somebody who was good at the domino. Sound like you would have been at a different part of the barbecue right there. That's all I'm saying.
Some people are good at climbing mountains. Some people good at just talking and not saying nothing.
Right.
Like pro black ass talking, but don't know. He let you know he dumb, but yet you still can't listen to smart people.
Right. He'll let you know that he'll tell you flat out he's dumb, and then
And say I don't trust people who's intellectual.
smart thing.
Cause you got your brain from the white man.
Right. I'm brainwashed. I'm like, no, you're not. Like,
I feel sorry for his kids though.
You think that nigga got kids?
You imagine those babies going to school and everybody telling them kids, your daddy dumb.
Right. That's it. Now that's the scary thought. Like the miseducation of his own kids. Like, what the fuck do they believe? They believe in this hotep shit. They go into school. They go into school with the little earrings and shit on, like if it's a girl. Man, hell nah. I can't see it. I can't see it. It's hard for me to see like how men are. Let me digress.
Going to the office, especially if he got a son, he gonna be in the office going home, cause he was being violent. Why was you being violent, Tyrone Jr.? Cause they said my daddy dumb.
Hey, I got damn near some hate content that I need to drop. Some of the shit them niggas was saying on Taz exclusives. Yeah, I be looking to drill. So I be like, damn, that's some dumb shit. But some niggas just said some like it's over. It'd damn near be like it. I damn near tell myself not to come back up to that shit. I'd be like, Mo, you ain't cool, and that's what make me want to publish the shit even more.
And I love the fact that most women were not even on there interfering. No, barely no woman was there interfering. Lips and Froze was just introducing herself. Good morning, everybody. I think you're amazing. Okay, I'm dropping off. And then it was on from that point on. Ding, 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 ding.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Hey, Queen Cascade, you gonna play dominoes?
I was up playing. I wasn't doing very well, but I was trying to kick your ass, but it didn't. It took me a while to figure out what the hell was going on.
Yeah, this isn't you know what I'm saying? This isn't for everybody. You could get your ass whooped to take it like a real G though. I appreciate that. Because I'm gonna talk some shit.
It's the first time for everything, okay?
I was raised so wrong. I was raised deliberately like as I look back at this shit, that shit was just wrong.
Well, have you ever played dominoes, Queen Cascade?
Yeah, but I'm used to real life dominoes, not virtual. So it's getting used to the keys and everything. And then I didn't realize because I was trying to split the screen so I could do both side to side. I didn't realize that the time was running out on it.
Yeah, that's
it's got like some kind of timer setting on it.
Phone.
Shout out Xander, nephew in the chat. Since before I had a motherfucking anything to talk about, I was not comfortable having any conversations online. Nephew Xander was already there. See, I don't go back that far. He go back that far. Before I wouldn't even take a link, he knew who I was. So, shout out my dude Xander, nephew. Now give me $1. I don't know.
TMKC, you really know how to kick ass, girl. Lord of his mercy on the dominoes.
How are you
All you
feeling?
gotta do is count your money. Watch them dominoes like a hawk, and watch what they lay down on the table. See, brother Muz don't know. I be knowing my shit when it comes down. My two favorite games, dominoes and spades.
Don't
I
get me
need
wrong,
to.
I
Can't
get
mess
the
with me on that.
counting thing, but the way that this drops down, it gives you so many seconds to place it in it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then my computer was acting slow, trying to pick up the damn thing. It's my
See,
first time, okay.
Yeah,
those
Give me
are,
a break.
those are the
brother,
things
No.
Taz didn't tell me either when he beat me the first time. Like he made me learn by myself. Like, oh man, there's a timer on here. I had to complain my way through it, but I got his ass eventually.
Okay, I'll get better. Don't
oh,
worry
thank you
about
for
it.
letting me know there's a timer, because thank you for letting me know there's a timer on there, so it gives me a whole perspective what I gotta do, because I gotta make.
Whoops.
I mean, at the table, we take our
Mhm.
time, we count our monies, we see who we
Exactly.
gonna about to
You get
throw.
to count your cards.
Count, yep.
I was trying to do that while doing the timer by trying to, and also trying to split the screen, and it just wasn't working.
Surely they call her Creole Coleon.
How you feeling, sis?
And
You
she
cool?
told, yeah, I'm relaxing now. I went and did like some deliveries, and they were light ones. There was some heavy alcohols in the box, but
Mhm.
thank God it was people who put them in the back for me. And then I drove to the back in of a company, and they came out, and all I gotta do is just get check their driver's license, make sure they're legit. And
Mhm.
this brother picked up all those boxes of alcohol. I said, "Here you go.
Mhm.
Give me my $17. Thank you."
I hear you, sis.
Yeah. But I'm only gonna do CVS pharmacy delivery. But I
Okay.
can't wait to go back. I can't wait to go back to Instacart though until I learn how to do this business
Mhm.
with this drop shipping, because it's just drop shipping what I got. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? I make sure.
Oh, looks like the internet done snatched Tejana.
So I'm learning. Somebody bought one thing from me, so I got to process the order, and I'm so happy. I'm like, okay, so I'll process this order. So the lady who's helping me build and want me to be very successful, she sent me the link of what to do and which
Mhm.
and how to do it, so I can learn how to process the order. Once I learn how to get my store up and running, this is just my practice, because I'm gonna buy me some stuff. I'm gonna invest in a lot of things I need. And I'm gonna need a lot of stuff, because I got a store coming up pretty soon. It's gonna be so fun. And
Mhm.
it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be so cool. And I know I'm gonna make a lot of money doing this business.
Mhm.
I am, real quick. And I'm gonna pay people to put in my order for me. It's gonna be so nice. I cannot wait. And my son and I, we're gonna live in a nice home because this idea. So I am gonna file my taxes kind of late, but now that as soon as I file it, I'm gonna company that is gonna in California. I'm gonna get my domain, my title, my son's title for the brand of his clothing line. And again, I told people I'm not doing this individual, I do this by myself stuff. I don't have that time and patience. I need a team. And we're gonna start off like I told some relatives and some friends. Y'all keep y'all day jobs for now. Once we start kicking in and we put in the work and get it all together, then we can start talking about full time went to part time. Now part time went to now you're an independent contractor. Now we finna help you start a business, because we about to make money. We supposed to make money together. We're not supposed to sit here and say, well, we're gonna wait till you get your stuff together, then let me reap the benefits off your creation. And that's not what I wanted. But I think little boys should have their own clothing line. I think little boys should be their own individual. I don't think they should be wearing no goddamn skinny jeans, holy pants, and some automatic sewed in sagging pants shit. Cause
Mhm.
see, I don't care. I disagree with that. Like for me, like it's a no brainer to me. I don't want to be with no dude who's showing that ass to the goddamn world. You know how many creeps looking at that, talking about, oh, I can't wait to hit that. Don't nobody want to see the color of your goddamn drawers. Pull them shits up like a man. shit. You ain't no man. Pull them shits up. Cover them fucking tighty whities.
I was in disagreement with something Taz says. Taz told you to fuck around with a nigga that's pants sagging. Oh, whoever locked it is shady.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurt.
No,
oh, that
I
hurt.
think someone. I think somebody
how you gonna play
mentioned
us like that and jump right into the lead though. That's crazy. Good move. I know y'all saw that shit.
I know. I think somebody talked about. I think someone was linking drug deal pants, sagging of the pants and all that stuff. And I think Taz said it was no influence on there, and he don't see no problems with people dressing that way. I think he just didn't care, you know. And I was like, shit, I do. I see a problem as a woman. I see a problem with color. I don't want to see a goddamn red ass, nasty red draws, greens that place, and you got a belt squeezing your hip hella tight. What kind of shit is that?
I don't need to be seen skipping up pants.
Come on, man. That's to me. Man, I don't want my son thinking that's what he got to do. I need my son to have his own problem, and that's why I said we got to save our sons. We don't want another group of fucking derelict males. And then they turn around and make hella fucking excuses. Like, fuck that shit. My son gonna be what he's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? And the girlfriend thing is gonna be hard for me. Like I said, my son may like black girls straight up because that's all he sees, that's all he be around. But then how the mama gonna think? You know what I'm saying? How the father gonna think? Or say like it is still a single mom around our generation, and you got predators that's lurking and being fucking wild. My son got to face a damn 40-year-old.
Oops. Hopefully she'll come back. The internet done snatched you up, Tejon.
Why these young teenage boys get shot down, not because of his gang violence. Some of this shit be over the fact that he like a girl that predators like. And see, she like boys her age. And that pisses that old creep off. So he goes in, old ass man black man shoot and kill a teenage boy. And people automatically assume, oh, he's protecting his daughter. Nah, the fuck, nah. He's a predator. He wanted that girl for himself. There is no relations to him. And that's what I'm talking about. Why our sons, listen, my son already dealt with some adversities. Like, I'm very fucking pissed off. So when I went to the hospital, Queen Cascade, right? I went to the hospital to go, for them to sit there, see how, do I need a blood transfusion and all this other stuff, right? I goes there. My son, he's messing with the buttons. Instead of this white bitch gonna tell my son, no, you gotta be with your mommy, or you can't press with the buttons, or I'll disable everything so he thinks he's doing something because he's bored. He's at a goddamn hospital. There's no place for him to play. She gonna tell my son serious trouble. So I told this bitch, please don't talk to my son like that. You was very please don't refrain from talking to him. Don't touch him. That. Don't tell him you gonna get the police on a goddamn 3-year-old bitch.
He's 3?
Oh, 3 years old.
Yeah.
And she wanted to get
police at 3 years old in the hospital. Lord have mercy.
He's touching a goddamn button. He likes buttons, motherfucker.
I'm hearing some details that just maybe I wasn't focused in on the story enough until you said he was 3 years old. What happened again?
He was touching buttons and stuff, right? While they was trying to take my blood pressure and weigh me before they can admit me into the room. And she tried to tell him don't touch the button. He kept touching the button. He's like, no. She says, I'm gonna have to get the police and you're gonna get in trouble. And that's what made me go off. I said, refrain using that. I told her, you don't have the right to use that word towards my son. I disapprove your words towards my baby. First, matter of fact, don't talk to my son. Don't touch him. Well, he needs to be over where you are. Yeah, but that's where I'm supposed to come. You're supposed to say that shit in the first place. That's what pissed me off. Like, He's already facing shit. Like I told people, man, when what Hillary Clinton said, young black boys are predators. It's like, bitch,
Super
how come white
predators.
boys can't be predators? Super predators. So how come white little boys can't be predators, bitch? I mean, don't they get up and start targeting little black girls in school when our dumbass parents be interrating our kids in them damn white schools? There's a such thing as the Nation of Islam. So I don't give a fuck. You ain't got to be in the nation. Put your kids in school where your kids can acknowledge their own kids and love themselves. Because that's the problem. Our babies don't love themselves because they're integrated with all this white shit. Every goddamn time you turn around, it's white, 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 white. When you turn on the regular, not the damn cartoon TV shows, you all you see is white little children acting like they're some good ass little kids, and white moms, not the fathers, the moms are just interacting and doing the I love you scene, and there's no black kids with black moms. You see what I'm saying? Or they gonna see the animals. That's gonna kind of derail for the fact they watching white children. And I told people, now some black folks gave me some backlash and and a pushback on it because I said, watch Bino and Fino. Bino Fino. Let them watch Bino and Fino. They're African. There's an English version of it, a Swahili version of it, Yoruba version of it. And the first thing people was like, man, my kids gotta learn English. Fuck that. Let them learn to speak them languages so they can learn how to speak amongst themselves when they want to plot against the goddamn enemy. What the hell? Everybody know what the fuck we talking about when we speak English. So how come you can't how come you can't grow your child mentally, intellectually, and let them watch black kids that can speak more than one language? You know how that will make them feel when they go to school around some white kids, Bobby and Jenny and them, how they will feel when the black kids can say, oh, we speak amongst ourselves. Black people speak more than one language. Black people know how to speak. I'm talking about 6, 7-year-olds. Black people speak more than one language. They speak 3 or 4 different languages. But that would give them the whole ammunition that parents are withholding from their kids. That's why I said, nope, there's certain things we gotta do. We gotta unlearn certain shit that we believed back in the days. My son, I have to struggle with him a little bit. He keep fuck baby bus. You can always watch a little baby cry. None of my learning to the African nursery rhymes, and I got it all recorded, all in African nursery rhymes, and he loved the music. So sit there and watch the little black cheering do that shit, from dancing to speaking the language to the nursery rhymes and all that good fun stuff that says our babies, that says us. You see the black mamas who's nurturing the babies and stuff, and she cooking fish and all this stuff, and the babies is playing with the dogs around there. Grandpa, he just came back and he dancing and stuff. Come on, man. Let our children learn black shit the right way. I don't care if it's from another country. But leave Akili alone, because they fucked Akili up. That was wrong what they did to Akili. Like they done made her. That ain't cool. That's what they're trying to sneak this alphabet community shit. That's why I said I feel absolutely nothing. They already want black women replaced. They hate us with a fucking passion.
What is Akili?
They want to be a so damn, so everybody knows Akili, but they don't know Ubongo Kids. The author and creator of Ubongo Kids created Akili. And it's about a black little Nigerian girl. She come to America, but she speak English, but then 2 days later she can speak English very well, and everybody else around her speak better Nigerian than her, Swahili than her. Then she's friends with a goddamn lion and the hippo. The hippo's transgender.
Is this on TV or something?
Yep, look it up. And on YouTube.
It's on YouTube too. Let's see.
Yep.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt though. I was
so now, before I found out the creator and author of Akili did Ubongo Kids, when my son come home from the hospital, I was looking for something that was African, that was something that was black for my baby to watch and listen to, especially in another language. As a linguist, so my son's a natural linguist because he thinks his ass can speak Arabic now. Anyway, the thing about it is, I put it on Ubongo Kids, right? And it was like, it's called Webisobi because it's Swahili. Webisobi 1 to 39. The beautiful part about Ubongo Kids, which is UMBONGO or ANGO, kids. It's the black little children, and there's a big ass giraffe. The giraffe is a rapper called Uncle T, but it's spelled like ankle.
Yeah, I ain't fucking with y'all. Are you serious? What kind of mother? Go ahead. I tell me more.
Listen,
This just
we
sounds
can't make
crazy
this
as
stuff
hell.
up, Brother Moses. We're stuck in some version of the Twilight Zone.
Right. I'm so lost. I don't know what I'm listening to right now. I'm so lost. That's crazy. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Tisha. Oh, internet
Damn,
might have
Mike's still
snatched her
messed
up
up.
a minute. She'll come back, hopefully. So what did I miss with Taz's content today? Did Pro Black turn up? Is that what the
Yeah, he
fuss is
ruined it.
about?
Can you hear
Well,
me
he didn't
now?
ruin it. Yeah,
Oh,
we
you've
hear you.
just come back,
Can you hear me
Tisha.
now?
Yeah, you've come
Okay.
back.
Okay. So what happened was the Ubongo kids. So what it is it's some African kids, beautiful African kids. Whoever did the cartooning of it, they did a wonderful job. The kids learn, and the community is beautiful. The community is together, so it's perfect. Now they're specialized in this cartoon. They're specialized in math and measurements, algebra, geometry, calculus. You see what I'm saying? Advanced algebra, uh, all that good stuff, right? And they do it in Swahili.
Mhm.
Did the version of it in English. And it's beautiful. Like it's beautiful. Like you literally can learn the goddamn numbers, how to play certain games, because they play games on there. Um, um, you know what I'm saying? How to measure stuff. So I love that. And everything was done in Swahili. So my son, he knows some Swahili. He's been doing this since he was home from the hospital. Now, the next one was Bino Fino. Now, Bino Fino teach you about the flags and the little bit of history of, the countries, who got their independence in Africa and Al Cabalan. And then they also learn different things, you know what I'm saying? Like how to keep up with your things. If you're sick, what to do, how to take care of your body when you're sick, all that fun stuff. And that's done in Yoruba, Swahili, Igbo, and English. So your babies have an advantage of watching these shows and learning these shows. I did not know the author and writer who did Ubongo Kids did Akili. When I started watching Akili, I started feeling some kind of way, like I'm being it's like something was invading me. And that's when I realized, oh shit, she looked like a lesbian as a little girl. She ain't changing no clothes. Ass off. Let's go down, down, down to the rainbow. Fuck that. Who's the goddamn lion? Because that's her friends. But see, they did Akili hella wrong. That's why I said I won't let my son watch Akili. Then you got Yoruba. You want your kids to see real life black kids with a real life black teacher. Remember, Brother Moses, remember Romper Room?
No.
So when I was a little kid, maybe you're a little younger than me. When I was a little kid, it used to be a show that come on in the mornings before we got ready for the school bus to go to elementary school. And it was called Romper Room. And it was all these little children. There was Franker and the goes pop goes the Weasel Clown, come out the box. Well, there's this cranker. And instead of a big old clown coming out, a scary ass clown busting out the box, you see a butterfly come out and come back in, a bee come out, come back in, children waving their hands high. And then it's this white teacher. She got all these, it's always this one little black kid, whether it's a boy or a girl. It's always one mixture of someone. But you get all these little white kids and they having fun together. They doing a little preschool shit together. It's like a little TV show. And I hate her because She done called everybody in there do a except for mine. Didn't realize my name. She used to get on, she used to look through the little lollipop and it would turn and swirl around. And she goes, I see Jimmy and Johnny and Jenner and Lala, and I see so-and-so and so. I'm like, why she ain't called my name? She called my brother name. She ain't ever called my name. I was mad. Well, she was close to my brother name. She said Anton. But simple as that, you know what I'm saying? So make a long story short, Yoruba Stars is the black version of it, except they get right to the meat of it. It's so fun. I love it. It's a black woman. It's a black woman, and she got all the little black Cuban kids. They black Cuban or Nigerian children. And they learn the body parts together and everything. And she's a beautiful sister. She teach them the body parts. She teach them the animals. They go to the zoo. You learn the days of the week. Everything in Yoruba. Everything in Yoruba. That's why my son knows the body parts really well. I know it too because I learned it with him. So yeah, that's another thing.
So your mic keeps coming in and out. It sounds like they could be good tools for learning the other languages.
That's what I'm talking about.
As a parent, we also have to, it's like taking the good, the good with the bad. Like our kids would be exposed to the LGBTQ conditioning, but they can also learn these languages.
No. Akili don't speak Swahili. She come in and speak. This is what they did. They made this an American ass shit. Don't fuck with Akili. I don't think parents should let their kids watch Akili. Okay, because she come to America. So now she's American. She started off speaking Swahili, but she didn't know English. So their job is to brainwash her, teach her English, but now you're exposed to the LGBT. Fuck Akili. Let's go to Umbango kids because they're not doing that shit. Yoruba Stars are not doing that shit. These are little children. These are some real life black kids that you're going to see being black kids. And they're learning how to speak. They learning the numbers, the body parts, the days of the week and everything, but they're heterosexual as hell. So let them, the problem is the family had problems with the language. Well, what about English? Well, let your kids learn other languages too. You cheated. Let it be fun. I don't other languages. So guess what? They can protect and love your ass for it. Shit, mom. Everybody understand English. But when you get around them people speak English, y'all act like them damn Ethiopians and Eritreans, stick to yourselves and start talking amongst yourselves. They'll leave you the fuck alone. You see what I'm saying? They won't be mad. Leave because the Jewish people ain't finna invite no black folks up in there. And they told her, in order for her to go to a Hebrew private school, she had to give up who she really is and become Jewish. What the fuck that means? Racist ass people. You gotta become Jewish. You gotta give up your race and become Jewish. She just can't come in there as a black girl. I was like, yeah. What rules does it say that? What does it say on paper that she has to become Jewish in order to be in the Hebrew school? I just thought this woman was fucking racist in my face in front of my daughter. So my daughter was like, that's okay, mom. So I put her in Cornerstone Academy full of Chinese kids. And she come out as a Carpe Diem award. She spoke Cantonese, read and wrote the Chinese language and Mandarin. And they were talking about putting her in them. They done stressed her out so goddamn much because they was draining her. Like they kept on making her want to be a part of everything because they loved the fact that she came out speaking the language. Well, baby girl, you ain't gotta join the shit that because they wanted her to be a part of a political diplomat, like speak on behalf of the Chinese people, because it's so amazing to get black kids to learn Chinese. And I'm telling you, the black kids who learn Chinese parents look at them as that's the smart one. Wherever the black kid goes, you follow. Whatever teacher she got, I want my kid to be with that same teacher. They call my daughter the smart one. All the Asian parents was trying to be my friend. I said, I know how they work. They act different because they treat them black kids like they're one of them. And I only wanted my daughter to learn other languages, but I wasn't at that time. I was just trying to learn, I just didn't want my daughter to just learn English, and I wanted her to be linguist. I wanted her to be something more important. I wanted her to be higher than what my mom and dad did. My father was lazy as hell. My mother's illiterate as fuck. Fuck my mother. She ain't even my mom. She a portrayer of her own
Ouch.
kids. When somebody love white people that goddamn much and don't care that your daughter got to go and get a goddamn blood transfusion, that told me all I need to know. All that fucking verbal abuse and starting shit with me and then spreading rumors about me told a lot about who you are. That's why I had a channel on my channel. I said the hate was real. And I talked about everything. I need to get all that shit out because I didn't want to talk to her no more. And now I done cut the umbilical cord. I feel absolutely nothing. And she went and got that jab too. Feel nothing. I feel absolutely nothing. 1 foot in the grave, 1 more to go. That's how I feel.
Ouch.
Kamala Harris was a bitch. She didn't even care. She knew when it came to black kids missing school. Yeah, everybody knew Kamala Harris was locking up them black mamas. But everybody want to be so focused. The fathers, she hate black men. Nah, she didn't like black people, period, bitches. You know how many moms had to come out of goddamn jail after losing their job and then being evicted out of their homes because their kids was too sick to go to school? Kamala Harris had that shit done in place. Like her daddy, a plantation Negro. Not even a Negro. A European plantation. And everybody keep calling Kamala Harris black. That bitch ain't black. She told y'all from the beginning she wasn't black. Then she said she was a person of color, and niggas already told her, well, she black. No, bitch. People of color don't mean black. Her mama's a person of color. She's South Asian Indian. Her daddy is a white Canadian who is a resident of Jamaica. He's not a born Jamaican. He's a born Canadian. Let's just get that a sugar plantation, making him millions of dollars every he done hired as slaves and mammies and nannies. Father did to them folks in Jamaica. Her daddy do. She looked like her mama, but she's not a black woman at all. And I hate when people say, you know what I'm saying? That's why Umar Johnson think he's so damn slick. To me, he sounds so dumb. Like, why would you sit there and throw Kamala Harris? And I be thinking he get paid to say this shit. Why would you throw Kamala Harris in the category of black women? This bitch did what her mama did. East Indian mama did. Mary White. She did what her mama did. Mary White. Her daddy's white. Look at the fucking Google picture. You can't help but see white in that man. He ain't got nothing black about him. He European to the fucking core. He just looked like an old frail ass Mr. Burns now. You know what I'm saying? And just cause he got a few sunburns he survived off of don't make that white ass dude black. But that's why that nobody want to talk about him being black. Then her birth certificate says she's white. But most Indians that come from South Asia always claim white anyway. Because claiming white would give them benefits. Claiming white would give them benefits. So, you know what I'm saying? That's just something that black people got to get over. Stop being a fucking colors against your own. White women can't have black babies. Too goddamn bad. Unless she's still in the black dead woman's embryo. Now, she's going to lie and probably not tell the fuck. I don't know. But yeah, I put my daughter in Chinese private school. I digress. I put her in a Chinese private school just so she could be something greater and better. and get out the fucking hood. You know what I'm saying? Not so much not so much and at that time I didn't even know Hollywood was highly weird. Because I wanted her to just become something fucking bigger than life, and tell our story and the shit I've been through and the shit she been through and what we've been through together, and you know, and the fact that I made sure that she know her brothers and sisters. Listen, before I never in my life got a chance to be a single woman with a man who had no kids. I was a stepmom. The dad got with my daughter's father, but they want to say who fault is that. I'm telling these dumbass niggas, before you became a fucking stepdad or trying to run from being someone else's stepdad, but you want to smash, bitch, we took in your fucking kids by another woman. There's 3 times higher number of step black mamas from the so damn smart. You got kids all over the fucking place. You ain't taking care of none of them, but you have to nurse talking about don't be someone's stepfather. Dude,
I'm so mad that the
that's why
YouTube cut off your. You just said something, but it cut it off. You said there's 3 times more black stepmoms than there are, and then it cut you off.
Stepfathers.
Then
man who trying to stepfathers. Because 9 times out of 10, this nigga got babies all over the fucking place, scattered around. He ain't finna tell her shit until he gets with a girl that he really kind of like. And then he tells her, oh, I got 2 kids. You know, I got 2 kids. Trying to be all nice and slick about it. But guess what? We're not allowed to sit there and say, oh shit, I can't fuck with you. You got kids. You got baggages already. Can't fuck with you. Because see, they will sit there and demonize us and call us evil like they called Lilith. They will call us evil. Oh man, she judged me because I had kids, man. But you done right. And P my high, it's a bunch of ghetto gaggers and all that shit coming from white girls to black boys. They look for black boys all the goddamn time. All the damn time. Them black boys go right over there where them white girls is at. And you mean to tell me when your feelings
Yahweh took your microphone again. Yahweh said you on a tangent, Tanjon. You went from Tanjon to tangent right there.
I'm saying I'm listening to this dude's talking about women doing all this stuff, and I was like, what do you not forget that we came from a Christian family and black women were already being judged before we started doing shit? We were already being judged. So for you to sit there and say that, I can tell you white girls do it a lot. And y'all go up to them damn Piedmont High School where them white girls is at. They love giving head. White girls to black boys. You mean to tell me you gonna cover that shit up and make it and put a black face on that shit? Get the fuck out of here. And thank God I didn't have the strength to get on Taz's channel last night to stop dude, because then I'll be the one that fucked up the whole paradigm of all the black men talking. I'm glad Taz handled it the way he needed to handle it. Like, yeah, I'm going on a tangent.
Don't worry about it.
I am.
I'll be on 6-hour tangents, so it feels good to be able to listen to somebody else, and I appreciate it.
No, that's cool. No, I'm trying to get me a better place to stay, because son and I, we had to move out of this apartment over in Las Vegas, Nevada. They played me. I'm gonna sue their asses though for stealing my money like they did. They put us in they gave my nice unit to someone who speaks Spanish. And I noticed that because they did that female you got female managers who, you know, they change management in these housing complexes and stuff, and your name be on the wait list. So I try to move into a place where I can pay lesser rent. And I moved out. Gave my unit to someone else, and then they're gonna sit there and make it seem like, well, it's just too late. I'm talking about these folks speak Spanish, they Latina, most of them are women. They on that I hate black women shit too. I told people, y'all gotta be honest with yourselves and just pay attention to their attitudes, how they talk to you over the phone. You gotta kind of stop them because they think they underhanded clowning your ass, but you cuss their asses out. Who the fuck you think you talking to, Maria? Girl, I've been on the wait list for 7 years. You mean to tell me you done sat there and asked for my picture ID, 6 months of pay stubs and bank statements, and then turn around and say that we don't have a unit? You're a motherfucking lie. The reason why you called me because the fucking unit came up. Don't think I don't know that I work for property management. You don't think I don't know my shit. I've been working for property management for 7 years by some Chinese folks who try to play me. I was working for $12 an hour for 7 goddamn years before they finally let me go because they was too busy handling all goddamn had me doing all this motherfucking, what you call that, property management. I was managing 7 different properties online, and I would take their applications and put it in the data entry. And if there was a unit that was available, you know, my job was to write those letters to the first 15 people to come in, bring a statement. I process the paperwork, do the credit check, make sure that they qualify for these units, and mostly in the Tenderloin area. But they wouldn't treat me right. I had resources for people. I helped black women who had to fight for their kids, you know, to get housing. I gave them other resources. Chinese folks don't know how to do that shit. I gave them resources because I've been there before. I've been homeless before. I've been in situations before. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing new to me. I've been hit with that brick, not knowing that I'm being gentrified. I was being gentrified. I was never paid their fucking rent. It's just every job I took, they treated me like I gotta go get 2 jobs, 3 jobs even. And I was tired, and I still wasn't getting paid enough. I was struggling off 3 jobs and being treated. And then when I told the landlord, oh, when I got that biotech job, I was like, oh, I'm making money now. Finally, I'm making $22 an hour. I think I'm the shit. And 6 months later, they gonna let me go. However, they need me to train a white person or an Asian woman to do what I do. You see what I'm saying? Like, me doing what I'm doing to them was like, it's a slap in the face. You don't come here. When I tell you it takes 6 weeks to learn this process, because it's really a complex process, you don't come back and say you learned this shit in 6 days. That's disrespectful. You learned it in 6 fucking days. Not only that, you learned shortcuts that we never learned. How dare you? And that's what I got out of it. That's the attitude I got out of it from private sector. Going to have my break.
Like similar experiences.
Doing that shit to me, and
similar experiences as what you just described. They want the black creativity, the way that you were doing things, and they kind of like all of that, but they want that to be on a white face because white people don't come up with shit like that. They're not as capable. But you find a capable African American man or woman, most likely going to be a woman if it's corporate America now, because these niggas ain't doing shit. Like,
different businesses for me to get it, because it was just too many goddamn times I promised to pay bills, catch up on my rent and shit, and then soon as I'm thinking I'm stable, I can go to work and all the shit, and behind on my car note, it's because motherfuckers keep on saying, oh, you know what, your last day is next week. Your last day is 4 days from now. But you can use us as a reference. Like, oh, fuck, y'all done cut off my lifeline again. Like, I got tired of promising people shit that I couldn't that I no longer trust anymore. I can get the job, but you won't let me keep the fucking job. I come to work on time. That's the stereotype that made them a liar. I come to work on time. I'm doing extra work. I stay overtime because I have an extra 30 minutes to pick up my kid before I have to pay late fees. All kind of shit. And that kind of fucked with him, I think. Now that she's this Negro that's not one of us, but yet she's doing her own damn thing, and this can't happen. I need someone to look like us. She's too goddamn smart. Don't like her. I don't like her. You can tell by the attitudes they give off on you as well. You had one white guy that was hella cool with me. One white guy. He was like, I'm trying to talk to private sector. I'm going to write you a reference right now to keep your ass on here. You got to stay on here because we get shit done with you. I had people who was dropping stuff off, like from the biotech company. But then when it came back, you got your fucking Becky from private sector. They did a meeting without me. She walked out. Thank you very much. See you later, Richard. He was wearing. And all of a sudden, he says, so I try to talk to him. I gave him the letter, let him go and check people out. But she said that there's no way. And, it's beyond this is what you do. I'll go and apply for AmerisourceBergen. I'm sitting here like, okay, I'll do that. He says, but your last day is going to be next Wednesday. I don't get it. It's bureaucracy here. And I'm sitting up here like, wow, he spoke highly for me and she didn't give a fuck. It's time for me to go. They had me train a white guy. Before they let me go the first time, they had me train an Asian woman. And she couldn't take it, so she left. It was too much work on her. I was very neat at what the hell I did. I used to find lost temp monitors and download the shit. Like, there's missing temp. Download that shit. Communicate with tech support. Man, I was the shit. I go pick up TT monitors that was with the slips. Man, the tech slips. Man, that was my shit. I was getting paid $22 an hour. And that was the most I've ever been paid. But now I started doing Instacart. Instacart, see, now I'm making too much goddamn money. $6,000 a month. That's man. I woke up for that shit. I couldn't wait to have my own place just to do that shit. But they deactivated my account because they said it wasn't delivering people's groceries. I said, that's a goddamn lie. You altered my delivery by saying marked Richard's groceries delivered. No, you picked me out of the navigation system. Traffic. I just got through talking to Richard. Richard told me to drive safe. So now you're making him confused because you sat there and decided to mark his order delivered. And he's going to tell you, I haven't got my groceries. Oh, you haven't? Well, it was marked delivered, but I didn't mark it delivered, motherfucker. I got but guess what? See, they fucked up because I got all the documentations. You just didn't want me to get paid a lot of money a month. I get my ass up to go work. So that shows you, not only we not some lazy ass people, we're not lazy by a long shot. So tells us to drive and stuff, but we're honest people too. They're still trying to ignore me, but I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know whether I want to sue their ass for loss of wages or sit there and make them put me back on the motherfucking job just because I like driving around and picking up their alcohol. So I don't know. Got my
I don't
baby.
even think we have Instacart here. I know we got Uber, and then I don't know though. I haven't used Instacart.
Instacart, GoPuff is good. GoPuff is specialized in alcohol and snacks. So you'll make some money doing GoPuff. My cousin's doing GoPuff right now. I'm trying to get in on that. Around, pick up their alcohol. You get tips for that. He said he make at least $1,100 a week. With Instacart, I made $17 to almost $2,000 a week. So, and you just chill. You get to pick how much money you want to make. out of all them stores that need someone to shop for them, it tells you you either choose a $65 pay or $54 pay, $89 pay, $19 pay. It don't matter, whichever you want to do. It don't matter what amount you should, and don't worry about the miles, because you get paid for them motherfucking miles. You think all you made was $400 this week? You wake up and it says $1,600. You're like, what? 1,600? Yep, the miles helped you. Those miles help you make the damn money. Right now, I'm working for Shipt.
What do they do?
Same thing, except what I like about Shipt is they're uniformed of it. So it's an hour. You get an hour period to shop for people. Not like Instacart. Instacart give you like it's 2 minutes per item. So if you're gonna pick up 4 items, that's 8 items. Anything over 5 minutes, it would count on your gray grid radar count. But if you're doing 2 items, that's 4 minutes. That's under 5 minutes. They're not gonna count that. That don't count. That don't add to bringing your keeping you at a 5.0 radius. For people shop for them, right? But you definitely be quick. They may give you a tip. But you gotta do it within 2 minutes of per item. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter if it's fruits. It don't matter if it's vegetables. It don't matter if you gotta stand in line to get some goddamn meat for the meat counter. It's still 2 minutes per item. So that means you gotta for 24 items, that's 48 minutes. So you got the shop for 24 items. So you gotta beat that and be quick about it. And then you get like 15, 20 minutes to be at someone's place unless otherwise. You gotta communicate with your customer at all times. So they won't say, well, I didn't get my groceries yet. And then you got to take a picture where you left the goddamn grocery, because they're going to tell you to put the shit on the steps. COVID-19, please don't come near me. You know what I'm saying? So put it on the stairs, but take a picture of that goddamn apartment or a house for where it is. Some will say, I'm not caring about that shit. I'll meet you outside to get the groceries. Good. Let me take a picture. As soon as you go back in that house, I'm taking a picture of that house to let you know I delivered that shit. So you won't say I didn't deliver it. But Shipt gives you an hour. So you could pick up 3 goddamn delivery only orders that takes an hour to go get, and just train and just test yourself and drive straight down to the CVS pharmacy or Walgreens person's medication. Drop it off at their house and go to the next one. And you'll make some money doing that, but you ain't gonna make much. To me, as I can see so far, I'm not gonna make as much as Instacart. I don't like how much I'm making every week. That put me back in a goddamn low income, because I was in the middle class range messing with Instacart. But now doing Shipt, I'm like, damn, I'm back low income. What the fuck is almost $5,000 that I make now? Almost. I barely make it. 4,300 something. What the fuck is 4,000? Not in the Bay Area. They ain't worth shit in the Bay.
Hell no.
Nope. That's why I said with the housing situation, I try to get me in. I can afford the $2,100 a month, but listen. I be want us to own shit, right? And nosy, I look up shit to do with housing. So there's a program in Las Vegas that's supposed to be for Black people only. First time home buying for Black folks, and I forgot the name of it. I'm gonna look it up, and another one called NACA, NACA. That's another one for home ownership. Then California and Texas got this thing called Housing is Key. I think Nevada too. Housing is Key, where if you want to rent, they will pay up to 6 months of your rent. If you go, you know what I'm saying? They help you with home mortgage for a couple of months, I think. They help get you in. but you gotta probably pay HOA fees. That's what black people gotta avoid. Don't get a house that involves HOA fees.
Shit, I like HOA residences. I think sometimes the HOA standards
Stay
be on
away
some
from
bullshit.
that. That's what gets you. Yeah, because black folks will be having a house. They're fighting. The ones who's fighting to keep their homes, they go up. They go up. Everything, and then you gotta pay your mortgage. You gotta pay your property taxes. No, nope. And then you got the smart black folks who got them a home with no HOA fees, and they making ain't going no goddamn where. Their property taxes are set. And the bigger the family, they get tax returns, and that shit turns into tax returns. Oh, bank owes you money. Thank you very much. But you know, people don't know shit about that. But
I need the bank to make an error in my favor, put some money in my hand.
Bank error. Or you've overpaid. You see what I'm saying? You've overpaid, and we will refund you the difference. And you know, and I'd rather overpay than me owing you anything. I don't want no excuses.
Hey, Wells Fargo actually sent me a check for that. They said we may have charged you something. It was $5. I was like, for real? Out of all the bank errors, you're going to find the $5 one, man. I need you to go back in that computer system and find me that bank error of $200,000 or more, or leave me the fuck alone. You don't even need to print that.
Right.
$5. Direct deposit it. You know what my bank number is.
$5.
I promise. They sent me the whole paper for $5.
I remember.
Right, I got next.
Yeah, I remember I remember Wells Fargo sat there and said they owed me money, and they sent me a check. Right when they sent me a check, the check said $322. I said, I'm cashing this shit real now, because I needed that money. I forgot what I needed that money for, and it just came just in time. I didn't even ask for it. I don't know. I forgot what I was looking for, but I'm saving my money for a new vehicle. Oh, can we do a favor though? Can I talk about some knowledge though? Can we start building an app on? There's an app called Swap, and what it is, and Hire Car, and Swap and Hire Car. Swap. They both rent cars for independent contractors. You know you can make money. You know you can make money if you you can make money if you rent your car out. So you know what I'm saying, and make the money, make the person driving the car make you the money, because they gotta pay for the rentals. We don't have that. Can you imagine? I rent a car from my car's in the shop, so I'm gonna rent my car from you, Brother Moses, and it's like $50. It's like $25, $30 a day, $40 a day.
Yeah, I can imagine me hating that shit. Like, I got a car that's right there. My sister come get it every once in a while. I be hating that shit. She bring that motherfucker back with no gas and hella ashes.
Well, we gotta build the app, man. I would like us to start.
Hey, you hear me? I'm so pissed.
I would like us to start renting cars.
No hella ashes.
Shit, they probably got some shit though, man. You add $100 cleaning fee for that motherfucker though, bro.
10, give my 10. Give my 10.
Then I would be, yeah. If I could like gouge people like Wells Fargo does.
Yeah, like shit, hey, my nigga, if it's an ash in this bitch, I'm gonna need a hundo, like straight up. Don't smoke shit in my car, nigga.
The smell, nigga. I win the settlement without even having to say shit. They be writing that shit in the contract. You won, basically.
Man, if I sensed that some smoke was in this motherfucker, nigga.
You gonna pay, nigga. Then yeah, that makes some sense.
Get up there.
I think I'd be a good ass crooked nigga, for real. And I know that's like, I know it's probably redundant, or it's like, damn, why would you say something like that? But for real, like people talk about the dynamic of power as a lens of, you know, like revenge or what, like, you know, management of other people. Shit, I benefit from that shit. I mean, I'm not benefiting right now by not having any motherfucking real power. So shit, but you give me the power, like they say, what would you do? They should be concerned, like, because a nigga like me gets some power, nigga, it's over. It's gonna be a different America. I get some power. I'm Will Smithing the fuck out of people. That shit's going in the bylaws, nigga. Whole constitution change. I am legally smacking the hell out of people twice. Nigga, that's just not gonna be a crime no more. Like, shit like that. Like petty shit. Like, nah, you for real. Like, here's how I look at it. The motherfucker walked damn near. Dude, like, I don't know how tall Will Smith is, but he got to be over 6 foot. And it's not like he just glid over there or he ran to that motherfucker, nothing like that. You let a nigga that big walk up and smack the shit out of you, I think that's your problem. I think you had ample opportunity to defend yourself. And the fact that you didn't, like Chris Rock, I think that's on him. Now, I know that gets me fucked up, though, because if you take that same scenario and make it something different.
Fuck that, bro. That nigga adjusted his coat and walked off, dog, on some boss shit. Like I say, man, you got at least hit the nigga, bro.
Right. We gonna make it, because it's already going, and now it went viral and you didn't do shit. Damn,
you got to at least hit the nigga, bro. Like, fuck that, bro. Don't go out like no sucker.
Oh, no, that's John Cato finally got the first win. Good.
Yeah, I'm trying to get off in there, man. Hold on, fam. I'm trying to get off in that bitch. Hold on.
Well, unlike Twin Man, I can't kick people out.
No, it's a spot open. Look like, drop the link.
I'm trying to get that shit right now.
They
really just hopped on there.
Yeah, they're lead, though. They're just random.
What is Mahara Jajara? I don't like. And they got a whole Domino avatar, nigga. They finna whip my ass, nigga. I don't fuck with that shit. I'm finna boot their ass. How is they in my private game anyway? They in the chat just never said nothing, not a single word. There you go. I had to boot somebody. If it was somebody that was in the chat, say something.
Man, why are they not?
That was you? Was that you, Tanjan? Mahara Jajara?
Yeah, I'm in the building. That's me right there.
Who won the last game?
All right, let's get it
yes,
in.
I1, L1, whatever. Yeah, that's me right there. I'm in the building.
Hello,
Man,
can you hear me?
Like be able to rename some of these names, because I definitely
I can't hear you.
Shit.
That's my new favorite one. Nah, I can't hear you.
Hello.
That should throw people off. Like, wait, if you ain't hear me, motherfucker, then how did you respond?
Right. Your channel as an excuse to not stop talking when they try to cut me off and shit. Everybody just cut me off because they know they could get away with that shit. Yeah, they lucky, nigga. If I start getting back on the push-ups, nigga, I'm slapping.
Yeah, you wasn't on that shit today, though. You wasn't feeling that shit today. Like, nigga, don't fucking cut me off. I don't even like you.
Nigga. Hey, I was like, that nigga's name make me want to hate everybody that's pro-black, nigga. That's how petty I am. Like, my petty is different level. Nigga, I don't even want to hear pro-black no more, because I'm reminded of that, nigga. Fuck that. You was like, nigga, don't be tripping off that nigga. I was like, shit.
that nigga, he'll drive your ass crazy, bro. Like, it's fucked up because the nigga ain't trolling. Like, I was sitting back one time, I didn't even get on the panel. I just listened, man. He was on Sanchez shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, they a whole different group, bro, and he talking like this, man. It's just like, bro, like, just shut your ass up, bro. Like,
right.
Hey, just be quiet, bro. You make pro-blacks look bad, bro. Shut the fuck up.
It's like you can't say anything offensive enough for him to just like stop fucking around either. Like
Nah.
it's like I don't know who's dead in his family, but whoever that is, I need to bring up. I need to bring their ass up every time he come home immediately, nigga. Whatever pisses him off, because that's how triggered I be with him.
Yeah, so my petty level is extreme. I be telling niggas, man, leave me alone, because I be on some bullshit. I'm not average when it comes to that petty shit. I was petty before it became popular. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Motherfuckers petty now for popularity, nigga. I was petty when it was just normal to be petty. Like it wasn't even cool to be petty when I was petty, nigga. Leave me alone, nigga. I'm Richard Petty, nigga. The fuck?
And that's it's like I'm morally opposed to some shit I'm just not gonna be able to do. Like I know some people like, well, how strong do you stick to your standard or your code, and you know how would you measure it? I know that there are some things like I'm just not gonna be able to do. I won't lie to you. If you get the impression that I'm willing to tolerate some other crazy shit, man, dude, no. Oh, Moses went to Morehouse. He's cool. Shit, not that cool. There's some shit that I just can't. He's on that list, nigga. He on that list. Hey, nigga, I was hollering at the top of my lungs at this computer, nigga. I was like, this nigga don't shut the fuck up. I shouldn't let niggas get me like that, nigga, but shit, that's the way it is.
Oh yeah, motherfucker like that. If you even pay him attention, you know it's gonna get under your skin, because we in front of a crowd of people and you sounding dumb as fuck, bro. You embarrassing black men for real. Like, just shut your ass up. You know what I'm saying? That be my thing, bro. Like niggas just be dumb, and so what they do to me is they end up validating the questions of, you know what I'm saying, black male intellect. And you niggas dumb. Shut the fuck up. You don't even get in the conversation. You don't know nothing about what we talking about. You're filled with a bunch of rage and a bunch of talking points. And like we really talking about something, but
But that shit get me every time though. Like I'm so easy to take down the rabbit hole, I guess is the analogy then. Like once they hit me with some stupid shit, I don't know, like that's the bait. They know I'm finna, and they know it. Like he said he was trying to set the woman up to say something or ask her what her paradigm was. They know if they say certain shit, nigga, it's gonna take the conversation back down to white supremacy, plantation politics, or black women broke my heart, nigga. That's they know it every time. Like you can't be that successful at that shit without that just being strategy. Nigga, that's life strategy.
Why ain't get that 15? The fuck am I doing?
I have no idea. You blew it.
Damn, that's crazy. Can't believe
it. Maybe when I get like in my mid 40s, I'll be at that position of understanding. Like, you know, I'm still a young nigga, so there's a way that I think that I still define as young nigga thinking. I haven't let all of my young nigga thinking go yet. So like some people say, once you became a man, like biblically, you put away the childish games and shit. I didn't, nigga. I've been petty. My challenge was not accepting that the way I thought was like people wanted me to think that I was wrong. And I hold the ground that I'm not wrong in this shit, which is why I haven't given up on some of my pettiness. I don't think I'm wrong. My ideas of escapism, nigga, stand your ground, nigga. Like if they ask me anything about stand your ground, I kind of believe that was the right decision to make. Unfortunately, legally, these niggas may not be able to
destroy me like that. I'll put them out
there.
Shit.
Oh yeah, they went up trades on you. Shit, they got my ass. Like it's like, what about social? Like when people say be social or be civil or something like that, I'd be like, man, hell no. I guess my expectation is that shit is not a gimme. I don't gotta be nice to fucking nobody, and that's what kind of pisses people off about it, if anything.
Oh shit! They don't let me back.
You back in that thing? Let's go. Don't be looking at. Hey, you looking at how do you see the game? Are you looking through your phone or are you looking at the YouTube?
On the phone.
Oh, okay, that's right.
Yeah, I'm on the phone.
Who is Kelly Cash? Is that Cash Me Out?
Yeah, it's me. I was just coming up to say hi. I was trying to see if y'all could hear me.
We hear you,
No.
but you're a patient motherfucker. Like, I don't know how y'all got this type of patience. Maybe I was born on the wrong side of the millennium.
I've been
Like,
rolling up and
I was
chilling,
born on the
listening.
wrong side of the 80s.
Hey Taz, hey brother Moses.
Hey.
I was coming
What
to
up?
ask Ted John about all that stuff she learned or found out about Akili, but she's gone now.
Yeah, that was cat.
Yeah, my kids watch that, so
I had never heard of it.
it's a cartoon show on YouTube.
I think what actually like killed me was the whole, what was that shit called? Like cuties or something like that. It was like some little
Yeah,
something
bro.
happened on like trying to watch TV where it just got so out of this world. I was like, man, I don't even want to risk it, nigga. Fuck that. I don't
That
even want to
cutie
turn
shit
on
had me
my phone
pissed
on.
off. I did a stream about that shit. That shit had me mad the motherfucker. That cutie shit
I
was
never
some
saw it.
bullshit. Then the Manosphere niggas was doing streams about it and shit. That shit had me heated, bro.
Right. And that's one of them areas where I say like the young nigga shit. Like there's some like sometimes I do think it's important for a nigga to know that he can bring the inner bitch ass nigga out of him. And I know I got an inner bitch ass nigga in me that be ready to do some dumb shit. Like you can't tell me during the civil rights, let's use this analogy now. I'm not saying I'm Martin Luther King or the other nigga. I'm B1 Brother Moses. But during the civil rights, as a strategy for them to expand their social rights and their political rights, these motherfuckers would do shit to get themselves locked up, like sit inside somebody's fucking restaurant. Now, I might not be the smartest person, but that sounds like some dumbass shit to do. My mom already know how to cook. My grandma know how to cook. The white people don't even put no seasoning on their food. So you doing that shit just for the principle. You got locked up on principle. All right. Now we're in my era, and it's like, well, what am I going to do to increase the livelihood of black men? Cast my shit. What would I be willing to get locked up for? Nigga, one of them is not going to be sitting inside somebody's restaurant, but it will be, slapping a motherfucker. So I guess it's just progression. In one era, they said violence was, violence only begets violence. And in our era, are we too conditioned to accept violence? Like, I don't know. We got to wrestle with these thoughts, though. That's what I said. I have an expectation for violence. That's what I like. Like, there's so much like I would like my first thought about cuties was whoever made this shit need to be fired on like bad, like whoop their ass. I damn near thought it was what's that? Shonda Rhimes, Shonda Rhimes, or Reams, something like that. There's a black film or a black woman who does film or something like
That's
that.
her, Shonda Rhimes. That's her name.
Shonda, yeah, she pushes my motherfucking nerves to the left.
Is
She's
that the
like,
lady that did the documentary? She do the documentaries, the black lady? The
she got it.
did she do the Central Park 5 story on Netflix? Is that her? Or is that somebody else?
That might be her. I heard her name affiliated with some shit like that.
Okay.
I think she was the one that did one of them TV shows too. One of them popular.
Somebody said,
Scandal. One of them. I think it was Scandal.
yeah, she did a partnership with Scandal. She's How to Get Away with Murder, I think was her actual. But she did some her new shit, nigga. That's on Facebook, or I mean, what is it? Whatever that shit is. No, she did Scandal. Damn, did she?
Yeah, I
Grey's
thought so.
Anatomy?
I thought that's what her name was tied up with. Her name tied up with Scandal.
Oh, her. Yeah, I don't watch those shows. I don't watch
Yeah, I
the
don't
other.
watch them either, but I heard so much about that shit because like when that show was popping, motherfucker make it seem like that was really like how black women move, like you know what I'm saying. So it was just a trip seeing people talk about that show like it was real.
I mean, I still see the same things that I see in like smaller space is being carried out where you can make a lot of money if you're critical of black women. You can monetize the shit out of that.
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah, that's still an open lane.
There's just so many different areas you can just pick at them. And believe it or not, a lot of people do just want to fuck with people. Like these people be weird, but that's the way it is. They like they take I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it without it just becoming like even more weird. But to me, the way I think about these dudes is like they they and she would fall in that category of them dudes. But it's I don't know, it pushes way past anything that I can understand like that about that. Is Shonda Rhimes the one who did the one I'm talking about on Netflix was like Bridgerton, and it was like a depiction of African American royalty inside of like Britain or something, and like they're supposed to be like it's another like interracial dating paradigm movie, something like that. My issue with like they put that shit on, like I don't know. I just feel like I can't even. The only way that I can prevent or protect my family from that shit or from exposure is to like cut that shit off. And I'm supposed to. Am I supposed? So Shonda is doing Bridgerton, right? Like that looked like a little like if season one I tried to watch, and then like around the last season or so, they just pop out with like a sex scene with like some little ass dirty looking dusty foot white bitch. Like she was like 11 years old. Like nigga, I don't want to see that shit. Like it's one thing to say that there's going to be like nudity inside of a film, nigga, but if there's going to be rape, I think they need to call that shit what it is. And it's only going to be until then we'll ever start seeing any justice happen inside of the American rape system, because they don't call it that. Like that little ass girl was not a woman, nigga. That was a girl. But they showing that shit on TV and regularly making the idea of sex with little girls is something like I'm like, nah, nigga, if you're not speaking against it, what are you even bringing that shit up for? Like you don't leave that shit open in the air. Like, was she too young? Was he too old to be with her? And I think that message is maybe ushered in by some tolerance for the LGBTQ community, and different ways of just trying to be accepting. But that don't mean that I gotta accept that shit. Like I reserve the right to be like, man, fuck nah, that shit weird. I don't get it. I don't agree, nigga. Every time I ask for an explanation, somebody end up telling me some dumb shit. So if you want me to actually be more receptive of what it is they, their lifestyle or them as a people, you have to do something different. Because today, these niggas is pro-black to me. Shonda Rhimes. Like I don't be liking that shit. Like they pop that shit out. Like my eyes can't even adjust. Like some of them be like, okay, these, it'd be like gay. Like two men are about to kiss and shit, but they give you like one of them like they'll change the music so they finna get on some gay, so you can turn it off. But others, man, they just like Jack in the Box pop out some like the cartoon. Hey, for real, Tej John was talking about some cartoon and they had a transsexual hippopotamus. Like who the fuck comes up with that? Like, oh, they gonna love this. Watch this new character I'm finna put in here.
Nigga, watch this shit here, nigga.
Watch this shit here. You thought last season was good. Nigga, how you gonna beat
that? I'm gonna put a pink bow on this motherfucker, nigga. A big dumbass hippopotamus, though, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just ridiculous that an animal like that is probably just terrifying if you see one. That they're reduced down to a little bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. That shit is crazy.
I can relate to the hippo now. That's the black man in America. Hippo. Wake up every morning, look in that mirror, goddamn you. Shit. Fuck.
God damn it, man.
Yeah. No, like, what am I supposed to show my kids to watch? I finally found like a black cartoon because I was searching, like, where is our stuff? All these little goofy, the same old nursery rhymes and stuff, like the white people nursery rhymes.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm like, why don't we got our own stuff?
I don't know, but I ain't want that shit for my son, man. Like, it's crazy because like his mom used to give me Barney and all that type of shit. I just never liked that type of shit. Like, I thought kids needed a basketball hoop and some footballs and baseballs and all of that type of shit. Like, once I realized, like, nah, they gonna be, looking at TV and, what I'm saying, they gotta have a little cartoon friend and shit. That shit was intimidating. So I can only imagine how it is now. You know what I'm saying? Now they got all type of weird shit on TV. I didn't like Barney. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't like that shit. So I can only imagine how it is now.
Yeah, I didn't even pick up on it until Tanjon said something. I was like, what? I thought it was just an innocent rainbow. And she up here breaking it down. I was like, oh no.
She dropping all of the
That's a
cartoon facts. She got
problem.
that 3-year-old. She got
I got a
that
3-year-old and a 4-year-old.
3-year-old. She better let y'all know, man. Y'all are officially up on game right now.
3-year-old. Boy, y'all in the middle of the game. Like, y'all right first quarter, nigga. 3 for real, nigga.
Yeah, it's not for the weak.
Nigga, they just the starting blocks just opened. Y'all just came out the gates. God damn. Ooh-wee.
Yeah.
That has to be like a built-in that's it's got to work in her favor, like defensively against some of these niggas, because like all she got to do is say, I got a 3-year-old. I bet you they back down. Nigga, if they don't, nigga, they better than me. Because them 3-year-olds are
I
running
don't believe
shit.
that shit, bro. Niggas trying to fuck something, but they don't give a fuck about that shit. If
They
we
turn
talking
down
about
what they call it.
we talking about men who would pursue a relationship versus a nigga who just want to smash something. You know what I'm saying? A nigga want to smash something. He ain't in pursuit of based on, you know what I'm saying, any of that. He don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Man, he don't give a fuck about no thing. He don't even want to see the 3-year-old, nigga. Like, shit. You know what I'm saying? He don't even want to know the 3-year-old exists outside of that conversation. Like, yeah, okay,
He ain't even after any questions to get that information disclosed, nigga.
Right.
With that one track mind. Shit. God damn. See, I told y'all this is what Taz do every time he come in and then he distract me with a conversation. Next thing I know, I'm getting my ass whooped.
Yeah, nah, it's over for this one, man. We ready to get on to the next one.
15 for you go then.
Not like that.
6-4. There you go.
You giving up too much, bro. What are you doing, bro? The fuck was that shit?
Well, I was supposed to pass up my money because you winning? Fuck.
No, you know
Oh,
how
wait.
You know how it be.
Are you
This
counting
shit
the
like
end of the... Sorry.
automatic. You know what I'm saying? It's like automatic, bro. Like, don't do no crazy shit like that. That just got us closer to gas game, man. So
yeah, I show no sympathy either. I make it worse.
who is this wolf? Is that somebody playing? Is that somebody random?
I don't know. It might be Don Cato.
Oh, that's who playing before. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering because motherfucker know how to play. I can tell. Ain't just no random motherfucker right there.
Right. They ain't making mistakes like normal shit. Like nothing too obvious. And they running little schemes and shit. I don't know who the lady is with the light. There's a light skin avatar. Look like. I don't know who that is.
Try me. Like I ain't ready. Like I don't do this. Like I don't keep a bone for game.
There it is. I got that first one out of there. Damn, 130. I was in the bottom. I lost to a Russian bot. We got a Russian bot in the chat that beat me. I'm gonna try to run that shit back. Ready. Maybe I can focus on the bones a little bit. Here's what I need to do. I gotta change my camera from that one to this other one. I thought it would be easier if I looked up there. It's really not.
You know, then they come right back in, make sure I get the domino, because that's, you know, keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Why change anything? Keep this shit coming. You know what I mean? I got Arizona on deck though tonight, Brother Mose. I think I'm gonna do it tonight. I'm saying tonight. I plan on doing it tonight, but yeah, I got Arizona up next. I plan on doing the states in order, but Alaska just ain't got enough Black history. I'm have to put that to the side with another state that ain't got a lot of Black history, because Alaska shit was show. That's like a 5-minute video. You know what I'm saying? But even with like Arizona, I kind of got to stretch it some, but you know, I'm a content creator, so got it. But Arizona ain't got as much Black history as I would have thought.
Even with the Buffalo Soldiers?
That's it. That's what we ride with.
You just told my whole show. Thanks, Moses.
you just told half the content right there, because that's the main thing I'm trying to tell you.
Now I only got 2 minutes, but you took the whole punchline.
that is the goddamn content.
Niggas wasn't going up there trying to get no salmon in Alaska and shit. Nigga, that shit hella cold. I ain't going. Hey, the first time I met a nigga who told me he was from Alaska, I didn't believe it. I fell out laughing. I was like, nigga, what? Like, it was just, I could not conceptualize it at all.
And nigga Swab said, you better off creating Black history in Alaska. Straight up.
You'll be the first to do anything in that motherfucker right now.
And you know what's interesting in that statement though is that that is the history there though. You know, the nigga that went up there and shit. It's a Black man who's statue and shit over there in Alaska.
Was it?
That's, what was his name? Matthew. So let me see. I folder right here still. Matthew something. Yeah, man, it's 5 motherfucking files in here, bro. This shit, it's Alaska shit over with, bro.
Man, like Nova Scotia was enough research, but Alaska's on the other side, nigga. Not even like Canadian niggas. Like, I gotta understand that there were Alaskan niggas. Hell no, nigga. And is that my brother? Is that supposed to be my brother too? Because he's just a part of the different diaspora, different part of the boat. Nigga, but when you see a nigga from Alaska, you're supposed to think about B1 Brother Mo. Fuck no, nigga. I don't like. I'm not bought in. Fuck the Kool-Aid. Damn, that is not what I wanted to do. Shit. Other one.
Check out this article though. Check out this title though, Brother Moses. Eskimos and Indians reject Negro bid to join civil rights drive.
Rejected?
Straight up. August 1st, 1966.
Did you drop the link in the chat or something? Where's that?
No. I was just reading it because I opened it up. I just read it. Yeah, it said Eskimos and Indians rejected help from Black people over in Alaska. They wasn't fucking with us like that.
That's fucked up. That just goes to show how undesirable it is.
I think I'm gonna be tonight, bro. I gotta draw them Indians in, bro. So I gotta think of the right title to draw them Indians in. Hurt they motherfucking feelings. I'm thinking about Black History, Arizona, Indians and gold. You know what I'm saying? So they can get over there and I can tell them how them Buffalo Soldiers over there sniping their ass though. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what niggas gotta understand. Like nigga, you wasn't the Indians, nigga. You was the Buffalo Soldiers, nigga.
Right.
The Indians wasn't your motherfucking
You're not
people.
Navajo, nigga.
But it was over there murking shit and taking land, nigga. They didn't look like us, nigga. I know your grandma and all that there, bro. But that when they were murking shit, bro, they didn't look like us, bro. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? That's just the facts. Yeah, them motherfuckers, them pictures and shit, like Wounded Knee. It's a couple dark faces out there though. but not like people be trying to make it though. Like the whole goddamn tribe was black, like, and just, you know what I mean, ain't no question. Like everybody that's not black is a $5 Indian. You know what I'm saying? That shit is just, you know, niggas done got outrageous with it, you know. Like these niggas, the new $5 Indians for real. I see what's going on here, and I don't play like this. Like y'all just running it all the fuck up, and you know niggas count 25s and shit out here. Like
yeah, I should have just took my fucking 25
like,
when I had it, man.
I don't know what's going on. Like I don't know what the fuck y'all doing out here, but like, this ain't how we play dominoes, nigga. Like stop cutting the goddamn niggas load the fucking money up and then lock the goddamn board.
And then they just lock it that way. That's
then lock the fucking board, bro.
That's incredible.
Then lock the board. Run the money up and then lock the board. Fuck it.
That's the Russian bot. That's not even a human. That's a Russian bot. The board was locked, so I'm gonna do the right thing. Yeah, we got to keep them activated too, because like it seems like they have their spurts where they might learn something else, something that we could relate to or that we could challenge, and they'll put the shit out there. Like the one dude, he came out with a concept of "I'm just here to make you think." That nigga, I thought it was a pretty good model of.
Hey, Callaway, yeah, it was. It was. And to be honest, I really wouldn't be that much against him if it wasn't for the Harriet Tubman shit. That just, you know what I mean, that just did it for me, bro. Like it's like nigga, fuck you. Because if you can't be scholarly without raising legitimate questions, you know what I'm saying, I can't fuck with you. Like to me, that was playing on black people's miseducation and desire to run away from blackness. That wasn't a legitimate question from history. You know what I'm saying? I just felt like he was on some bullshit with that.
What was his question? I thought it was, did she exist?
Yeah, right. It was, did she exist? Did Nat Turner exist? But like I say, before that, some of the shit I was seeing where it's just raising the question of like the Great Migration and some shit like that. I thought that was legit content. It's all that other shit that I consider weird as hell though. Like nigga, you running from blackness for real when you start asking if niggas existed. Like what the fuck?
Right. I could never really like get with his information. Like I tried to watch one of the episodes. The style that the content was delivered in, it seemed like he was good with like the pre-record style. And I don't know if you would consider him long style. Because I definitely wasn't gonna sit there and listen to that motherfucker talk to me for no hours and shit. So I never experienced that. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty good format. And for me, I gave him kudos because it's hard getting these niggas' attention. Like motherfuckers ain't gonna just click that link. There got to be something that compel a nigga to click the link. Like, and that's a conversation about lineage, like identity, all of that shit, race relations. I could fuck with it, but damn, that should be hard to get a nigga to engage that content. Like I so wanted to do the USDA, all the different like funding sources and shit that they have where they're just giving away money. Just because niggas always say, oh, they ain't the white man ain't gonna give you nothing. That's a bad dream, and you just doing this. Like, I hate that fucking conversation. I don't think that there is a white person in this on this continent who's not benefited from the motherfucking from the government or whatnot, from government handouts and entitlement. I think all these motherfuckers have benefited, and not just from that indirect benefit too. You ask me, all the white people in America, if they were here when my people were here, don't coddle them niggas. If they ain't fucking a billionaire, nigga, they failed. Nigga, they have no reason in this world to have not been as successful. Like some people, you know what I'm saying? Like they look at it and say, oh, black niggas wasn't shit because these were the conditions, nigga. So they really must not have been shit.
Like,
that nigga ain't doing 100 times better than me.
You're white though. Yeah, I mean, I've always felt like you're white. Like a white motherfucker supposed to be rich, famous, the whole nine, but you're supposed to thrive. And if you didn't, it kind of either it A, undermines what white supremacy is, or B, you're a fucking failure. It's up to you to decide which one that is.
Right. I'm just gonna call them dumb and leave it at that. Like I'm I'm not gonna keep trying to prove to people that the motherfuckers are smart. Like I was like, nah, they don't really create shit. They're kind of dumb. And then right now, I think that the better media position, like when I say the black male image, the better media position is one that is anti-nigga, because I'd rather be the shield for black women. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather, and I can't though. I can't be a big enough shield for everybody. But I figure if I'm gonna be using my voice, I might as well use it on what I consider right. I think niggas be wrong, and so I think at one time they try to call you like an attack dog, or how they kind of said it.
Oh yeah.
Shit, now I take that shit as a badge of honor, man. I'm showing my dog tags if they say that shit about me, nigga.
I used to come on this bit, nigga. Hey, you motherfucking right, nigga. Yes, I am.
Right. Proudly, because like when you think about the inverse of that, they be like, oh, these dudes over here, they're black woman first. I be like, dude, are you really just gonna sit up here and argue with me about whether or not you should put a man or a woman first in your life? But they be so serious. Like it's one way like to like be like, okay, he's just saying that because he's thinking, no, these niggas be serious. The complete elimination of women from positions of leadership or any level of influence in their life. I mean, even if it's through the government, I'd be like, how, nigga, that's a different level of gay to me. Like that's undescripted gay. Nigga, you don't even get the question mark in the LGBTQ. Nigga, that's I don't know. There's nothing else that I would say. That shit is fan-fucking-tastic. How about that? That's fantastic.
Get the fuck out of here. This motherfucker held on to that shit for that long.
Right. I ain't had no other choice.
That's you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, I ain't looking at the screen, so I can't see who's who.
You see the Brad avatar?
Yeah, with the red tie.
Yep.
Somebody
I said if I use that one, I used to put my image up there. I had the suit on and shit. Motherfuckers always talk about my suit. Ain't not near one of these niggas disrespected my white avatar. I said I'm gonna use this one.
All right, man.
Now I know what they respect, nigga. They respect this white avatar, nigga, not the black avatar.
This is pathetic. Like, this is horrible. Like, what are we doing here?
Like, do you have hope that pro-black will, in his...
No.
Okay, I didn't even know how to say it, nigga. It's gonna be some bullshit. You know it's gonna be some bullshit.
Cause it's like, bro, like I do it in hopes that niggas hear me, but some people just they don't want that shit, bro. So I'm just technically just doing it in terms of niggas like that, but I don't think that nigga gonna ever care, ever learn, ever grow. Because people like that already come to the conversation with a predisposition that, it's just too dogmatic. You know what I mean? They ain't even willing to listen for real. No matter what you say, the white man is the ultimate culprit. Which is crazy to me because you can't even make black people good enough in some of these conversations. And I just don't know if niggas hear themselves. They graduate the white man to heights that I can't even see a lot of times. Like, damn, bro, like, I didn't even know y'all thought the white man could do that. Like, the fuck? Nigga the other day said the white man is responsible for niggas killing black women. Like, bruh.
Right. He's the poltergeist. Yo, poltergeist. He everything. Like that. He a legion or whatever that shit was. Like he could get in your soul. Like, damn. Fucking with these wizards and shit. Motherfuckers really believe in wizards and warlocks and shit, bro. I'm not fucking playing. Like that. What is Pigtails? You can't tell me that nigga does not believe in that World of Warcraft Zelda shit. He one of them dudes. Has to be. There's no other way to look at it.
Yeah, that nigga that came on there yesterday on my shit, bro. I definitely believe he one of them type niggas, them World of Warcraft ass niggas.
Yeah, I got a couple of clips I need to run. These clips. I got a couple of them. I know one of them was just so fucking embarrassing. I was like, oh, that's extra petty if I run that one. a nigga who was on there, and he actually experienced a tragedy. And in his tragedy, he like after the whole thing, he finally started crying. And so that's what I was celebrating, was the fact that he broke his ass. I mean, and that's not supposed to be a good thing, but for me, I do think that some of these niggas need to be broke. So I be wanting to see the tears. I be wanting all that shit to come out. I want them to get that. I want them to do a whole spiritual detox on your page, nigga.
Because that's not the goal, but that's why I kind of said it at the end of the shit. Like, bro, like shit. These niggas come on here, they be talking that shit, and then in the end, they really hiding some type of trauma. And see, I ain't hiding shit, bro. So we talking shit. I'm not gonna bust out crying in the middle of the stream, bro. Like, nah, she destroyed me. Like, no, nigga. Like, bro, you better have that same energy all the way through, bro. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Or you know what I'm saying? Because like, yeah, I get what you're saying, and that's kind of how it always play out. That Fantasia had one of them type breakdowns. I heard a few of these niggas doing it. You know what I'm saying? They ought to be ashamed of themselves for how tough they play. And then you get in that moment, these niggas just have a moment where they cracking up over some old, therapist type shit.
Mm-hmm.
Shit they should have sat down in that chair about.
To me, that'd be their only, that's their authentic moment too, though. Everything else, I'd be like, now the show was finally over until they finally did that. Like, everything else was them putting on that mask. I was never fooled or convinced. Those people should have came up to me and said, hey, can I ask you something, little brother? And I'd have been like, what's up? And then they could have kept it real that way. But I think they're like the same thing. They just they need somebody's attention before they put on their grand finale or their grand show. Nigga, I don't want to know niggas who want to kill themselves. I just really don't. I don't want to know somebody who I'm just gonna have to mourn later. And that's the way I kind of look at these niggas. Like, the self-destructive nature is something that's so thick that it puts pressure on them psychologically. I mean, it has to. I mean, I'm not gonna attribute it to the white man. I'm not like that. I still believe these niggas they're accountable for their actions. They might be dumb, but that doesn't mean that they're not accountable. These niggas is accountable. And because of that, I don't coddle these niggas. So that motherfucker got a brain to think. It's on him. And these niggas be suicidal. That's what they be. Like, that's what I be thinking. Nigga. And an example of that was yesterday. When that dude finally broke, nigga, although I celebrated a little bit in my spirit, I also felt that immense, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, there's some pain there. Like, in that story, if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, there was a guy who came on and he was having a conversation about, he was really showing his ass about what the hatred for the black woman, blaming the black woman for the things that happened. And his story, the tragedy is that he actually experienced the loss of his daughter, I believe he was saying, at the hands of the woman who he had a baby with. And so when he finally expressed that, for me, I had already heard him cuss out women. I had heard him, he was just a tough dude. I had heard him say so much. I had already written his ass off. And so by the end of the show, Taz was like, you know what I'm saying, nigga, you try to tell him, nigga, I had wrote your ass off. Y'all gotta, you gotta join Patreon if you want some of those. But yeah, I experienced some of the show through my reaction to the niggas who be on the panel. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't even be wanting to call it a show, first of all. I don't know how to address it, like this YouTube shit. I'm still not good with all the terms.
I don't know if I've ever used that term for what I do. I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just seems so inappropriate for, like, it's not I don't have a fucking script, so it's not a show, but like,
right.
I get why they call them that. But yeah, I definitely don't use that terminology. This ain't no motherfucking show, nigga. That's what I'm likely to say. This ain't no motherfucking show, nigga. I don't do shit for show. Nigga,
see, but you're likely to say that a Pan-Africanist isn't, because Marcus Garvey was overly infatuated with celebrity worship.
That was ugly right there.
With that, So my intention when I came on the show It wasn't to try to steal a conversation, but I was trying to say, look, I don't put it past Marcus Garvey, his role and his because of some of these things, and I wanted to give a couple of examples. Damn, we got our ass whooped fast. Why are we getting beat by this fucking Russian? I blame Don Cato ass.
Yeah, that was some wild shit, locking up the board and all type of crazy shit, bro. That wasn't that nigga shit. That motherfucker wasn't sitting before me. I couldn't play defense on that shit. That was some bullshit.
Cato got us losing to a Russian female avatar.
That motherfucker had that motherfucker before me now. Lord. That shit annoying. Motherfucker got every goddamn money bone. Every time some goddamn bones come your way, you counting off that shit. Yeah, bullshit. Let me
right. Yeah, we got
pull this other screen up and get this motherfucking up.
Is Sin still on?
Look like she either on or about to be on. I got a notification right here.
I didn't even get it. Somebody said Sin's on
These are
earlier when
Premiere. It's a Premiere though.
50 to 20.
Man, what's up with these goddamn fives and shit, bro?
Right.
Like,
that's the only way they know how to score.
Cut this shit off.
Oh, leave that shit alone.
Loading that shit up.
Leave that shit alone.
All right. Let's see what's going on. This shit ain't gonna work this game, though.
So sometimes it's like the nigga who I'm talking to, I'm gonna address him, and then others is like, I just need y'all to hear this nigga. Like I can't interrupt this nigga. I need y'all to fucking hear it for yourself.
Yeah, bro, there's been a lot of them lately too. Like these motherfuckers coming out the woodwork, not knowing where they at. See, I don't do this to just argue with niggas. Like, if you want to get up here and embarrass your motherfucking self, listen, we gonna have fun with you. That's all I can say. Let me get up here and I don't even let these niggas trigger me no more with that shit, bro. I expect some of this shit. Niggas degenerate as fuck.
Appreciate you, man. Need that.
Yeah, I need to see. Yeah, you over there flexing and shit with them fives, nigga.
Goddamn Russian. I ain't had no fives. I was showing around for them shits.
You over there flexing with them shits, man.
Goddamn Don Cato putting all them motherfucking blue bones out there.
Straight. Let me see, man. Make something happen. I'm in last place.
Oh, there we go. So my intention, how do I counter the narrative? There's two things. The worship of Marcus Garvey is problematic because it was a failed strategy and people don't want to actually have the conversation about why the strategies failed. They'll keep saying that he had potential and what could have happened, but that's not a victory, especially something to which when you look at what actually happened, it should have like that was worse. Like it's like, how are they defining what was good for the people or not? When they say Marcus Garvey was good for the people, I need to understand what they consider good versus detrimental. Now it's got to go all the way back to the definition of what's good again. Like what is moral, what is right. You're taking the most unaccomplished motherfucker and making that nigga out to be an organizer. They said he was the greatest organizer. I'm like, how? Well, show me. I gotta see it. Like I've read enough to like somebody else gonna have to hold my hand and walk me through this shit because I don't know what the fuck they're praising about this dude. I just don't see it.
What are we basing organizing on? Just bringing some niggas together? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that's the case, like I say, you got to throw T.D. Jakes and Barack Obama and everybody off in that motherfucker. Like, anybody who ever was able to galvanize a crowd.
Nigga said he was an MC, nigga. He the original Houdini, nigga. Rock the mic for it. Man, hey, hey, you know I'd be so mad though, because it's like the same sentiment everywhere. Like Jabari, your debate with Jabari, and you remember like the only real thing that he wanted to source, or what he was saying, was that drum. We should identify with Africa because, oh, you know, they have this drum back in the day that had to do with war or something. I'm like, there y'all go, diminishing niggas to how they sing and dance again. Why we always got to be clowns, nigga? And this is the best nigga that y'all bringing on y'all debate platform. You said this nigga's the Floyd Mayweather of debates. And what he brings to the debate is, hey, you know we're African because of the drum. Nigga, if you don't sit your remedial ass down, like, how low level do you need to be? Like they say frequency or vibration, nigga, he took it all the way literal. Nigga, like beatboxing.
That shit was insulting, bro. It's still insulting to this day. I mean, just really just thinking about that shit, bro. It's still kind of insulting, man, that, you know what I'm saying, he presented that weak ass nigga, bro, in that weak ass argument and called this motherfucker a scholar, bro. Like, I mean, that shit is fucked up. He's not a fucking scholar. And so, you know what I'm saying, the presentation, that weak ass argument.
He is authority in this information. And the niggas, like, that shit, like, I don't know how to not be embarrassed by that. People like, Moses, that's not your problem, nigga. You don't even know that, nigga. It's just a debate. It's just social media. Why are you actually, like, having a physical response to it? Because I hate that shit. I hate that shit. I feel like he played me. I feel played, like, for real. I feel like that's why niggas need to divest, because every time I try to invest, it's some stupid shit. Nigga, I thought there was some value in this shit. There was no value in the shit he said.
There was no value in the debate in itself. And the only value I could say came out of it is the people that come through and say, you know, my first time seeing you was on Sinetter platform. You know what I'm saying? I have seen a few people say that, you know what I mean? So there's a value in that. But like, other than that, like, nah. And I don't know. I just looked at it, you know what I'm saying? You know me, bro. I looked at it differently. I looked at it like people was going to take that shit, take some of the information and kind of look at it. It just don't work like that. Like, motherfuckers ain't on that, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was an outsider coming in that hate Africa, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Like,
what was it? You're in, what he called you, an indigenous? You're an indigenous.
Aborigine.
Oh, you're Aborigines. Nigga, I said, what? These niggas he gave you a whole identity, which to them, it meant something. Like, you could really tell in the chat when he said that shit meant something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what the fuck does that even mean? Like, what? I was confused. Maybe because I be taking shit hella literal. Like, if you tell me something, that's what I'm gonna look up. Like, for real. He said, research this, check it out. And if I look the shit up and it says something other than, I'm gonna say it. This motherfucker said Marcus Garvey was in motherfucking Ethiopia. And I said, no, you can't win a debate with that shit. And these niggas then turn around and said the lying in a debate is all right.
Yeah, that was weird.
There we go. I'm gonna need y'all to stay over there with them white people, because we don't got time. Nigga, it's more than 40,000 people gonna be listening to this shit, or it's been more than 50,000 that listen to it, and I all we could do is hope for the best. Hope you niggas didn't believe that shit. Motherfucker, fuck. Let me like decide, like, even the shit that they be believing in, to me, be wrong in principle and in truth, like in the spirit and the intent.
Get up out of here, Don Cato. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. All the doubles, he wasn't letting nobody get off. This should be wrong in spirit and in truth. Like, I say we can't we can't put the praise of the onus on this nigga Marcus Garvey. The people who do are mistaken. We find more and more information that worship is not due to him. And now here's some of the things that it's causing. It's causing us to not actually look at the real investment in Black America in the struggle, whether it was for gender or whether it was for race or economics, but the social condition in America. A lot of that story is being trumpeted because they think they got one. Marcus Garvey is a one that they can think they can. It gives them a hiding space to say no. I'm no Marcus Garvey was one of those, and if they know anything about Marcus Garvey, then that gets them off the hook because they have at least some talking points before they have to go back to regular small talk. So how you trying to debunk that shit? Like, no, nigga, kill Marcus Garvey. What do you even know about that era? Like, if you think he was the great organizer, to me, it's offensive because there were already organizations in place that was doing a lot. I feel like we lost because of that. Any organization that was focused on their own mission and decided to be down with some Pan-African shit, that's the failure that we lost.
Yep. A lot, and even still today, it's a lot of people hidden in history under the, if you went against Garvey, you were a coon or you were somehow against the black community. It's a lot of people still, because a lot of this, what you see on here isn't just, it don't stop there. I really think it extends outside of here, and even some of that thought process is the same. You can't speak ill of what people, praise too much. You know what I'm saying? And so I just think he still receives a level of coverage that's going to always benefit him, but not us.
Right.
And I don't even think it has to be
like, for real, that nigga was a scumbag. Like for real. And I be wanting to say it to the point where if there's another Pan-African that's listening, they just take the link as well. So let me make sure I got the invite in the chat just in case I finally say something triggering enough for a motherfucker who seems to worship this nigga. Go on and take the chat. There it is. I don't want to make it seem like I'm just, like he said, the smartest person in the room. I don't think that. Nigga, I want you to prove me wrong. That's why I say my problem is I do still believe. I do hold on to a little bit of hope that somebody could prove me fucking wrong about this dude. But until they do it, I'm not gonna just give it to them. Until they actually prove it wrong, nigga, I feel like that nigga was a piece of shit, a distraction. It was the puppet show, and like for real, like it'd be like shit. Like you remember, like I say, I when I first came on the YouTube, I mean, and I still use my real name, but people had to tell me you might not want to use your name and shit because just in this space, people do weird shit. See, me, I'm so genuine and transparent. I didn't even know that I had to protect myself from niggas like that. And it's typically the niggas that do it. But they love the fuck out of Marcus Garvey and say he wasn't scamming. Nigga, but you cannot trust me, Moses, right now. I can't, like, if you get mad at Moses, they could go to my Facebook, they can see my mom and my kids, and they can see my whole family with that level of access. But when we tell you how he treated his wife, or Amy Jack, or who's the other one? Amy
Ashwood. Yeah.
So they can hate me alive right here, but if I say something about that dead motherfucker who ain't do shit, nigga, now I'm the problem again. Now I can die for talking about your dead homie. Then that's what needs to be said, because they're not able to move beyond the point of criticizing a nigga should result in a consequence. Nigga, I don't like that shit. Criticizing a nigga should, nigga, if I criticize a nigga, I meant that shit. Like everything else, nigga, stand on it. That's the template, nigga. If I criticize it and you think it's unfair, my critique, then challenge me. Tell me to stand on it. If not, then I just feel like, man, fuck it. Like, because it seems like it should be their job to tell me why he was so good, why he was so great, not the other way around.
Right. Yeah, because I'm not promoting him like that. You are. So, you know what I'm saying? You tell me what it is that I'm missing, because I feel like I ain't missing shit.
Right. And even though it was just theater, they still equate this nigga to doctrine, religion. Like when you start looking at what the scholars say about this nigga, these motherfuckers put that nigga in damn near a religion category more than an economic one. It is more religious than economic. A motherfucker came on and said he was the best fundraiser ever. No, he wasn't. Nigga, the fundraisers that he was trying to do, denied, nigga. And when you say, okay, man, prove it. Nigga, I'm gonna give you a couple of fundraiser attempts that this nigga tried to put out there, and I want you to tell me how it was successful. And then they just don't. They'll move the goalpost somewhere fucking ridiculous, like, fuck, got me again. I'll be pissed, nigga. You got me again, motherfucker. That's just hella funny. Because I asked them niggas a real ass question, and the fact that I asked a fake nigga a real question should be embarrassing. Because I know the nigga's a clown. I've had more than enough opportunities to engage with some of these niggas to draw the conclusion. That nigga's just here for a laugh. And I still start talking serious to that nigga. That's on me, man. I gotta be more responsible in how I treat people. And it's not in favor. Like people think, well, if we was more courteous to each other, we would have less conflict and shit. No, there's nothing in me that should be courteous to a bitch ass nigga like that. Nothing. It should be disrespect. Like he doesn't think, like he's probably amused with it. He probably thinks that women like his personality when he's like that shit too. Like the things that he has, that he's saying, like there's a value in it, or he would have changed already. Like there was no consequence for him just being a dumbass nigga. Like and nobody corrected that shit. And so fuck that. If I gotta live with it and that nigga's just in the space where I'm at, nigga, call me rude, nigga, or intimidating or a bully. He's dumb and I'm Brother Moses. Like sometimes people jump on and before I even gave them 10 seconds, I've already become critical as hell of them niggas. Like, and I'm talking shit critical. Like I'm on these niggas' necks critical. After I've done that, sometimes I turn around, like, you know what I'm saying? And I start going back into that coddle mode. Like, man, we're supposed to be brothers line of thinking. Like, I'm not supposed to treat people like that. There's better ways to get my point across. That, you know, if I want to, you know, see the change, be the change, all that other shit. But I promise you, if y'all hear me right now, know that this is not just a one-off conflict. There's an expectation that we're supposed to give a fuck about niggas because I'm a nigga. But I struggle with it. I'd rather admit that I struggle with it. I struggle with giving a fuck about a nigga. I don't know the nigga, don't care. When I hear the nigga voice, I get irate. The nigga cut me off. Anybody could cut me off. And you know, it won't be that bad. He cut me off, I feel like it's disrespectful. And why would it be that way?
Because it's him.
Like, what's his name? What was his name? The dumbass.
What's going on, man? Are you trying to help this motherfucker die? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I was just saying, nigga, that wasn't me, nigga. Kato
I was just 4 consecutive plays, like count. Damn, nigga.
That's white supremacy, Kato. You gotta get off of that shit, man.
They gotta move the table around, man. Put that motherfucker on the opposite side of me, man. That motherfucker counting too much.
Yeah, let me hold that motherfucker, man.
Let's see where we at. Let us switch seats. Okay, now on the other side of the board.
They switched you and me. Now you gotta hold Kato. I'm gonna tax this motherfucker though.
Damn.
Niggas be like, here's what I'm starting to understand a little bit more as you continue to grow in the space, because I'm just on the sideline watching y'all play this game. These niggas annoy the shit out of me. But in my observation, I'm noticing a couple of key trends when it comes to these conversations with these niggas. The first one, it was always easy for me just to dismiss these niggas as manosphere niggas and try to ignore them. And that will work because I could think of something that was, you know, a better argument or something at least more entertaining than to sit around trying to entertain these dumbass niggas. And so that was working for me if I just wrote them off as being a manosphere nigga, and then I can just move forward. But I find myself not having that same protection or that umbrella. Like, it's not working as strong. I'm not able just to write these niggas off as being a manosphere nigga, and so therefore they're in what they're saying and what they're doing is invalid. No, that's a sickness. That's what I'm experiencing.
Yeah, it's interesting that you think you on the sideline though. Like, yeah, okay, nigga. These niggas will say your name just as quick as they'll say mine, nigga. But okay, you on the sideline.
I mean, but they be saying dumbass shit after they say my name. Like the shit that they say, nigga, I'll be like, what? Like they don't even try, nigga. Fuck that, nigga. They don't even try. That shit is frustrating. Like I be trying to say, I'm gonna try to say some off the wall ass shit, see if these niggas have a problem with it. Because like fuck, like what do I gotta do to compete with the market share that Sin G has in these niggas' heads?
Yeah, I don't think it's competitive. I don't think you can. Like, I
Then why
mean,
am I the one with the responsibility for these black ass niggas then, as they brother? Fuck that, that's on her. She got the lion's share of the market space in their heads. That's on her to change these niggas, not me.
She got a real estate company in these niggas' heads, nigga.
Hell yeah, you got more land than Ted Turner, nigga. You Turner Broadcasting. Might want to hear that shit, Sam. These is your little niggas. You made these little niggas.
3, 4 in the morning, bro.
Purpose, nigga. Oh, that shit hurts. That shit is like a jab to the rib section. I really feel like a pinch too. That shit hurts. These your little niggas, Sam. These is little baby eaglets, nigga, whatever you
Man,
call
I go
them.
into space, bro, 2, 3 in the morning, bro. Just pop in, bro. It's always 5 minutes have passed before a motherfucker start talking about hurt. It's like, god damn, bro. Y'all motherfuckers they can't see me without talking about hurt. It's crazy.
Right.
So
And see,
yeah,
that's even better. Like to me, that's not gay. If you can see a strong woman who has, like she's an intellectual and all of that shit, I would rather you see her than to look at me and think that I'm supposed to act like another nigga that you know. Right? I rather like once you look at Sin and see the level that she's on, the level of intellect and how she's challenging the system, I don't see nothing wrong with that. Because when we start looking at like nigga for nigga, bar for bar, like I be like, I don't even want to be compared to these niggas on my mama. Like I don't like shit. I don't want there to be no question whether or not these like we're not on the same page, nigga. If we was in a fight, nigga, if you thought we nigga, help that nigga. Don't even help me, nigga. If you think that there's anything else, nigga, because I be on the other side of that shit. Motherfuckers say, Garvey, drilling women. Okay, boom. Yeah, I believe that shit because if you look at these couple of examples, I couldn't even get the shit out. He was already screaming. I'm like, if you look at these couple examples, you know, he didn't even treat his wife good. And most of the women who was a part of this, like he was impressed by a different level of woman. So people are equating identity and nationalism to this nigga falsely because he's a man who didn't have a nation, first of all. And talking about the building of a nation could never happen with the way that he treats women. It just wouldn't work that way. A nigga that wants to take shine over everything could only be a distraction and a deterrent for women because women were already more organized than the niggas was right there. Niggas was using escapism as a route of industrial, like Booker T was industrialism. If they could keep a job or something. A. Philip Randolph, who the nigga kept talking about, that was another job nigga. Niggas who made it about work. Nigga, now, you know, Big Bank does take Lil Bank, but that's not what everything's supposed to be about in this moral argument. And I'm like, man, okay, I get it already. There was an international business opportunity. Liberia needed some loans and shit. Marcus Garvey thought he was going to be the nigga to come up with the bag, and then they was going to be in debt to him. That's what happened. But you hear the Marcus Garvey worship, and they never get to that point of what he actually did that they're admiring. And so I be like, man, what part of this shit do you think was good? Nigga, tell me something. Like he was a good orator. Nigga, what speech then? Nigga, because I'm ready to throw all the speeches out now. Nigga, if you believe any speech that nigga said was good, nigga, now we got issues. That's how serious I am. I'm petty like that. Petty.
Yeah, people don't break out no speeches, bro. That shit dead.
Like he was a good orator. Niggas ain't never they ain't never reviewed a single speech, nigga. And you wouldn't even have that if it wouldn't have been for his wife. Fuck.
Right.
She was like on everything, like for the first couple of years of my marriage, I couldn't fill out my own job application. Wifey was all I needed her like that. I was dependent on a motherfucker. I was like, and it wasn't that I couldn't write or that I couldn't read or that I didn't have experience, but in my mind, I thought the wrong thing was right and the right thing was wrong. And that fucked me up. I was living off of, if I could get it in the street, then that's the good thing. If I can't get it in the street, then I'm a failure. And that was the way that I was thinking. So I had locked in on a way of thinking that it took some real balance or rebalancing for me to kind of get focused. And that rebalancing came from my wife. I don't give a fuck what these niggas attributed to. These dudes is weird. If they haven't experienced it, that's one thing. But to be condescending towards that establishment or that relationship, but you believe in a pink fucking unicorn named Jesus, man, come on, nigga. Like, so I be like, there's so many different ways that I be wanting to beat people up, but it's like, which one is going to be the most effective? Nigga, if we tell these niggas that there was black women were nationalistic way harder than that nigga, that the black nationalists, the women who were actually black nationalists in America were way harder than that nigga. That when they put it on him, he's the nigga who wanted to run. And then that nigga say, nah, escapism was the right, escapism was revolutionary. It's like, there's no winning, nigga. I'm done. Nigga, there's no winning with a nigga who could do that. We tell him, look, you trying to give the credit to Marcus Garvey for being a nationalist. Nigga, these grandmothers right here, nigga, they went hard. Nigga, let me tell you about them. He'll cut me off, tell me to shut up so he could go into this conversation about what Garvey did and why we should listen to that shit. It's like, man, that nigga wasn't even in this nation, nigga. They boot that nigga. Nigga spent more time locked up in America than free. Nigga, that nigga was like when they say orator, he wasn't the only one. That nigga was a minstrel show, but they give him like they get this nigga praise that they might as well be giving a step and fetch it. They might as well be giving that shit like for real. Like that's how sick I be about the shit. I want him to challenge it though. I'm gonna put it in as plain English as I can, and then I'm gonna let these niggas go. Nigga, that nigga was step and fetch it and didn't make nearly as much money as Step and Fetch It. Now that nigga became a millionaire. Best fucking fundraiser. Fuck out of here. That nigga was garbage. Trash. He revolutionized the idea that these niggas could get on a boat and leave if they want to. The fuck out of here. Like for real, nigga. Like break it down. He said, I'm gonna just break it down because it don't gotta be all, you don't gotta make it overcomplicated. Yeah, that nigga told you niggas you can get on a boat and leave. Nigga, and you niggas say, yeah. Nigga, that was you were proud of the fact that you could have got on a boat and got your ass out of here, nigga, but you never left. Nigga, that shows me you wasn't proud of shit. Nigga, that information was useless. Nigga, you already knew you could get on a boat and leave. Nigga, if you wanted to get on a boat and leave, you would have left already. So Marcus Garvey comes and say you need to go to Africa because it's yours and you're impressed by that shit. Why are you impressed by it? Nigga, you don't even want Africa, nigga. You don't want them kind of problems. Like what do you do with anything Garvey has ever said to you? Nigga, how are you smarter? How is your life better? Nigga, I need actual examples. These niggas said like, this nigga went to, what's his name? Malcolm X fucking mom and dad and shit. God damn, nigga, you got to do that to get it. Fuck, nigga, that. Fuck y'all. See, y'all think I be tripping. I know it. Like, that's why I don't got 1,000 people because you like, Moses, what are you talking about, man? Fuck these niggas. I'm gonna give you 100 different episodes of fuck these niggas. That's my whole channel. they gonna have to say all Moses does is talk bad about black people, and he's black. Yeah, and I'm agree. I'm gonna say I'm only getting better at it, motherfucker. I'm working on that though. Because if I could ever get as effective at crushing a nigga's spirit as some of these other distractions that niggas are used to, then we might get some progress, nigga. We might get some fucking progress. If I can get these niggas that fucking mad to where their give a fuck actually does something. Right now, I can't get a nigga mad enough to fucking Google, nigga. Like the Google will tell these niggas. They call Google a liar, nigga. So you do the show. Marcus Garvey drill a black woman. I come on and shit. Yeah, I believe that shit. And then I'm trying to get to the point of being able to say, here's the highest ranking woman that was in their entire UNIA organization from the start to the finish. And we want to just look at a quick case analysis and look at some of the things that she experienced because her story is relevant in the UNIA story. You know that nigga got locked up. There was a couple of women who had to make sure this shit was still operational. I tell you all the time, there's gonna be some mammies to support these fuck niggas. They gonna be there. And these be some strong fucking mammies. They mammyism is strong. Can we learn from that mammyism in the 1920s? When that nigga got locked up, what is it that we're supposed to take away from that? He was a great man. Man, fuck you. Nigga, I'll be tired. Nigga, that's all I could do. Like, all you're supposed to take away from that is he was a great man, and so he deserved the level of coverage that he got from both men, women, our elders, and everybody. Nah, like, nigga, you sound like you hating. I am, nigga. I can't stand that shit. How you motherfuckers can worship a clown and then get mad at me for telling you to stop worshiping a fucking clown. God damn, it's a clown though. And now I'm just embarrassed. I feel embarrassed, like damn, like, but it's a clown. And like I feel like I'm the one who's not getting it because I'm like, it's a clown, and I just can't understand how motherfuckers is giving praise and worship service to a clown. Motherfuckers get mad at me because I tell you it's a clown. I'm like, motherfucker, all I see is the red nose, nigga, the white makeup, nigga. If I tell you a duck could pull a truck, nigga, don't ask me shit. Just hook that motherfucker up. That type of thinking. I tell you a duck can pull a truck, don't ask me shit. Hook that motherfucker up. Now, a nigga like me, I'll be like, man, that duck ain't pulling this mother. You don't have to prove that shit. But they just want me to believe a nigga is inherently good. I don't know, man. Maybe that makes me the abnormal weirdo. Probably that. Damn.
I'm getting away.
Damn, with Dub. See, I'm not a good hater in dominoes. I do better when I do. Damn, this was a massacre too. I didn't even see how bad I was losing this one. See, that nigga didn't disturb my whole vision. That's Mel.
You
Mel,
only notice when it's me. That's all that is.
Because your games don't take that long. You didn't got the game over before a nigga could realize. I be trying to calm myself down with like some of that breathing and shit, like breathing techniques and mindfulness, like that type of like therapy and shit. Actually, it don't always work effectively when dealing with the degrees of some of the niggas we deal with. They bad for cortisol for real. That nigga had a real point. Nigga, these niggas disrupt your cortisol levels. Nigga, they disrupt minds. Nigga. Your cortisol levels might be just fine, but my shit be fucking triggered. I gotta protect my cortisol. I'm with them niggas. Self-love and what is it? Self-care involves the protection of my cortisol levels. You got, man, appreciate you. You're like, man, this nigga's low man on the totem pole. Don't think I'm gonna play defense now that you gave me some money. I'm taking my money, man. That's gonna be that. We'll get this game over, start a new one before you have me over here working my brain trying to think, am I doing the right thing? The answer is no, nigga. I took the L, failed, nigga. That one didn't work out. Let's get back to it. Nigga, we can't even hit the reset button because we still got niggas thinking that some shit from the 1920s is gonna happen. Nigga, it's gonna happen. Nigga, don't lose hope. You sound defeated, nigga. No, I'm not defeated, nigga. I think it's the other way around. Like, nigga, these niggas, I've heard some pro-black rhetoric, nigga, that needs to be defeated. There is no way this shit should still be living. That shit should have been debunked. But because they're character worship is more important than even the information that's being shared. Like they can say some shit that doesn't align with what they feel is morally correct, but they'll still cape for it. How? See, I want to bully these niggas. I'm trying to get to the point of being able to bully these niggas into some corrective action. Damn, your hand mirrored mine. That's fucked up. GG. All right, give them a second. Somebody might want to drop off, get to doing something different. All right, just checking. What is y'all doing? Queen Cascade. Tanjan, she must have went back to work or something. Oh, okay, we got 3 now, so I can put the link back in there. I'm gonna hop back down into the chat. Thank you so much, Cash Me. I appreciate you. Oh no, that was 2:57. It's damn, it's damn near 4 o'clock. Tend to get in. I think I'd have been all right just saying, you know, fuck Marcus Garvey. If it wasn't for the fact that they really be believing that shit, like thick belief system. And so that's probably what makes me want to say it even more, because I don't deal well with like people thinking that they are my authority. That you could be a authority, nigga, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to accept as my authority some random ass nigga because that's just how they feel, or because that's how society is. I should just accept it. You know, I don't really operate like that. But some of these niggas do. Like, for example, this motherfucker said escapism is revolutionary. This nigga was inspired by a woman who was a performer, and as an actress, she performed in a play that they had wrote, but it was one of the original plays about the Haiti Revolution. And so you got niggas that are impressed with Marcus Garvey thinking that nigga was a revolutionary when he brought an actress to motivate him when it comes to the revolution and shit. A full actress about the revolution in Haiti. He not only did not want to be a part of a revolution, that nigga wanted to, he was like, oh, I found a great script for a revolution. And so they worship this nigga who found the script of revolution to be admirable, and now they call that nigga revolutionary. The same thing with Liberia. This motherfucker was talking about liberating Liberia from its colonial powers. People, like, they keep giving this nigga credit for shit he shouldn't have. You're trying to get this nigga credit for his efforts to liberate. This nigga tried to be on some Napoleon shit. He was not Napoleon. British, going up against what the French interests are. Tell these niggas 1,000 times that shit ain't gonna go nowhere. Fuck it. Tell these niggas 1,000 times. It's not like there's different groups. There are different groups for real. Like when you look at a mulatto, some people just leave it at that, but that's not always the case. It's a significant thing because that religious institution on your religious grounds, or whether or not you had access to the Spanish or to Roman Catholicism, is a different life or a different set of circumstances or opportunities that may have been afforded your grandparents. Where you were, the black codes that hit places like Mississippi where there wasn't a good code in the first place. Can you defend Mississippi as ever being good for the Negro?
No.
I know there was a lot of niggas in Mississippi, and so our generation has hindsight. I get that. Don't hold hindsight against me now because I'm able to use shit that I'm thinking today and apply it towards some historical shit. I shouldn't be penalized for that. I should use the hindsight and all the information that's available to inform myself and my family today. I'm not in Africa because I'm able to apply some of this logic to things that happened historically. But they want me to believe that I'm wrong for doing that shit. So they tell you what is, you know what I'm saying? I've been there. I'm not going back to being that nigga who I thought right was wrong and what was wrong is right. No, that shit was embarrassing. I failed doing that shit. I can't tell you one major accomplishment I had, nigga, trying to prove that being in the streets was the right decision, or letting that attitude be the prevailing thought on masculinity for myself, and attempting to hold myself to a standard of masculinity based off of this bastardized street perspective. And it was bastardized. That shit wasn't even effective. Like motherfuckers be talking about dope boys. I always do it. You talk about dope boys, and I never even got to the point of moving like whole pounds and shit every day. I could not. I couldn't say it was good because I was never able to get to a point where I would be able to afford rent and shit like that. And for me, it would just seem to make sense with that knowledge to be like, nah, man, they be exaggerating. These niggas don't even be getting to the quantity needed to be as, to ever substantiate why they out there on them street corners like that. They'll tell you that the street or that spot was booming. It could be a good spot, but individually, if it's a good spot, nigga, I'm coming to get that as a nigga. I don't have to be the best hustler to know that. If you're there, it's just all the same market forces are going to be in play. If your block is popping, nigga, you're going to have to stop me, nigga. And that's the way it is. Now I'm over here, I'm short stopping, nigga. Kids are short stop your ass if that's the actual neighborhood where you at, where that's where it is. So I never saw the real benefit of that drug business like that being something that should be attached to niggas. My niggas wouldn't, like, there might be some nigga. You might can find some niggas that was hard ass dope boys, but you're not. Nigga, when you think about the overall impact of the dope business, these niggas spent more time. They cost themselves more money than they ever made. They cost themselves more money than they ever made. And so there's, that shit didn't work. But because I thought that was the right thing, nigga, when I thought that shit was the right thing, you couldn't tell me shit. Nigga, you was gonna have to fight me, nigga. Nigga, whatever you said, nigga, was gonna be weak, nigga, because that's how I rooted or situated masculinity, nigga. And the only reason why you disagreed is because you was weak. And I don't see that shit as even a strength because, like, it should be measurable. If you really want somebody to believe that what you've done has some type of impact, nigga, then at some point, nigga, I ought to be able to ask you a couple of questions about it and why was it important. These niggas done had 100 years to tell us why Marcus Garvey was good and they still can't tell me shit. Fuck them.
Damn, that Domino just went to the wrong place. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Man, you cannot hold this fucking Russian. Russian whooping your ass, man.
Yeah, I just did that. I fucked up right there. That was ugly. Yeah, I got this motherfucker out on the straight. Locked in. You good to go.
Motherfucker said escapism is revolutionary. Man, I just felt like I was like, man, I'm done with the panel after that shit. I'm like, man, I can't argue against that. Nigga got every right in the world to be as scared as he want to be. Nigga. There's nothing I could say. Like when he said Marcus Garvey taught us pride. I'm like, what? Fuck. It's just embarrassing. If you ask me, what I heard in them speeches, he was calling niggas in America pathetic. Nigga, punks, nigga. Getting it tooted and booted. That nigga was dissing motherfucking niggas. Like you niggas is still under the tutelage, nigga, of white folks. Nigga, you cowards ever get some strength, nigga, you know that you got all the potential in the world. That's what I took away from what he was saying. You mighty race. Fuck that up, you mighty race. Nigga, these niggas turned into full-blown crackheads, and I'm just supposed to apologize. You know, no. I'm not apologizing for them niggas becoming crackheads, and I'm not finna be responsible for trying to convert a nigga from crack to goddamn you productivity. Nigga, the crackheads I knew were better crackheads. Damn. That's what I'm gonna say. My auntie that was hooked on that shit, nigga, she was a phenomenal functioning crackhead. Nigga, so my expectation is if you're gonna be a crackhead, you better be a good crackhead. Nigga. Nobody gets any slack.
Get the fuck out of here, dog. Come on, man. Yeah, dog. This motherfucker got 3 blanks, man.
Right.
Real.
I like that shit up.
That shit is fucking annoying. Perfect.
Mark ass Garvey. That shit got me hot. Like you can't even do a stream about a topic because niggas is gonna take the link and change that whole fucking shit. They niggas won't say if they agree or disagree. They just gonna come on and change the topic. Fuck your topic, man. I think it's rude. I'd rather be like, hey, look, man, when you come on, man, we might as well end this one and start a new one because I'm finna fuck this whole topic up. That's what I have to say when niggas like Pro Back hit your panel. That nigga come on, I'm finna fuck this whole stream up, nigga. I might as well, you already know, me and that nigga is water and vinegar. That shit don't mix. That pro-black shit be sounding stupid as fuck, and I'm gonna tell him. And I'm not finna tell him in like some little soft ass way. No, that nigga, he does need to shut the fuck up. He doesn't need to politely be quiet. He doesn't need to, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't need to politely, you know, just, there's nothing polite about that shit. That nigga needs to shut the fuck up. Before Marcus Garvey ever designated himself the provincial president of Africa, in the National Advancement of Colored Women, they were already on their 6th president. But we just gonna give it to his fat ass. He was the great organizer. That should be boiling me up. Like, and he'll be the same one to say education, we were miseducated. I mean, I'm trying to tell you, you keep talking about the reason why you're miseducated is because you're still trying to find a nigga that you can put some history on and say that nigga did X, Y, and Z and that was good. You're trying to win that argument, and it's not gonna work with me. It's not. There's no fucking argument about what I'm telling you, nigga. I'm bringing you facts. And the nigga said, oh, he didn't bring any sources. Man, I'm like, the only thing I put on the screen was the receipt. Fuck you mean? This nigga started talking about a doll. nigga, as something we should give that nigga credit for. I disagree. So I don't come on and talk about anything else but the actual people who own the fucking dog company and how they were marketing it. And the nigga says, I didn't bring any sources. Nigga, that's because you're an idiot. I suppose that nigga, I don't know how remedial I gotta be to walk the nigga through it so that he understands that I'm rebutting his claim of giving credit for the business savviness of Marcus Garvey, giving him credit for a business savvy. People do that shit. They say he may have just been bad business or he was a good organizer. I challenge that shit by saying, as a rebuttal, there are black businesses that were already in operation, already marketing, already doing the things that they're giving what would be giving him the credit for. He didn't organize that shit. He didn't found nothing that they were working on. He didn't make it run more effectively or nothing. If anything, he was a platform for advertising, and that's it. But because a nigga advertised on him doesn't mean that they was full blood trying to go to Africa with the nigga. Like if you look at the Crisis, which was another competing newspaper. Like people give him kudos. Like I give the credit to his wife for the newspaper, but people want to give him because the level of engagement or the civil engagement was running from, or the intellectual civil engagement was running through newspapers. All right, boom, we got it. Good. I'm glad you understand that there's different levels of this. Now, once you said that his intellectual assault, like we're moving beyond just what was his dogma. We're going to look at his approach of intellectual assault and see what was the message or the intention of what he was actually advocating. And once we walk through the intention, in my opinion, of what he was advocating, agree or disagree with how I view his opinion then, or the facts that I'm telling you. I gave him the actual facts. I said, look, 1 and 2, look, that nigga, the women who were actually doing shit, he co-opted they shit, try to make it a part, and now he's getting credit for it. And then the other thing, I don't like the way that he was treating his wife. And I could show you some examples there. They won't come back and actually do that though. So my observation is, man, I be doing too much. I be doing too much, even assuming that these niggas are capable of doing that. God damn, Taz.
You can't stop me from locking the goddamn board this many fucking times, but it's ridiculous. I mean, there's just nothing I can do about that. I just why how do you lock the board and then come out with 6-4?
They probably have big 6 too, right? I don't know. Right, like Starry, I said, use them as an example. Exactly. I didn't agree with it at first. Believe me, I was one of the niggas that was trying to come out and saying, like, you know what, we probably shouldn't be attacking other, black folks. We got better. I was saying we have better opportunities if we collaborate than if we just come at each other. One of them, hypothetically, we supposed to get along type brothers. I was diplomatic and shit. If I was on your page, I was a moderator. I had a wrench, and I tried to be partial. Like the video, share the video. That's I was one of those type of dudes. And having done that, I can tell you, don't do that shit. Don't just go to anybody's page being a moderator if you haven't even listened to what that message is, because you're fooling yourself. You could be affiliating or associating yourself with some shit that's going downhill quickly. Like motherfuckers will complain the FBI broke up Garveyism or Garvey Act, the UNIA. Nigga, and then today they'll tell you that the FBI or the CIA, they didn't put these niggas in the manosphere on the watch list, but you'll still go to their pages. Nigga, you want the feds to fuck with you. Nigga, stop making it seem like the feds are a problem then, nigga. You know they ain't no fucking problem to you. And then secondly, nigga, you know you don't do shit. Why the fuck would it bother you that the feds was doing something? Like whatever the fuck they was doing. Nigga, they try to make what the feds did to his organization worse than the sacrifice that was made from the women who were already inside of an organized movement, who diverted their attention to try to be a good subordinate fucking black woman to the black patriarchal male, just for the sake of saying men should be running this shit. Hate that nigga. Okay, so I dropped the link. Somebody could come take this panel, man. I tell y'all, I'm gonna sit here and go ham. It look like we done right now on the dominoes. This nigga done left too. Taz, you gone? Man, Taz out.
Yeah, I'm on. I switched screens, but yeah, I think I'm about to go in the house though.
Yeah, I done got hit a couple of games. I can't even enjoy my domino game because of that nigga. I'm gonna have to start a real stream, nigga, on something because I gotta get this shit out. This nigga done put that poison in me. He got that poison on the nigga head. And I feel like I've been poisoned. Don't let these bitch ass niggas poison you with that bullshit. That bullshit.
I'm gonna stay up here, but I'm coming in and out, though.
All right. Somebody come join me on this panel one time. I can't be the only person in here who reacts to this. All right, see, now I'm just gonna get rude then. Fuck it. I'm gonna get rude and do what I said I was gonna do anyway. This is some real disrespectful shit, but it's gonna happen then. I gave y'all the opportunity to engage on a different level. Y'all didn't do it. It's on y'all. So now y'all get B1 Brother Moses in the fuckery. Yeah, we good on the game. Now y'all, oh, let me get out of there. Oh yeah. Close that out. Now y'all get the fuckery. Y'all get the fuckery, B1 Brother Moses. Y'all couldn't appreciate that. Where we going? Holy shit, live for 4 hours? Nigga, hell no, I'm out of this motherfucker. See, time be flying, nigga. We didn't kick it for 4 hours. Man, I need to go do something else just for the general principle of going to do something else. Nigga, I've been here 4 hours. It don't even be feeling like that shit. That's not. I wouldn't be a good unemployed person. Hey, we gotta pull together a real tournament for the dominoes. I'm thinking it'd probably be better, to be honest, if we did like a spades tournament, because people, they can watch dominoes, but it's really not as much like enthusiasm for like dominoes as it would be. I'm hearing more. It feels like spades would be a better move. That's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say that. And give me a domino partner, nigga. We're gonna have a real domino tournament. That's what we should do too. We go to one of these other B1 spaces, like nigga, y'all try to tell me what's B1, nigga. We got a domino tournament, nigga. Get in this domino tournament before you could tell me what the fuck B1 is, nigga. I need to see if you can even play dominoes, nigga. Cause I'm tired of giving niggas like blackness, niggas. Like I disagree with motherfuckers who like just because the black race or the black political identity. I think those are separate. But because people can say everybody's black race, nigga, that's the African argument to me. That's the African argument. We originate in Africa. I don't think they've proven that yet. I know it's some smart motherfuckers who've said it, but that doesn't mean I have to believe it. And then its relevant factor, the reason why I dismiss it is because in the context of relevance, the descendants of slavery is who we can account for. Nigga, I haven't heard none of these niggas account for their African Eve or their African Adam. I just haven't heard them niggas do it yet. So I'm not gonna keep attributing, like it's an attribution error. Like they're giving the kudos to shit that nigga, they don't get them shits, nigga. You can't just tell me I'm African, nigga. That's gonna make me push back and say, nigga, I'm not African, nigga. If somebody in my family was an African, nigga, it's not me, nigga. And it was so fucking long ago. I admit, nigga, I am distant than a motherfucker from that. Nigga, that I don't even value that shit as a key identifier. Nigga, if you want to identify me as the same as that African, nigga, I feel like you're doing me a disservice. That my experience and the experience of my people has some value, nigga. And I'm not gonna sit here and pander to other people's have value too. They have value too, while they fucking dismissing my shit, nigga. Fuck that, nigga. You're not finna dismiss my value. Like, fuck it. Here's what I'm gonna do. B1 Brother Moses, I'm gonna start dismissing people's value before I allow them to say anything about mine. And they do that shit every time they take the panel and try to tell us what happens with black folks or what we should do or what's wrong with niggas. So These motherfuckers want to keep playing them games. All right, if you want Brother Moses to play that game too, I'm finna get messy. I'm finna show y'all. Say, motherfuckers, I can show you better than I can tell you. So I'm finna give y'all example one. Why we shouldn't take these niggas serious. Our first response should be to dismiss the fuck out of these niggas. The minute you give them an opportunity, not only did you fail yourself, but you created a sense of danger that, like, if you love yourself, at some point you gotta understand that it is your responsibility to do better at protecting yourself. Motherfuckers like this. And so, you don't believe me? I'm gonna just give you another example. You know what I'm saying? And
what is radio? The 24 of America, right? Let's start with the upper states first. Okay. Now, the black communities in those places are much different.
Okay, yep, that's the one. We're gonna let a dumb nigga argue. We're gonna let a dumb nigga argue. Let's see what this dumbass nigga wanna say about it. Cause he's finna educate us. I'm gonna let this dumbass nigga educate us. That's what we're gonna do. Damn, I'm gonna push the, so let me stop the screen share and now open it back up. Share my screen. And then it's got some audio. I'll make sure y'all can hear that. Let me know if it turns into an echo because I'm still learning which way I'm supposed to program it. But
What is radio? The 24 of America, right? Let's start with the upper states first. Now, the black communities in those places are much different. That's a failure to ask. Stay there.
No, it'll be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't rap. Like MTV mama and all them.
That's a failure to ask. Stay there.
see, I think I'm playing, man. I'll play that shit again. Y'all know my loop drills. I just didn't put the music on there. I'm play that shit one more time for you. It is echoing. Okay, so I know what I gotta do. Stop sharing, and then share, but I can't share the screen audio. I just gotta let it come through the speakers. All right, let me know if it's still echoing.
And what is radio? The 24 of America, right? Let's start with the upper states first. Okay. Now, the black communities in those places are much different. That's a failure to ask. Stay up there. Would that be your fault?
No, it'll be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't rap. Like MTV mama and all them.
That's a failure to ask. Stay up there. Would that be your fault?
No, it'll be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't rap. Like MTV mama and all them. That's where the fuck blame. That's where they lie. That they doorstep.
That's a failure to ask. Stay up there. Would that be your fault?
No, it'll be the fault of these black mamas having.
You would think that he wasn't the one who was bringing an argument about black people building some shit. You would have thought that he was the one who was arguing against black folks being able to build or come together. That nigga is hold on, man. Let me. These are the.
I mean, you got a lot of points to say. I mean, I agree with you a lot of stuff, but we don't put the brunt of it.
Nigga, I said how, nigga, how? Nigga, if the biggest thing is who you attribute agency to, not blame, that we tell these niggas that they're using the victim narrative because they steal the agency or the competence from a nigga and give that agency, authority, or competence to other people. They just give this shit away. Like the niggas in the 1920s didn't know they had a real decision to make on whether they stayed or left. Like they didn't consider whether or not they should go to Africa themselves. They should just worship Garvey. No, I think the motherfuckers considered that shit and said no. And so I feel justified in arguing for my position. I also felt like, man, asking these niggas to bring information was too much for these niggas. Like, fuck it, let them embarrass themselves.
On where it belongs, which is the black one.
The black folk.
I mean, you got a lot of points to say. I mean, I agree with you a lot of stuff, but we don't put the brunt of it on where it belongs, which is the black one. I mean, you got a lot of points to say. I mean, I agree with you a lot of stuff, but we don't put the brunt of it on where it belongs, which is the black one.
The black so I thought you were gonna say the white man, so you said the black.
Not the white man. It ain't the white man's fault.
Right.
Right. So
God damn. We're not victims of the white man. I hate that shit. But now we're victims of the black woman. I promise you, when I did the debunking of the system tenants, that was on there. These niggas feel like black women are psychologically abusing them. Nigga, I'm not making it up. They wrote that shit down. They published it to the website. They said the problem that they have with African American women or westernized women is that you all that you're psychologically abusing them. You abuse, or they said us. Nigga, I tend to disagree, but that's what they said. That the reason why they blame the black woman is because she is psychologically abusive. And so y'all didn't hurt these niggas' feelings that bad.
I mean, you got a lot of points to say. I mean, I agree with you a lot of stuff, but we don't put the brunt of it on where it belongs, which is the black woman.
The black so I thought you were gonna say the white man, so you said the black.
Not the white man. It ain't the white man's fault.
Right. So it's not the white man's fault, it's the black woman's fault.
Exactly. For the most part, when you get these little 15, 14, 12, and 13-year-old kids out here gang banging and shooting, that's where, like when you just said, when your dad left, that's when you.
I don't know. So you telling me that the women like when 25-year-old kids teach 13-year-old boy gangs up? That's the mom fault?
Well, it's the mindset of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was raised by women, fatherless men. Yes, it is their fault. So,
I don't even know what the fuck that means. Did he say fatherless or faultless men? I don't know what the fuck this mush mouth nigga said. That shit was so annoying when I heard that shit too. Like, when it comes to agency, I think it's important. There's a perspective that says, you know what's in my power, I'm gonna do. And most of the time it may not have to be the right thing, but if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna knock it out. You can trust that shit. If I tell you that shit's gonna be done, nigga, integrity. Let's knock this shit out. If I fail, I say I failed. If I said that shit worked out, it did. But lying is something that it gets under my skin. You can tell. So I'd rather be too honest than a motherfucking liar. And the fact that it's called a white lie is like the lie that they think they could get away with because it's not a super bad lie or something like that. Like it doesn't hurt anybody. I believe different. I believe that miseducation, as people have called it, is one of the things that are stagnating us. And when I say miseducation, it's not validating the African American woman's experience in society. It's invalidating what her role has always been. And it's reappropriating or rewriting history to make it seem like her role was anti-black male. And this is the position that I feel these niggas take on damn near everything. And so for a while I try to push back against it, but I can't, man. Like, fuck these niggas. Y'all, Tanjan created this. This is Tanjan's little nigga right here. This her homie right here.
Well, it's the mindset of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was raised by women.
See? So when Tanjan tried to tell y'all that she wanted her daughter to speak different languages, and so she did X, Y, and Z, she made those decisions. No. That's why Tanjan created a little naker who doesn't know that her tell your daughter she is not Chinese, nigga. Tell her she ain't Chinese, she black, nigga. You need to tell her to be pro-blackity black, black, black. Chinese and shit. That's why we need to be more critical about Tanjan. Hey, like I don't know how to make sense of these type of.
It is a fault.
So let me be clear. So women's fault that a older black man teaches black boys gang banging in club.
Yes, because it's in their neighborhood, which is in the ghetto. It's their neighborhood, which the white man gave it, which they decide to still live in. Like FBG, Duck Mama, and all them. Yes, it's on their doorstep where they badass kids can come out here and fuck with other little, and mess with other little kids and intimidate them and bring them up in a gang mentality. Yes, it's their fault. Because that's where the gangs at. It's no gangs outside the hood. Because I live in Texas, in the suburbs. I see no gangs out here.
Like Texas, what you talking about?
Oh yeah, I know. I'm watching everything though. I'm watching everything, Sam. I'm watching everything. You speak on when you pander to these black hoes and you saying that's not their fault. I'm watching Tommy. I'm watching Q Butter. I'm watching everybody's shit from when that nigga produced drill music.
That nigga said when that nigga produced drill music, nigga, my name is Brother Moses. If I'm who you talking about, I might not be. I don't produce drill music, nigga. Drill productions means that we got to go in again, and unfortunately, that's probably gonna be another nigga who says some dumb shit online. Nigga, that's what the drill is for. Every once in a while, I bust these niggas upside their head with some good information. Like, you know, they be like, oh, I'm a, you know, the difference between the Republican and the Democratic Party or something like that. And so I hear people say that. And so I'll ask a couple of questions about the platform itself. What are the positions they take? Do you know how to differentiate between what the Republican agenda is versus the Democratic agenda? What would most likely be Republican versus what would most likely be a democratically held position? And then I'll give a couple of examples. What I know now is that doing that shit, that's probably why them niggas want to fight me. Because I'm asking them niggas to actually say something or to prove a point. I'm challenging them niggas on something that has a real answer. And that's why we won't get along, because there's something definitive about what that answer would be. And so it's like, nah, man, I'm not finna answer that shit. You ask these niggas something definitive. You say he was the best organizer, nigga. Well, I'm gonna give an example of organizing that happened before that nigga was ever thought of. And that motherfucker was, you know what I'm saying, just another nobody nigga admiring motherfucking Toussaint Louverture. That motherfucker. And so, I don't know. That's me though. I'm gonna struggle offline though, because I done gave y'all enough of my struggles with these intellectually weak niggas. And I don't even think I have the strongest intellectual argument also. Like some of the what I consider moral or immoral, I flat out tell y'all, nah, I be on some bitch ass shit. And I know, you know, feminism, and out of respect for the feminism movement, I shouldn't use that type of language, like bitch ass shit, or calling it gay. But fuck that, man. I'm not trying to, man, I'll get there, but I'm not there yet. And I'm not trying to, you know, fuck myself up. And what am I trying to say by trying to do it so overly PC? Right? It don't got to be super academic, like according to X, Y, and Z. This was the increase in, you know, the number of, you know, black farms or something. Like, I won't ask a nigga something that specific, but if I want to know where a nigga's moral compass is, I will ask him some things that are morally objectionable. And I feel like that's what needed to be done. You say Marcus Garvey drilled a black woman, and last week, you could do it for 7, 8, 9 episodes where you really take a vested interest and pour your energy during the research and everything into every 5.5 hours or black femicide in America. And you could find sources, you could find people in the chat who will come up and give like a real personal testimony of their experience with black femicide and so much in the third, right? That really happens. And then the very next day, you can have a nigga like that come on and try to disprove the very sentiment of protection for black women. And who even has the agency over that? Black women are the most vulnerable. Yeah, because these niggas feel like they are not obligated to protect you. And what we're starting to see more of is that it's dangerous for you to assume that these niggas think that they should protect you. These niggas could be a threat to you, and they'll tell you that. And you will not believe that they are actually a threat to you, even after they tell you that. Man, shit, I might as well sell you a cruise to Africa, nigga. He'll go a cruise to Africa for you. Because you see something that doesn't sit right with I don't know. I call that shit out because it's necessary. And if I didn't call it out, then fuck it. There's some things that I want to call out and then I just leave them alone. But
fuck who not to fuck. They should have fucked the white man. Can we? No fault really. They should have fucked the white man, right? No fault really. They should have fucked the white man, right?
No, they can't believe it. I mean, but like I don't mind you niggas doing shit like that. Like I don't say shit like that. You niggas do.
See? That is a whole drill right there. That's why it's separate from the other ones. Each of these I consider a whole drill. That's just a little quick clip out of what pisses me off. And so I'll be ready to go live. I'll be trying to have my pre-records and shit ready, but I never finish my pre-records and responding. And then because I'm conflicted, I don't publish the work, like my critique of these niggas. But like this shit, like you see, I got probably, let me see, 2, 3, 4. I got like 5 different snips from that one interview, from the one. I was just like, God damn, can't make this shit up.
Anybody street, they post up and all that niggas and be laughing at your kid. Yeah, they help Ohio, they left Chicago for a long time. Niggas love that shit. Okay, niggas don't want to hear no other fake pro-black bullshit. They want to deal with regular real people today. And I like that. I prefer that. I don't want to hear that fake black shit. I think most black people don't hear that this way.
I sure don't. Nigga, I don't want to hear none of that shit. In fact, sometimes I do want to hear it just because I do need a laugh. Nigga, I be laughing at that shit. That should be hella funny. You always heard my line, oh, 420, smoke them if you got them. Smoke them if you got them at 420. But yeah, rocks. These niggas praise rocks and cave art. I mean, that's what I call hieroglyphics and those stele and all of that shit. The early advancements that they try to say black people are so good and you need to be attached to being African because African civilization was smart. You know, they were smart because Egypt had these motherfucking hieroglyphs and they made this big ass pyramid, which means that they were smart. And that's why you should claim that you're African, because claiming African then means that you're claiming greatness or you're claiming that you're smart. And they're like, man, hell no, these niggas can't claim smart. These niggas are dumb. They're dumb. Embarrassing dumb. And then the I say it's bad in spirit and in truth, because now you just got a whole generation of niggas who consider themselves woke and conscious who are also passing along this legacy of cave art and rocks to where they will kill me. Nigga, y'all don't get it. Like the women, I feel like the women will understand because they've been targeted some or they have experiences that they've been targeted, or you know what I'm saying? They probably been targeted by a nigga right now. And so because they might be able to relate to it, like to having that type of hope or thinking that it's natural, like niggas is supposed to naturally, you know, not be at war with each other. Like niggas should be at a natural state of peace. We shouldn't have to force peace between niggas who have just because we have different opinions. Nigga, that was the expectation, and that's a foolish expectation. Do y'all hear what I'm saying? That is a foolish expectation to think that niggas should be at a state of peace with niggas just because it's some natural or inherent peace that's good. Peace with these niggas is not an inherent good. Peace is more detrimental because of the way they view women and treat women. They say, my daughter would not have a fair chance in court. My daughter would not have a fair chance in court. For whatever it is that she says happens in America, she could not have a fair chance in court because the things that these niggas espouse, it's stronger. It has more of an influence. The degradation of the black woman has more of an influence than the appreciation and admiration of a black woman. Hands down. Hands down. I could give you 8 or 9 or 10 different examples of tearing a woman down that are productive. And then if you ask me the same question, can you give me 10 examples of men who are actually building something, you know, institutional, that's going to be lasting and sustainable? You agree with what the message is and even with the direction. Like it would be easier for me to give you 10 motherfuckers who are fucking some shit up than to be able to provide you with some living examples of some shit I actually appreciate. Now I know them, but even when I do that, it would be individual stories and testimonies rather than the collective advancement. I could give you instances of where the collective black women were already moving and booming. They had a direction in the early education years. So the Homestead Act, we know all of that shit. But now that you got the Homestead, which is the big schools, I understand there were already universal Negro improvement schools. Or people give them motherfuckers credit, or schools for colored girls, schools for colored boys. and the women who are operating these facilities, they were teaching the basic mechanics of English, writing, and arithmetic. That nigga tell you that's white supremacy. So the mothers of the church were passing along white supremacy. He doesn't like black women because he feels like you're an agent of white supremacy. This is the shit that's on their website. I'm not making it up. That the black woman is a puppet for white supremacy or a pawn for white supremacy or the government. And so their entire time they will operate from a lens that says of validating what they think to be true, that she is the biggest enemy of the black man. And it is I'm not out of creativity yet, but I'm getting kind of drained in my wheel to want to continue to be creative with ways that we could combat this bullshit. I'm running out of ways to be creative. I'm losing that sense of hope that says that it's even worth it. Like, you can say, like, it might help somebody, and that itself would be justification for going on and presenting some new information anyway about a topic. But that nigga's still struggling with the old information. So why would I even move on to some new information if he's still struggling with the old information? He won't be able to appreciate the unbastardized version of the Marcus Garvey dogma because his reservations are anti-woman. And so it's like, well, how could you be pro-Garvey if you're anti-woman when she was the one that was writing a lot of these speeches? You said he was a good orator, but he wasn't a good writer. She was. You're going to find some of his letters from Birmingham jail and see how fucking corny that nigga was. Like, I don't think that they actually read when they give these niggas praise and homage and shit. That shit was corny. Like, and I could just keep showing example of corny shit. But in my mind, that's the conflict. I'd be like, why would I keep showing this nigga when I know that there's some women that he took the limelight from, that their life will not be remembered or their value, even though they have lineage established in America. That nigga don't, nigga. His family that's here now, they don't, nigga. Them ain't Americans, if you ask me. But nobody asks B1 Brother Moses. They don't ask me many questions. Yeah, I think that's about as much as I could do, because in a minute I'm gonna just have to start teaching, and I don't want to teach right now. That's where it really becomes annoying. But I'm gonna say there's black women who are in America who are more national. They had more courage as nationalists. They had a more strategic vision for what that if we try to take nationalism and make it seem like, oh no, they were just advocating for a space for black excellence to thrive separate from what white people were creating. Like, we could take the whole fucking idea of nationalism and make it different. It don't have to be about a governing system. It don't have to be an affiliation with the continent or, none of that shit. Nationalism now just means, are people of the same race going to work together to improve their situation? And if the answer is yes, black people need to work together, then that makes you a revolutionary nationalist. I don't believe that shit. But if that's what we're going to say, I think that there were women at the time who were better that than he was. Now, let's argue or let's debate.
Let's debate what?
I want to debate these niggas who call Marcus Garvey a nationalist. I want somebody to actually show me that he was an American nationalist or that he was a black nationalist. And I don't want them just to say it. I want them to prove it, like real debate style with real points. What made that nigga?
It's gonna be hard when he's in another nation. You know what I'm saying? Like, can you be a nationalist in another nation talking a global argument? Like, how can you be a nationalist if you're a globalist?
Right.
Ain't nobody gonna
And
argue that.
he wasn't even a good globalist because everybody kept saying no.
Right.
Everybody was saying no. Nigga, the only place how could you be anti-colonial? They want me to believe that anti-colonial rhetoric from a nigga who died in London. Nigga, fucking stop it. Not in London protesting some shit or shaking some shit up. Nigga just dead. Nigga, heart attack or lung failure, something like that. Nigga, not in the middle of some organizational movement or revolutionary protest, or there was no shootout. The nigga was not assassinated. But he gets the title. Like you could, like if I just put on Google right now, you look it up. They say that nigga is one of the founders of Pan-Africanism, a father of this shit. And that's one of the accolades they bestow upon this nigga. You tell me that nigga was a nationalist or he had nationalist sentiment, then I'll argue that, nigga, his nationalism was weaker than the black women who are already nationalists here in America. And you giving him credit for being a nationalist, again, just shows how ignorant and disrespectful you are. The black women were more national, more revolutionary than that nigga ever was. Their strategy was better. Their strategy was more effective. They were more unified until they started trusting that nigger there, that little short, fat refugee. Nigga, the fat refugee who could speak good. And that's all they say. He was a good orator. Nigga, but when we try to find anything that actually shows he was a good man, nigga, we're left with our hands up. Like, nigga, what? I don't see how that, I don't see the correlation. Let me do this one more time. I'm finna get up out of here because I know they ain't gonna do it. I guess at this point, I'm just, beating a dead horse. But we're gonna make sure. I want them to know at all times, nigga, forever, ever, nigga, that they are, nigga. Damn, I keep pressing the share screen. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to do this one just to make sure. Last check. All these niggas who think being a good man means being a good anti-woman. Nigga, that shit, I disagree. Nigga, debate me on it. Nigga, they measure their masculinity and their ability to be anti-woman or, to be a better master for black women, to own and possess them. Nigga, I disagree with these niggas in principle and in spirit. Nigga. His wife was discardable. So to me, my sentiment, or the one that I'm holding up, is the one that I would believe that, not even his first wife was discardable, even if it didn't work out like that. But from what I've read, she was discardable. Even the second wife, who was doing a lot, it didn't matter what they did to love the nigga. He deserved none of it, and it really didn't fucking matter. Like they should feel like I feel when it comes to me dealing with these niggas. They should feel that same way about Garvey. Nigga, like, let that shit go. Nigga, what you actually think you see, that's not what happened. Nigga, even so before mail fraud, nigga, the scamming shit that nigga was doing, a nigga would take money out the treasury for his sister and shit. And nigga got locked up for that shit in 1919. Nigga, but like he just needed to pay his sister rent. So in one sense, it's like, damn, that's nigga, now that's all right. I can understand that struggle. Nigga, I wouldn't do it. I would say it's dumb. Nigga, if I got the money, I got my sister, we good. But I ain't finna steal it from some social or political organization to make sure that my sister eat. Nigga, if anything, I'm going to ask them. Because that's just how I'm aligned. Like, nigga, if I can't ask you for it, fuck you in my corner for it anyway. Nigga could have a whole movement of all these people, but his sister need whatever it is, diaper money, rent for 1 month, nigga, and you gotta steal it. There's nobody in your entire movement that you could go to like, hey, my sister just needs a little bit of help, and nobody can help their ass. Nigga, then that means your movement ain't shit. Nigga, that's the opposite of good. You gotta take donations. This nigga said he was the best fundraiser in the world. The best charity case in the world is a good thing. Maybe I'm missing the core. Like, I thought they were supposed to be proving that he is a good dude. Nigga, that's not something that I want to admire. that he was a better beggar than the women and children who were fighting against lynching. But because he begged better, he deserved to get all the attention. I mean, everybody else was discardable. All right, I put the link in there one last time just to make sure. It's been 4.5. That's more than enough, man. I salute. I got my own content that I need to be working on.
Black views and different perspectives on the Black community. So where's the Black community that I can go find that you speak of?
I thought that was a good fucking question. I thought that if anything this nigga said, I don't believe that there is a healthy, conducive Black community in my experience. But if you know of one, let me know. Of course, he wasn't genuine with it because you can name Black communities and he's like, oh no, discard them, Detroit and shit. He's like, oh no, that's Democratic, that's waste. Those are fucking, these niggas they be trash. I would even agree with that shit.
Yeah, it was a good question, and that was kind of why I hit him with a low level answer to see if he was ready to dance on those type of terms. You know what I'm saying? Because that really is a deeper question of what are we representing as a community? What truly is a community outside of these conversations that we having? Can you point to what you're referring to in the conversation? If you know how to intellectualize that, yeah, it becomes a great question. But I know he couldn't.
Right. Couldn't. And that's where I think my hope comes from, is because every once in a while these niggas do slip in some shit that be like, damn, like they'll say I agree with what you say, but they don't often say things that I agree with. But when they do, I'll be like, damn, that shit, like, if it makes me think, I'm gonna give a nigga some kudos. Like, nah, that shit really challenged the shit out of me. And that's just the way it is. A nigga says some shit I kind of lightweight agree with. Like, nigga, show me that community. And it's not even the language, it doesn't matter the words, but the sentiment is that there is not an established system where Black people got your best interest and they're gonna take care of it. In fact, what you're most likely to see is that Black people will give you a reference to some white people who may be able to help you with it. Oops. They'll point you in the direction of some other system, but not that you'll find it easier to get pointed in. I mean, you want a barbershop, maybe you want to, some very low level shit. You might be able to get pointed in the right direction. But like I'm saying, like the respect that I would have to say, nah, man, if you really want to learn about self-defense, reach out to my boy, Ron 314. That dude, he knows a lot about the weapons that I've never even considered learning. I never thought it was that serious. I always, I'm saying, point and trigger, just get, point and shoot. How complicated does it need to be? I don't want to kill nobody, so me learning anything more about the gun, nigga, that just, it's kind of stupid, waste of time to me. I just need to know how to defend myself. And so I thought that would be enough, nigga, but it's not. We can't give niggas that type of just attribution anymore. Nigga, the vetting process, nigga, I can't vet a nigga. The Army can't vet a nigga. Nigga, Black women can't vet a nigga. The FBI can't vet niggas. Nigga, to get and determine what a good nigga is going to require more analytical thinking than any individual can do. It's going to take both the Black woman and the Black man. It's going to take the youngsters being critical about what criminality means to them. For me, it was a waste of time. I was unsuccessful in criminality, but my acceptance of criminality was just as real as me putting on clothes every day. Like, I put that red rag on. People would always say that red rag is stupid. Why are you gangbanging? Why are you willing to die over that rag? And then they'll give praise to Martin Luther King Jr., who had little kids out there getting locked up for his civil rights so they could eat at somebody's restaurant. They could get the dog suck on them and get hit with water hose and shit. And that's kids. But that one's okay. Your kids could get hit with the water hose, but all right. To each their very own. So, y'all see where I'm struggling at right now. I'm struggling hard. There's too many expectations on the niggas just to be accepting, and we just gotta accept it. It doesn't matter which group or which sector it comes from. Criminality or criminology, I don't know which one it actually is. I never studied it, but it's like crime. I'll give you an example. Like I don't know like if there's a textbook definition for criminality or criminology. I'm pretty sure there is. Hold on, let me turn the camera off. Oh, it is, huh? All right. How are you?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
Okay.
Yeah, mom told me.
Told you what? Oh, money? Yeah, money wise, like $1,400. Like it's either I'm really losing my mind, losing it to where even my numerological sense is gone. Like I don't know how I would just leave $1,400, but it's like it doesn't match my patterns. Like why would I leave such an odd number in an envelope? 26. Why wouldn't I just leave 3? So it's just weird. When I came in today, and then what really has me feeling embarrassed is the fact that when I was at the bank trying to put it in the ATM machine, like it could just be me. But I was like, damn, I thought I gave it a stack of damn near 30, and that motherfucker counted out 1,200s. And so it was like 1,200. I was like, man, hell no, nigga, I know how much money weigh. Nigga, I gave you at least 20. And so I pressed the return button, and they only gave me like 12 of them. And so I can't argue with the machine. And so since I can't argue with the machine, I just got to assume that that motherfucker was right. Although in the back of my head, I'm like, man, hell no, that shit gone. So you think? Mom told you what?
She was just saying that she thinks somebody stole it and asked if I've seen anything suspicious of her being suspicious. I was like, no.
Right.
Because most of the time I come back from school, I'll say hi to you, and lay down in the living room.
Yeah, it's gonna be obvious if it's any of the kids. I said I'll give it 3 days. You see your cousin walking around spending big face blue hundreds. Like Zakari said, he said he was getting money from tutoring and shit. That nigga has the worst grades in the house, but you want me to believe that they paying him hundreds to tutor and to do other people's work? I've heard the question he asked when he's doing his work, but you want me to believe that he's convinced somebody to do their work and that they got a grade and paid that nigga more after whatever. Nigga, stop it. Stop it. And I didn't call his mom to see if she gave it to him yet because I don't trust her neither. I mean, that's my sister-in-law, but it could have just as easily been her. Like I put like 50 above the thing. I'm like, that's for gas and shit. And she didn't get gas. She wanted to get high and shit. She wanted it. She could have asked me and I would have said yeah. But she didn't fucking ask me. She just spent that shit and then look at the gas tank and like the motherfucker on half a tank. I'm like, man, what the fuck? That's not what that was for. I told you something different. And if you want some tree, just say that. Yeah, so that shit was annoying. But yeah, I don't trust her fucking either. Like there's some people who like is not a disheartening thing. Like when they look at you or resent you or they say, oh, that nigga just got hella money at all times, he good, or he won't trip off of that shit, they really be believing that shit. And they justify taking some shit. You know, come in my office and take 1,400, like nigga, that's nothing. I didn't even take half of it. Nigga, fuck. But yeah, I was hot this morning. I wasn't like screaming and shit, but we got a couple of days of observation and we'll see.
All right. Well, hopefully you find out what happened to the money.
Yeah, because I'm kicking all y'all out. You can go live with your grandma too, nigga. You got a grandma who loves you and will welcome you in if you have nowhere else to go. I'm kicking all y'all out, except my wife. Shame your sons. Shame their ass. They can go too. You calling these people. Anyway, yeah, I'm out of here. I don't like criminology, like the study of behavior. If I had to try to give it some type of definition, social behaviors that deviate from the norm or what had been voted on democratically or approved as customary or human law as a normal behavior or right. So criminology is the study of those things that were committed, the wrong behavior. And I know I was a big fan of what I call criminality. I was out there committing crimes thinking that shit was right. It was the right thing to do. And then it'd be that fucked up logic, like, it's cool if I steal from other people as long as they're not in my community, because it's only bad if I commit the offense against people who are in my own community. I had that type of logic. Now I might be able to say, yeah, it makes you an even worse piece of shit, but you're still a piece of shit if you're targeting people inside of your own proximity or in other communities. It's still a piece of shit is a piece of shit. And yeah, I was wrong for that. But criminal behavior like breaking and entering, the right to steal somebody's shit, oh, they got enough, they'll be all right. Like that was like a thing. Like, man, I could justify stealing from a nigga because I ain't have shit. I could justify stealing because what I was finna do it is, it's finna be good for me. I was gonna get some utility out of it. I didn't even want what the fuck they had. I just wanted the ability to have something. So I could justify stealing. But yeah, I can't justify Marcus Garvey. That nigga was a fraud. He was stealing from us. And I know it seems like it's hypocritical. Stealing is stealing. But I don't consider that nigga an us. I do believe that there was a us that he was actually stealing from. And the parts of the Black experience or Black community, the Black families, households, and so forth, that did put their trust and faith in that nigga, it set us back. We can't get that time back, the momentum that they had and the strength of the movement that they sacrificed in order to be a good woman as a part of his movement. His movement should have had a direction that men could have followed if men were willing, but the men said no. And so if there were other men who didn't know to not follow it and now they believe in it and they didn't taught their sons and it's just in their family, now you 4 generations in and they still believing in that shit, that leaving is the best choice, not fighting, that the woman is mutable, or the best way for a man to exert his masculinity is through the silencing of his competition, if his competition is a woman. Like, it's like, I don't know how else to say it. Like, I say it in the way that I think, the way I interpret their behavior. They don't want to defend women. They said, no, the only woman you should defend is your mom. Now, I disagree with that, but I don't necessarily know how to push back against it. So you'll still find me in myself being saying some shit like, man, and that's why you deserve to be a dirty ass incel. Because motherfuckers want me to believe in Marcus Garvey more than I believe my own woman or in my possession. The woman who chose me, I need to believe Marcus Garvey more than I believe her. She's going to be more faithful and loyal to, Marcus Garvey had my best intention in mind, but my wife is the scammer, or the Black woman today is the scammer.
That good. But when you start saying like around the children, it gets worse. What's good, Chad? Go ahead.
I just had a couple of things, but first starting off with this Black community. Where's this Black community at? Because we all got different point of views and different perspectives on the Black community. So where's this Black community that I can go find that you speak of?
Okay, so we go to.
And that's what I'm embarrassed about. I'm struggling with that shit because I think the nigga actually said something worth talking about.
The parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? Yeah. Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? How is it that?
No, sir. How is it that pre-football? How about this? We can talk about parents and how they monitor their children.
Is it?
But ultimately, I'm going to blame the grown man who is talking to the child. That is what needs to be fixed. It doesn't matter what your parent does or what internet access you have, if the men are not preying on you, that wouldn't matter.
First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How?
This is common. He raised her while she was still a child, and only when she turned 18, that's when he married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong. You tell me how that's wrong, and where these parents that let him raise them? Where were these parents that let him raise them?
Wait, before you go on, you want me to tell you why it is wrong for a 50-year-old man to be
I want you to tell me why
child?
the parents is not wrong for letting this child go with this preacher man now 50 years old. That's what I want you to tell.
Okay, these parents put their trust in the wrong person, it sounds like. That is a mistake. The man who is grooming children, that is not a mistake. That is the person we should be blaming.
Nope.
I can't have a conversation with you if you're on the side of the person who is grooming a child and trying to defend them.
Well, you can't make me feel bad about parents. You can't make me feel ashamed or make me feel bad about parents that's not raising their own kids. You can't tell me that preacher man is that.
I don't want to talk about you're talking about the parent. I don't want to talk about the parent. I want to talk about the grown man.
Where are the parents? Hey Taz, I'm pretty sure Taz kids or my kids or anybody else's kids not getting raised by a 50-year-old preacher. And if they was, that would be my fault. Would it not be?
Sir, I would like to talk about, we can move to the parents. I promise you, we can move in later in this conversation. But I want to talk about the grown man, the 50-year-old man who is grooming and having sex with a child and waiting for him to turn 18 to marry them.
There's nothing wrong.
That is the problem I want to focus on. How do we fix this man? How do we find marry them?
There's nothing wrong.
That is the problem I want to turn 18 to marry them.
There's nothing wrong.
That is the problem I want to focus on. How do we fix this man? How do we find these men and isolate? How do we work on these men to stop them from talking to children?
How about protecting the children instead of
Yes, sir.
the parents?
That's what I would like to talk about, protecting the children. To protect the children, sure, we can talk about the parents, but what I'm concerned with is that this is a common occurrence in the Black community. As in, it is so widespread. That's a problem with me. It's so widespread that it's common for children to experience it. You can have all the protection in the world, but if this is everywhere you go, we need to talk about the men who are doing this and not the parents. In my opinion, it sounds like you want to talk about the parents, and if your child is taken advantage of, that's your fault, for you should have took care of your child. Or is that what you're saying, Chad?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I'm saying.
See, so was I supposed to only take a piece of that clip or the whole fucking thing? Motherfucker could say some shit that I might agree with. I don't even want to say that I agree with the nigga on some shit, because this is how he actually feels. Like, and once you get here, it's like, wait, we diverge. My question is, how did you even get to that conclusion? Like, when I say something's illogical or non sequitur or that the reasoning is wrong, what I'm saying is, if you go by his train of thought, he never should arrive at the women being to blame for that. But it still somehow becomes the woman, like, is blamed for it. And I don't know how he fucking got there. And so I might seem like I'm being an asshole about it, but I'll stay right there too. I'll stay there for 12 hours.
And later in this conversation.
Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How?
This is common. He raised her while she was still a child. And only when she turned 18, that's when he married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong.
That,
First,
I just want y'all to know that the person who said was not the other guest, High Value Prince, that was asked. He wasn't asking for clarity when you heard That actually came from Chad, the nigga who was saying this pedophilic shit. And it was like unapologetic defense, caping, coddling, like there was nothing else. Like what, like, how does it get this bad?
You told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
What?
No, he that access you have, if the men are not praying on, that wouldn't matter.
First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How?
This is common. He raised her while she was still a child, and only when she turned 18, that's when he married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong. You tell.
You heard that? That's just that would drive me batshit in a conversation with that nigga. I'd have damn near nigga been flashing right there. What up, real? I'm feeling log off and shit, but yeah, nobody wanted. We was playing dominoes and shit earlier. It's niggas saying, like always, niggas saying some weird shit. I slow this shit down so hopefully somebody could hear it. It must need to be heard if we continue to allow it.
How that's wrong, and we're these parents that let him raise them. We're with these parents that let him raise them.
Married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong. You tell me how that's wrong, and we're these parents that let him raise.
No, that's not true.
I'm trying to say, why should I look at my
You're right though. I mean, you're gonna know it.
Yeah, I'm not ready for that clip yet.
Well, first off,
some of these
parents,
I can't.
Fault to blame.
I don't know where to rebut some of this shit. Like some of the things these niggas be saying, it seems so directly like offensive. I didn't know that I would have to debate that. Like I never could. I wasn't prepared to debate that type of thing yet. And I don't know. I wasn't ready for a couple of these shit. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Do you not agree with that?
Like right there, the nigga said grown men's. I'm not mature enough to handle that shit in a debate. I'm gonna sidetrack the whole fucking debate because I'm gonna let this nigga say it again.
Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that?
I swear to God, we would have problems. I'm going to derail all the intellectual capacity that could have been delivered for at least 15 minutes when I hear a nigga say grown men's. See? And like that, like nigga, that's how we talk to each other. Nigga, tell me anything about some grown men's. Nigga, we might have to derail the conversation. I'm just not that mature yet. I'm working on me, though. I admit it. But the nigga is not finna get that one off.
How is it that?
No, sorry. How is it that pre-off? How about this? We can talk about.
And then because I've derailed the whole conversation screaming at this nigga for the fact that he said men's, I gave him an LGBT out to where now he gets to avoid having to be accountable for what he actually does believe. And here's his question. Like we never would have got this question if I was on there, because the nigga said men's.
How about this? We can talk about parents and how they monitor.
How is it that?
No, sir.
That.
Do you not agree with that?
How is it that?
No, sir.
How is it the preacher's fault for being a fucking pedophile? That's fucking crazy. He won. If that was a debate, he whooped my ass in a debate. He body bagged me quick, and I'm not even on the panel. How is it the preacher's fault? I never would have thought to think that it was acceptable to say, how is it the preacher's fault? Like this, listen to this line of reasoning. I know I said I was finna be done. Yeah, I gotta do that on a separate one. I'm gonna have to review the Chad Jones. The other one I'm gonna have to review is the Commander Platinum, or what that nigga named, Cisco, who I thought was Platinum, but Commander Platinum Cisco dude. That fool had an interview where he was on some weird shit
You
too.
got a lot of points to say. I mean, I agree with you a lot of stuff, but we don't put the brunt of it on where it belongs, which is the black woman.
Emphasis on the boys is negated, and we just say the black children. We don't talk about how that culture of black males ain't benefiting young black boys, because whatever overall culture is there and whatever's in that school system, it ain't hurting the girls.
I mean, you're right.
Like I say, so that for me, that's the problem, is the culture amongst black people ain't really that good. But
And that shit hurting the girls too, nigga. What you talking about? Nigga, that, like, what we might experience in like the male's role, like the role being challenged for a black male or going through high school or whatever. Yeah, the education system is just, I think it's detrimental on a black woman too. Once she gets to her womanhood, in her girlhood, she doesn't have the agency, so I can't put it on her. Then she doesn't have the agency in that case. She doesn't get to determine what her education would be. So the dude's argument of how is it not the parents? It's a deflection, but it's one of those deflections where it's like, it's okay, I can give you that without it killing the whole debate. Why would people allow their children to be in harm's way? And then if that's your logic, I don't see how it ends up with, tell me how the preacher is wrong for doing it. Because to me, that says now if the preacher's not wrong for being a pedophile, and that's not wrong, the parent is wrong for putting their child in harm's way. Like, that's just a level of segregation that I don't know. Maybe I'm just not willing to receive it. I'm not willing to receive that level of segregation. I just don't live like that. It's justified because the parents could have prevented it, but didn't. It's so the rebuttal, what does the rebuttal even sound like? Nah, it's not. I would like, it would still be the same. A child can't consent, so it's always going to be rape, and so it's no justifying it then. A child does not have that agency. So you kind of, I guess you blur the destination of where this conversation would go when you start blaming the woman, or I think he says single women destroyed the community, or single women are to blame for the agency of a child that should have known better. We're gonna get to his argument. We don't get to it. Like, there has to be some value, something other than that.
And what is it really though? The 12th boil of America, right? Let's start with the uppers.
That be your fault? As a black
No,
man?
no, it will be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't raise. Like FBG black mama and all them.
As a black
No,
man?
no, it will be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't raise. Like FBG black mama and all them.
As a black
No,
man?
no, it will be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't raise. Like FBG black mama and all them. That's where the fuck blame. That's where they lie. If they doorstep. Nah, that's a failure ass state up there.
Would that be your fault? As a black
No,
man?
no, it will be the fault of these black mamas having. And it's what is it really though? The toilet bowl of America, right? Let's start with the upper states first.
Okay. Now, the black communities in those places are much different.
That's a failure ass state up there.
Would that be your fault? As a black
No,
man?
no, it will be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't raise. Like FBG black mama and all them. That's a failure ass state up there.
Would that be your fault? As a black
No,
man?
no, it will be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't raise. Like FBG black mama and all them. That's where the fuck blame. That's where they lie if they doorstep. Nah, that's a failure ass state up there.
Would that be your fault? As a black
No,
man?
no, it will be the fault of these black mamas having. I mean, you got a lot of points to say. I mean, I agree with you a lot of stuff, but we don't put the brunt of it on where it belongs, which is the black woman.
The black, so I thought you were gonna say the white man. So you said the black.
No, not the white man. It ain't the white man's fault.
Right. So it's not the white man's fault, it's the black woman's fault. Like I say, so that for me, that's the problem is the culture amongst black people ain't
Fuck who not to fuck. They should have fucked the white man. Can we? No fault really. They should have fucked the white man, right? No fault really. They should have fucked the white man, right?
no, they can't agree with that. I mean, but like I said, I don't mind.
Decide to have a baby with. And if that dude's no good, go have an abortion. You can only have a baby who you decide to have a baby with. And if that dude's no good, go have an abortion. And for running out on their lives and shit and stuff like that, I mean, it's their fault. That's what I think. I mean, that's where it lies.
The fucking shame to have to tell a black woman to go find something better in a fucking white man. So no, I'm incapable of telling black women that they got to go find something in a white man that a black man should be able to do. That's fucking embarrassing. I got an echo. I know, that's why I muted you. You can come off mute now.
I didn't know you hear me on mute, but yeah, like, hello?
I'm here, bro. When I talk, it's an echo. So you gotta talk and then
But no, that's all I was really saying. Like I mean, they blaming these 25-year-olds and 12-year-olds. They blaming the black man for running out on their lives and shit and stuff like that. I mean, it's their fault. That's what I think. I mean, that's where it lies. You can only have a baby who you decide to have a baby with. And if that dude's no good, go have an abortion. That simple.
Right.
But no, that's all I was really saying. Like they blaming these 25-year-olds and 12-year-olds. They blaming the black man. That simple. You can only have a baby who you decide to have a baby with. And if that dude's no good, go have an abortion. That simple.
Right.
But no, that's all I was really saying. Like they blaming these 25-year-olds and 12-year-olds. They blaming the black man for running out on their lives and shit and stuff like that. I mean, it's their fault. That's what I think. I mean, that's where it lies. You can only have a baby who you decide to have a baby with. And if that dude's no good, go have an abortion. Who you decide to have a baby with. And if that dude's no good, go have an abortion.
It should be able to do. That's fucking embarrassing.
I think I
don't have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18.
There we go. I was like, this nigga said one more thing that was outlandish, but I want to make sure I capture all of them.
You said your niece is going to school. You ain't got to worry about your nieces going to school.
That's the problem. Anybody,
Hey, nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white ass white. You got a dumb white ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and say there's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old.
Nigga, that's raping, bro.
If
it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga.
Even thinking about it, your mindset shouldn't be worried about no goddamn.
Well, first off, I'm not ready to Mr. High Value Prince brought this conversation
You
up.
are a child predator, sir. You're a child predator.
Mr. High Value Prince brought this conversation up.
You are. You too are. And you said your niece is going to school. You ain't got to worry about your nieces going to school.
that's the problem. Anybody, for anybody to ever really listen to that.
Was getting groomed by a man. Mama that got about 3 or 4, 5 baby daddies that just can't keep an eye on them, is what I'm telling you.
And
So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take it to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, have help from their parents, always in a fatherless home, or a mama that got about 3 or 4, 5 baby daddies that just can't keep an eye on them, is what I'm telling you.
And
So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take it to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Oh, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, oh, if you don't get touched by preacher men and teachers of the school, because we got eyes over them. Okay?
and like you are vehemently fighting this.
My original point is that you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent, because we all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing good in this world.
But, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever
it's nothing good in this world.
But, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk about the predator, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk
that you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You know why?
Why? Why, Chad?
He did not break the law. And if the law is such a problem, why won't we blame the white man who created this law?
Can I ask you a question, Chad?
Yes, sir.
So let's say I'm a parent. I monitor my child's phone closely. I walk them to and from school. I make sure they're getting on a bus. I vet the bus driver. I check his background. I check the teacher's background. And still, somehow, my child becomes a victim of a child predator. Whose fault is that?
That is the fault of the predators, because you did not take them to that place. That just so that's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not say that. You said where the parents took them to this church where they supposed to trusted this man. Now, if it's somebody you can't trust, where you just let them go to school and somebody kidnap them and rape them, that's something different.
Now, look, before we continue, now what if the person who assaulted my child was one of the teachers who I told you I have vetted them and checked their federal background, whatever? What if it was one of the teachers?
We're not going to use hypotheticals. We're going to stand on facts, just like the preacher man that you said you knew of. I haven't heard of this situation where a teacher took advantage of him.
So, okay, I knew his intentions and his purposes. It is not their fault.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you this question?
Go ahead.
Where is this preacher man at now?
That's not the
Hello? We need to talk
Hey,
about the men who are. you should have took care of your child. Or is that what you're saying, Chad?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So they asked him enough questions.
Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he giving up, that's fine, but I'm not interested in shifting the conversation to the women.
Yeah. Well, first off, in the rights of the law,
but ultimately, I'm going to blame the grown
parents. You can't make me feel ashamed or make me feel bad about parents that's not raising their own kids. You can't tell me that preacher man is that.
I don't want to talk to you.
And make me feel ashamed or make me feel bad about parents that's not raising their own kids. You can't tell me that preacher man is that.
I don't want to talk to you.
Own kids. You can't tell me that preacher man is that.
I don't want to talk to you. You're talking about the parents.
You can't tell me that preacher man is that.
I don't want to talk to you. You're talking about the parent. I don't want to talk about the parent. I want to talk about the grown man who are the parents.
Hey Taz, I'm pretty sure Taz kids or my kids or any kids. You can't tell me that preacher man is that.
I don't want to talk to you. You're talking about the parent. I don't want to talk about the parent. I want to talk about the grown man who are the parents.
Hey Taz, I'm pretty sure Taz kids or my kids or anybody else's kids not getting raised by a 50-year-old preacher. If they was, that would be my fault, would it not be? You can't tell me that preacher man is that.
I don't want to talk to you. You're talking about the parent. I don't want to talk about the parent. I want to talk about the grown man who are the parents.
Hey Taz, I'm pretty sure Taz kids or my kids or anybody
are the parents. Parent. I want to talk about the grown man who are the parents. Parent. I want to talk about the grown man who are the parents.
Hey Taz, I'm pretty sure Taz kids or my kids. Hey Taz.
Grown man who are the parents.
Hey Taz, I'm pretty sure Taz kids or my kids or anybody else's kids not getting raised by a 50-year-old preacher. If they was, that would be my fault, would it not be?
As in, it is so widespread. That's a problem with me. It's so widespread that it's common for children to experience it. You can have all the protection in the world, but if this is everywhere you go, we need to talk about the men who are doing this and not the parents. It is so widespread. That's a problem with me. It's so widespread that it's common for children to experience it. You can have all the protection in the world, but if this is everywhere you go, we need to talk about the men who are doing this and not the parents. In my opinion, it sounds like you want to talk about the parents, and if your child is taken advantage of, that's your fault for you should have took care of your child. Or is that what you're saying, Chad?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I'm saying.
We can move in later. And
first off, you told me this prep. Do you not agree with that?
About the men and how we can fix those men. And if you think we can't and you have given up, that's fine. But I'm not interested in shifting the conversation to the women. Fix those men. And if you think about the women, especially when the women in this situation are the people who are being harmed. So you don't say this for the women. Why are the women? I'm not interested in talking about the women, especially when the women in this situation are the people who are being harmed. People like you and this other gentleman come on. Okay, what about the women though? You don't say this for the women. Why are the women? I'm not interested in talking about the women, especially when the women in this situation are the people who are being harmed by some grown men. I'm interested in talking about the men and how we can fix those men. And if you think we can't, and people like you and this other gentleman come on. Okay, what about the women though? You don't say this for the women. Why are the women? I'm not interested in talking about the women, especially when the women in this situation are the people who are being harmed by some grown men. I'm interested in talking about the men and how we can fix those men. And if you think we can't and you have given up, that's fine. But I'm not interested in shifting the conversation to the women.
Damn, that nigga did know how to shut the hell up.
Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men.
See, right again. So as a part of a response video, I guess I'm supposed to give you all my reactions. So I'm gonna go on and I'm not saving this anyway. But once I started playing it, I was like, damn, I have to edit this content one way or the other.
And it's what is it really though? The toilet bowl of America, right? Let's start with the upper states first.
Okay. Now, the black communities in those places are much different.
That's a failure ass state up there.
What's that be your fault?
I don't. So you'll know that I'm from Cali by the way that my swag is. Sometimes you'll just be able to predict it. Just like if somebody has like, oh, they seem like they're from down south, you're pretty good. You can take a couple of guesses based off somebody's their accent or whatever. What I'm saying is you have the ability to discern what, you know, region, code, influence, and things like that. Don't let these dudes play. Like what I feel like they're doing is putting in. Hold on. I'm gonna let him say it. To me, I think that is a false narrative. But hold on, I want to make sure he says it.
No, it'll be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't raise. Like FBG mama and all them. That's a failure ass state up there.
What's that be your fault? As a black man?
No, it'll and all the kids that they can't raise. Like FBG mama and all them. That's a failure ass state up there.
What's that be your fault? As a black man?
No, it'll.
The black communities in those places are much different.
That's a failure ass.
Are much different.
That's a failure ass.
Are much different.
That's a failure ass state up there.
What's that be your fault? As a black man?
No, it'll be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't raise. Like FBG mama and all them. That's a failure ass state up there.
What's that be your fault? As a black man?
No, it'll be the fault of these black mamas having all these kids that they can't raise. Like FBG mama and all.
I mean, what are we talking about here? Like, so when I say agency, I thought agency was a pretty straightforward terminology for it, or like authority, like what should be the primary focus, or like it's something that somebody's able to accomplish. Like the expectations have to land on someone, and in this case, for whatever the behavior was, or criminology, whatever the behavior was, he wants it to land on the woman, but the behaviors that he's referring to aren't them. Though, like shit. Like okay, Moses' position, the niggas who weren't there are a problem. You don't just get to run from that just to say it. Like they're trying to make it seem like black men weren't in their kids' lives, and then he'll say that, and then say it's because the black women kicked his ass out. If that nigga had a value. As a man, it'd be these niggas, y'all be giving these niggas excuse after excuse. I think motherfuckers be way merciful on these niggas for these niggas to be so ungrateful like that. Like excuse after excuse after excuse for allowing a nigga to be, you know, a lesser caliber nigga if that nigga's in your life. You do that a hell of a lot more than you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I know you don't trust this nigga. Tell me you don't believe this nigga. Like, fuck.
That's staying up there.
What's that be your fault? As a black man?
No, it'll be the fault of these black mamas having the point of views and different perspectives on the black community. So where's this black community that I can go find that you speak of?
See, they can start off saying some shit you might agree with, but don't do it, because that's the same person, man. I ain't even chopped and screwed it. That was how I recorded it. But if I needed to grab one section to prove this same point, or to let the point prove itself.
It's not gonna be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say black, it won't be raised good. I got weak because it's this echo. You say that black men are incapable of doing so, right? Right, so you support black women, black babies?
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
That shit hurts. That shit hurts. That shit hurts.
It's not gonna be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say about it won't be raised good, I mean, and I got weak because it's this echo. You say that black men are incapable of doing so, right? Right, so you support black women aborting black babies?
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not gonna be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say about it,
America, yes, I do. Good in America, yes, I do. Good in America, yes, I do.
and when you say about it won't be raised good, I mean, and I got weak because it's echo. You saying that black men are incapable of doing so, right? I just want to be clear.
No, I did not say that. Niggas is incapable. I'm a black man. I stand on my own. I take care of mine. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody out here going to college. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody out here going to college. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody out here going to college, doing other stuff. You know, I mean, care of mine. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I take care of mine. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody out here, my own. I take care of mine. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody out here going to college, doing other stuff. You know, I mean, like I see good kids being raised, like in where I'm from, and I see when I go to South Dallas and shit, in where I'm from, and I see when I see good kids being raised, like in where I'm from, and I see when I see good kids being raised, like in where I'm from, and I see when I go to South Dallas and shit, when I go through the hood, it's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. All should be put to rest, if you ask me. All should be put to rest, if you ask me. And they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. Nothing but demons out there, and it's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. It's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. And shit, when I go through the hood, it's nothing but shit. When I go through the hood, and shit. When I go through the hood, and shit. When I go through the hood, it's nothing. Go through the hood, go through the hood, go through the hood, go through the hood. It's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest, if you ask me.
I'm sorry, who should be put to rest?
Should be put to rest, if you ask me. Demons out there, and they all should be put to rest, if you ask me.
It's an echo. You saying that black men are incapable of doing so, right? I want to be clear.
No, I did not say that. Niggas is incapable. I'm a black man. I stand up. I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes. I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do. And they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. And they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. South Dallas and shit, when I go through the hood, it's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest, if you ask me.
That shit hurts.
I'm sorry, who should be put to rest?
The fatherless kids that's destroying America by these black women. The fatherless kids that's destroying America. The fatherless kids that's destroying America. The fatherless kids that's destroying America.
I'm sorry, who should be put to rest?
The fatherless kids that's destroying America.
Who should be put to rest?
The fatherless kids that's destroying America.
That white men are better fathers.
Those fatherless kids in our community, where it can be blamed on, like I say our community, where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. Because first off, that's nothing to do with me and mine. But it's always falling on the black community. This black community I can't find. Black men, like Cynthia Jean, I'm telling them go find, or like shit like that. Well, go find something different. Go do something else. So,
And what are you saying? Because if your solution, your blame, wouldn't surprise me at all. Like this. A white motherfucker know not to come and say no shit like that to me. But that don't mean it don't apply. So that's why if a white motherfucker in my comment section, I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I do history, bro. And nobody's ever taught it.
I'm just saying, it look weird seeing black people agreeing, liking comments with potentially racist shows. Because you don't think there's ever been a racist show that made no comment say, yeah, let's support these black men or whatever like that, and a whole bunch of black women went like that comment being stupid. That's why you shouldn't do ignorant ass shit online. I ain't saying you, but I'm saying people need to fix what the fuck they got going. All the toxic bullshit, they need to work their way through that. Because
I'm sorry, who should be who put the rest?
the fatherless kid that's destroying America.
We can move in later in this conversation.
Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How?
This is common. He raised her while she was still a child, and only when she turned 18, that's when he married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong.
I'm sorry, who should be who put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. Doing other stuff, you know, I mean, my nephews in here, my hair, going to college, doing other stuff, you know, I mean, like, I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews care of mine. I take care of mine. I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews in here, my hair, going to college, doing other stuff, you know, I mean, I take care of mine. I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews in here, my hair, going to college, doing other stuff, you know, I mean, go do something different or because obviously they can't have a level they're on certain levels there's certain levels to this. If they can't find the upstanding black man like Cynthia Jean, I'm telling them go find, or like shit like that, well, go find something different. Go do something else. So do something different. Don't bring those fatherless kids in our community where it can be blamed on like I say our community, where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. Problems, go try another race, go do something different, or because obviously they can't have a level they're on certain levels there's certain levels to this. If they can't find the upstanding black man, 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 like Cynthia Jean, I'm telling them go find, or like shit like that, well, go find something different. Go do something else. So do something different. Don't bring those fatherless kids in our community where it can be blamed on, like I say our community, where it can be blamed on us, on the black men.
We can move in later in this conversation.
Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How?
This is common. He raised her while she was still a child, and only when she turned 18, that's when he married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong. First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he that access you have, if the men are not praying on, that wouldn't matter.
First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How?
This is common. He raised her while she was still a child, and only when she turned 18, that's when he married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong. You tell me how that's wrong, and we're these parents that let him raise them. We're with these parents that let him raise them.
Hey, nigga, what the motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white-ass white. You got a dumb white-ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and say there's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old.
Nigga, that's rape, bro. If it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga.
Even raping a 16-year-old.
Nigga, that's rape, bro. If it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga.
Even thinking about it, your mindset shouldn't be worried about no goddamn.
Well, first off, I'm not raping nothing.
There's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old. Hey, nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white-ass white. You got a dumb white-ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and say there's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old.
Nigga, that's rape, bro. If it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga.
Even thinking about it,
keep an eye on them. Is what I'm telling you. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Have help from their parents, always in the fatherless home, or with a mama that got about 3 or 4, 5 daddies that just can't keep an eye on them. Is what I'm telling you. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes,
For anybody to ever really listen.
was getting groomed by a man.
That nigga Domo has no chill.
3, 4, 5 daddies that just can't keep an eye on them. Is what I'm telling you. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, have help from their parents, always in the fatherless home, or with a mama that got about 3 or 4, 5 daddies that just can't keep an eye on them. Is what I'm telling you. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. And when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, if you don't get touched by preacher men and teachers of the school, because we got eyes over them. Okay? If you don't get touched by preacher men and teachers of the school, because we got eyes over them. Okay? Sir, if you don't get touched by preacher men and teachers of the school, because we got eyes over them. Okay?
And like you are vehemently fighting this.
My original point is that you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent, because we all know what's out here in this. You don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent. You don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent, because we all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing good in this world.
Sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact,
you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent, because we all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing good in this world.
Sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact,
whenever it's nothing good in this world.
That's the problem. Anybody, for anybody to ever really listen to that.
Was getting groomed by a man. Mama that got about 3 or 4, 5 daddies that just can't keep an eye on them. Is what I'm telling you. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, have help from their parents, always in the fatherless home, or with a mama that got about 3 or 4, 5 daddies that just can't keep an eye on them. Is what I'm telling you. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. And passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. And when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, if you don't get touched by preacher men and teachers of the school, because we got eyes over them. Okay?
And like you are vehemently fighting this.
My original point is that you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent. Because we all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing good in this world.
But, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever
it's nothing good in this world.
But, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk about the predator, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk
that you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You know why?
Why, Chad?
Because he did not break the law. And if the law is such a problem, why won't we blame the white man who created this law?
Can I ask you a question, Chad?
Yes, sir.
So let's say I'm a parent. I monitor my child's phone closely. I walk them to and from school. I make sure they're getting on a bus. I bet the bus driver, I check his background, I check the teacher's background. And still, somehow, my child becomes a victim of a child predator. Whose fault is that?
That is the fault of the predators, because you did not take them to that place. That just so that's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not say that. You said where the parents took them to the.
My child becomes a victim of a child predator. Whose fault is that?
That is the fault of the predators, because you did not take them to that place. That just so that's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not predators, because you did not take them to that place. That just so that's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not say that. You said where the parents took them to this church where they supposed to trusted this man. Now, if it's somebody you can't trust, where you just let them go to school and somebody kidnap them and rape them, that's something different. But
before we continue, now what if the person who assaulted my child was one of the teachers who I told you I have vetted them and checked their federal background, whatever? What if it was one of the teachers?
We're not going to use hypotheticals. We're going to stand on facts, just like the preacher man that you said you knew of. I haven't heard of this situation where a teacher took advantage of them. That's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not say that. You said it's because you did not take them to that place. That just so that's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not say that. You said where the parents took them to this church.
And the parent, the child, you are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk about the predator, sir, you are the bus. I bet the bus driver, I check his background, I check. But, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk about the predator, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk
that you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy.
That's the problem. Anybody, for anybody to ever really listen to that.
Was getting groomed by a man. That got about 3 or 4, 5 daddies that just can't keep an eye on them, is what I'm telling you. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, have help from their parents, always in a fatherless home, or with a mama that got about 3 or 4, 5 daddies that just can't keep an eye on them, is what I'm telling you. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18.
Because she's vulnerable, I was never prepared to debate this type of shit. Ever. I never thought that I would have to debate this.
Hey, I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent. Because we all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing in this world. We all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing good in this world. child parent, because we all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing good in this world. You can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent. You can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent, because we all know what's out here in this world. You can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent, because we all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing good in this world.
But, sir, you are blaming the law.
You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent. Believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers. That you don't blame. I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmaker. You don't blame. I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent. Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that?
See, we wouldn't have got there.
Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that?
I dismissed the nigga right there. It was done. There's nothing left that he could say. Like at this point, we're talking about a whole different protection of a different group of people at this point. There's nothing that, like, I just disagree. The people that you're trying to protect, the people that you're vouching for, all of, like, and he's wrong. And it feels so natural to say that he's wrong. I don't have an argument to tell him he's wrong. I don't. Like it seems like when they say there's certain inalienable rights.
Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? How is it that?
No, sir. How is that free for all? How about this? We can talk about parents and how they monitor their children.
Yes, sir.
But ultimately, I'm going to blame the grown man who is talking to the child. That is what needs to be fixed. It doesn't matter what your parent does or what internet access you have, if the men are not preying on you, that wouldn't matter.
First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How? So that's not praying. Praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How? Today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying. First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying. First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he groomed her, as in he raised her.
How?
This is common. He raised her while she was still a child, and only when she turned 18, that's when he married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong.
That's when he married her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong. You tell me how that's wrong, and we're these parents that let him raise them. They're not gonna be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say right, they won't be raised good. And I got weak because it's this echo. You say that black men are incapable of doing so, right? Right, so you support black women aborting black babies?
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not gonna be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say right, they won't be raised good. And I got weak because it's echo. You saying that black men are incapable of doing so, right? I just want to be clear.
No, I did not say that. Niggas is incapable. I'm a black man. I stand on my own. I take care of mine. But I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody here going to college, doing other stuff, you know. Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? Well, first off, the parents is far to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? How is it that?
No, sir. How is it that pre-football? How about this? We can talk about parents and how they monitor their children. But ultimately, I'm going to blame the grown man who is talking to the child. That is what needs to be fixed. It doesn't matter what your parent does or what internet access you have, if the men are not preying on you, that wouldn't matter.
First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No.
I mean, you got a lot of points to say. I mean, I agree with you a lot of stuff, but we don't put the brunt of it on where it belongs, which is the black woman.
The black, so I was gonna say the white man. So you said the black.
Not the white man. It ain't the white man's fault.
Right. So it's not the white man's fault. It's the black woman's fault.
Exactly. For the most part, when you get these little 15, 14, 12, and 13-year-old kids out here gang banging and shooting, that's where, like when you just said, when your daddy left, that's when you.
So you telling me that when 25-year-old men teach 13-year-old boys things, that's the mom fault?
Well, it's the mindset of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was raped, gang banging and shooting. That's where, like when you just said, when your daddy left, that's when you.
So you telling me that when 25-year-old men teach 13-year-old boys things, that's the mom fault?
Well, it's the mindset of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was raped by women, fatherless men. Yes, it is their fault. So of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was raped. Of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because it's the mindset of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was. It's the mindset of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was raised by women, fatherless men. Yes, it's the mindset of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was raised by women, fatherless men. It's the mindset of how they was grown by the women then, yes, because they was raised by women, fatherless men. Yes, it is their fault.
I have no idea what the fuck that nigga said right there. I can play that shit like 12 times and I still won't understand what he was agreeing to right there. That shit is hella funny. I when I first heard that part, I was crying. I was literally in tears over a couple of like, you can hear his trauma inflections. Like one of the ones that I caught early was like when he says there's nothing good in the world. I don't know if anybody else caught that one as like a trauma sign. And again, if you don't know who this is one of the people who actually joined after a conversation that was happening like this. It seems like there's a resistant energy to the 5.5 being becoming, more adopted, because the 5.5 or the awareness around Black femicide, it gets derailed almost every time by niggas. And so you kind of record and see what these niggas are saying. You let them talk because you know these niggas are saying some weird shit. But then when you finally hear what they were actually saying, like sometimes they slip in something I was like, okay, I could almost agree with that, to where they sound normal. And so do I then put them on a pedestal of expecting them to be normal because, they said something that I could almost relate to? And then you got to listen to the full body of the philosophy or the dogma. And it's like, nah, 99% of what this nigga just said, most of it, I don't even know what the fuck that nigga was saying. But I know I'm on the other end of it.
It's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say black, it won't be raised good. I got weak because it's this echo. You say that black men are incapable of doing so, right? Right, so you support Black women aborting Black babies?
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
Hey, nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white ass white. You got a dumb white ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and say there's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old.
Nigga, that's right, bro. If it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga.
Even about it. Your mindset shouldn't be worried about no goddamn.
Well, first off, I'm not ready to rape Mr. High Value Prince Buck
and you said your niece is going to school. You ain't got to worry about your niece is going to school.
That's the problem. Anybody, for anybody to ever really listen to that, was getting groomed by a man.
Hey, Domo is hella funny. Like when that fool says that's the problem for anybody, you know, listening to this nigga. That's the for real. That shit make a nigga feel dumb. Like there's a degree of sympathy that we think we should have, like human to human. And essentially trauma is one of those ones where we're still learning a hell of a lot about how trauma presents itself in certain people. Social media is I thought it was, you know, I thought it was one of those things that was supposed to be a good. Social media is a good thing because it gives people a voice, and the voice, you know, the First Amendment, freedom of expression, more expression, less conflict, less constriction, you know, all that shit, all the shit, sprinkle all of that shit in, the hope of shit, all the justifications in the world, and till I actually start hearing these niggas, nigga, I believe in censorship, nigga. There's like, for real, like they would be mad because they'd be like, I play the shit unedited, like when I heard it, like I might rewind it while I was recording it just to make sure I captured it. Or if somebody says something, I was like, damn, I might need to say something about that. I try to remind myself to capture that point by rewinding it and playing it a couple of times. Those major points of contention is what I debate. But in this case, there's no debating that. Like that's as deep as a belief system. That is I don't know, like you just don't try to debate a Christian about Christianity. Like
they won't be raised good. And I got to read you because it's echo. You saying that black men are incapable of doing so, right? I just want to be clear.
No, I did not say that. Niggas is incapable. I'm a black man. I stand on my own. I take care of mine. I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody out here going to college, doing other stuff. You know, I mean, like I see good kids being raised, like in where I'm from, and I see when I go to South Dallas and shit. When I go through the hood, it's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. And they all should be put to rest, if you ask me.
That white men are better fathers.
Those fatherless kids in our community where it can be blamed on, I say our community, where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. Because first off, that's nothing to do with me and mine. But it's always falling on the black community, this black community I can't find. Black men, like Cynthia Jean, I'm telling them go find, or like shit like that, well, go find something different, go do something else.
And what are you saying? Because if your solution, your blame, wouldn't surprise me at all. Like this. A white motherfucker know not to come and say no shit like that to me. But that don't mean it don't apply. So that's why if a white motherfucker in my comment section, I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I do history, bro. And nobody's ever taught it.
I'm just saying, it look weird seeing black people agreeing, liking comments with potentially racist trolls. Because you don't think there's ever been a racist troll that made no comment said, yeah, let's abort these black men or whatever like that, and a whole bunch of black women went like that comment being stupid. That's why you shouldn't do ignorant ass shit online. I ain't saying you, but I'm saying people need to fix what the fuck they got going. All the toxic bullshit, they need to work their way through that. Because even the live stream you had 2 days ago, when a girl came up here, the black girl, Miss Sincere, whatever it was, and she was talking to the dude, and just because he started saying some stuff, you seen how you cut me off, you said some stuff, but you ain't, nigga, stop talking and shit. You ain't really do all that. But she over here, shut the fuck up, shut up. So it's okay for a black woman to have that energy towards a nigga. I'm saying shit like that. Motherfuckers need to get their mind right. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with that girl, but hell no, you don't need to be talking to no niggas like that. You don't even know this man. That man was not disrespectful. So that's the shit I'm talking about. Because it's been women out here that carried themselves like that for most of their life. And now they find a Cynthia G channel that they think justifies. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with that girl, But hell no, you don't need to be talking to no niggas like that. You don't even know this man. That man was not disrespectful. So that's the shit I'm for most of their motherfucking life. And now they find a Cynthia G channel that they, because it's been women out here that carry themselves like that for most of their motherfucking life. And now they find a Cynthia G channel that they think justifies they. But hell no, you don't need to be talking to no niggas like that. You don't even know this man. That man was not disrespectful.
Hey, what's hella funny is, nigga, you found the Cynthia G channel. I don't think women is fucking with you like that. Like, I think his projection is funny because he's the nigga who found the Cynthia G channel. Nigga, promise you. The same way he can say like a couple of days ago and tell Taz who he had on his show a couple of days ago. Nigga, I still don't know who this nigga is, but I saw him pop up on this one. Do you hear this nigga?
I don't know what the fuck was wrong with that girl.
Man, these is the Eagles. What is these niggas?
Because it's been women out here that carry themselves like that for most of their life. And now they find a Cynthia G channel that they think justifies they. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with that girl. But hell no, you don't need to be talking to no niggas like that. You don't even know this man. That man was not disrespectful. So that's the shit I'm talking about. Because it's been women out here that carry themselves like that for most of their life. And now they find a Cynthia G channel that they think justifies they fucking actions. Like, no, it don't. Okay, you found out about these fucked up men. Okay, I'm glad you did that. But at the same time, that don't mean forget about your past fucked up self. And that you motherfucking get the right to run your fucking mouth out here, son. That's what that shit about. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with that girl. The men. Okay, I'm glad you did that, but at the same time, that don't mean forget about your past fucked up self, and that you motherfucking get the right to run your fucking mouth out here, son. That's what that shit about. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with that girl that I'm talking about, because it's been women out here that carry themselves like that for most of their life. Whatever it was, and she was talking to a dude, and just because he started saying some stuff, you seen how you cut me off, you said some stuff, but you ain't nigga stop talking and shit. You ain't really do all that. But she over here, shut the fuck up, shut up. So it's okay for a black woman being stupid. That's why you shouldn't do any of that shit online. I ain't saying you, but I'm saying people need to fix what the fuck they got going on.
White person have to get out of line to get put in check.
So as long as they saying here,
hold on, bro. I understand when a white person comes to this.
Got him.
The white.
I ain't saying
that nigga threw the cape on. We got him.
What the fuck they got going on?
Niggas.
White person have to get out of line to get put in check.
So as long as they saying here,
hold on, bro. I understand.
Hold on, what, nigga?
Put in check.
So as long as they saying here,
hold on, bro. I understand when a white person.
Yeah, see, still calling that. That's your little bro, Nick. Like sometimes you get caught up, like just like, damn, why am I giving the fuck? Like if you let these niggas talk, we've already extended the olive branch just because, like I don't believe that niggas are incompetent or naturally inherently, fucked up. And while I have my different views about, how trauma presents itself, I thought I was supposed to be getting better at that, like recognizing that because it could be trauma presenting, that makes me wrong for just spazzing out and telling these niggas to shut the fuck up, calling them dumb, cutting them off, like telling them their audio is trash, whatever their thoughts are, their everything like that, just dismissing them, dismissing like their whole humanity. They're not even a fucking person. Like, and that seems like some very cold shit to say. Like it feels more natural to have wanted to be like, come on, little bro, and try to give him that level of coddling, because that's a grown ass man who thinks that he could be looked at us as little bro, but to her he's still a threat. And because he still feels like he got niggas that would give him a sense of belonging, he could keep saying we, and he can rest and he rests better at night knowing that there's probably a whole lot of niggas that'll still fuck with him despite the way he moves like that. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I don't have to know shit, but my observation is that's that coddling shit that I have to catch myself for, the shit that makes me feel humiliated as shit. Like to want to give the nigga the benefit of the doubt is like a lame, like yeah, caping. Like, why would I just like, I don't like, it's subconscious too. Did you hear how fast he said it? He wasn't like yelling at him or nothing. Like, he was really just, you know, he was almost building with the nigga.
People need to fix what the fuck they got going on.
White person have to get out of line to get put in check.
So as long as they stand here,
hold on, bro. You understand when a white person comes to this channel, a white person is seeing history about their own community that they didn't even know. I do history that white folks don't even know about their own fucking community. So when they come here, a lot of times they come in here recognizing that they see a superior intellect. But it,
Yeah, I agree with it. Because he's right.
because you can't do what women do. Are we clear? You're crying because you can't do what women do. That's what the tears about. And y'all agree with that shit? You agree with that shit? Do you fucking weirdos agree with that shit?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with it. Because he's right. He goddamn right.
Why did High Value Prince answered that shit? He was like, do you fucking weirdos agree with that shit? And it was like, I don't agree with that shit. He didn't say nothing at first. Hold on, man. I told you I'm petty as fuck. These type of moments, nigga, I live for these, nigga. That was
because you can't do what women do. That's what the tears about. And y'all agree with that shit?
Hey, he was up there trying to give Taz, like, you know what I'm saying, some, you know, he was damn near in his position coddling like Taz, like he thought he was exposing Chad Jones better than the GOAT was, or better, he thought he was exposing Chad Jones better than Chad Jones was exposing himself. That nigga High Value thought he was in a position of authority on this panel. And look how he does it. Nigga, I told y'all, don't even fuck with that nigga, man.
They come in here recognizing that they see a superior intellect. But it,
Yeah, I agree with it. Because he's right.
because you can't do what women do. Are we clear? You're crying because you can't do what women do. That's what the tears about. And y'all agree with that shit? You agree with that shit? Do you fucking weirdos agree with that shit?
Hey, how do you not snap, nigga? I know it's that nigga platform, but fucking weirdo, nigga. Who is you talking to? Like, I don't know about how niggas just like. There's some things that create an instant trigger. I feel like there should be a natural resistance between niggas. Like a nigga gotta prove that he's telling the truth. Respect has to be earned or something like that. If you just giving niggas the benefit of the doubt, that makes you the fool or being too susceptible and is very risky. It's very risky. So there's things that he's saying that are almost striking along that same chord that Chad Jones do. That there is risk that we give room or rope or slack oftentimes to motherfuckers who didn't have to do anything but be black to earn that slack.
I'm sorry, who should put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America.
And then they say that.
I'm sorry, who should put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America.
I'm sorry, who should put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America.
I'm sorry, who should put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. By these black women.
Right, and so you think that children?
The what? I can hear you, sir.
Right, and so you think that children?
The what? I can hear you, sir.
Are you implying something should bad happen? Something bad should happen to the children?
Well, I was trying to identify the problem. The problem is something bad should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids unless they're married. They shouldn't be out here birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids. bad should happen to these black women. Some shit bad should happen to these black women. Some shit bad should happen to these black women. Some shit bad should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids. Some shit bad should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids unless they're married. They shouldn't be out here just running rapid, just fucking everything. You know this, man, that most black women, most women leave their husbands, not the other way around. Most women leave their husbands or their men because they rather have something else to do. You know this. Women are war.
I don't know anything. I want to school.
That nigga said, I don't know anything.
We
That's
know
how I
that
feel.
most children are being raised with a father. And so you're saying that black women should go fuck white men if they want those children to have a father. That's what I'm hearing you say. And I'm just trying to make sure we clear on you saying that. And if that's not what you're saying, what are you saying? Because if your solution, you're blaming it on the women and who they fucking, and that being the overall problem, and then you say, well, just go fuck white men. Okay, are you saying then that white men are going to be better fathers? I just don't know if you hear yourself in what you're saying. I'm trying to be clear.
No, Taz, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if they're blaming black men and fatherless black men for their problems, go try another race. Go do something different, or because obviously they can't have a level of they're on certain levels there's certain levels to this. If they can't levels to this, if they can't find there's certain levels to this. If they can't find the upstanding black man, like Cynthia Gino telling them go find, or like shit like that. Well, go find something different. Go do something else. So do something different. Don't bring those fatherless kids in our community where it can be blamed on. I say our community. Don't bring those fatherless kids in our community where it can be. Don't bring those fatherless kids in our community where it can be blamed on. I say our. And if they're blaming black men and fatherless black men for their problems, go try another race. Go do where it can be blamed on us. Where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. No, Chaz, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if they're blaming black men and fatherless black men for their problems, go try another race. Go do something different, or because.
Are you saying then that white men are going to be better fathers? I just don't know if you hear yourself in what you're saying. I'm trying to be clear.
No.
See, when I first heard that, I wrote Taz off, or this strategy, or that question off as I didn't think it was baiting or leading the witness. I thought it was like, man, you giving him an out again. Like you're like when he says grooming, my thought was after listening to the playback, he doesn't know what the fuck grooming actually means. But if you listen to the whole thing, he has an idea of what grooming means. And his idea is reasonably close enough for him to still know that that's wrong. As an expectation, he doesn't hold for that. And while his logic should lead towards saying niggas who do that is a bad thing, it doesn't. His logic then still diverts path back to black woman blame.
And I'm just trying to make sure we clear on you saying that. And if that's not what you're saying, what are you saying? Because
see, I don't want y'all giving this nigga the benefit of the doubt, like niggas wasn't patient, asking that nigga in numerous ways to clarify himself and what his actual dogma was, what these niggas believe in. So man, fuck that, man. As I listen, I find it more valid that distinction has to be made. Everybody ain't black. If you say everybody's black and all that shit, you don't have to show me what good is that then. Like people, like I'm damn near getting to the point of saying that's just another construct yet to be destroyed. Then, not a political identity or nothing like that, because motherfuckers will tell me that this nigga is black and that what he feels right here is something that many other black men may agree with this nigga on.
Black women should go fuck white men if they want those children to have a father. That's what I'm hearing you say. And I'm just trying to make sure we clear on you saying that. And if that's not what you're saying, what are you saying? Because if your solution, you're blaming it on the women and who they fucking, and that being the overall problem, and then you say, well, just go fuck white men. Okay, are you saying then that white men are going to be better fathers? I just don't know if you hear yourself in what you're saying. I'm trying to be clear.
No, Chaz, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if they're blaming black men and fatherless black men for their problems, go try another race. Go do something different, or because obviously they can't have a level. They're on certain levels there's certain levels to this. If they can't find the upstanding black man, like Cynthia Gino telling them go find, or like shit like that, well, go find something different. Go do something else. So do something different. Don't bring those fatherless kids in our community where it can be blamed on, I say our community, where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. I say our community, where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that?
That white men are better fathers.
Those fatherless kids in our community where it can be blamed on, I say our community, where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. Because first off, that's nothing to do with me and mine. But it's always falling on the black community, this black community I can't find. Black men, like Cynthia Gino telling them go find, or like shit like that, well, go find something different. Go do something else.
And what are you saying? Because if your solution, your blame, wouldn't surprise me at all. Like this. A white motherfucker know not to come and say no shit like that to me. But that don't mean it don't apply. So that's why if a white motherfucker in my comment section, I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I do history, bro. And nobody's ever taught it.
I'm just saying, it look weird seeing black people agreeing, liking comments with potentially racist trolls. Because you don't think there's ever been a racist troll that made no comment said, yeah, let's abort these black men or whatever like that, and all.
Be with it, because he right. He goddamn right.
What he right about?
Don't we all complain about equal opportunity for men and women? So what is this?
No.
You complain about women can't do what men can do?
What he right about?
Don't we all complain about equal opportunity for men and women? So what is this?
No.
You complain about women can't do what men can do? Because them all saying they equal just like men, right?
No.
No.
Yeah, I agree with it. Because he right. He goddamn right.
What he right about?
Don't we all complain about equal opportunity for men and women? So what is this?
No.
You complain about women can't do what men can do?
What he right about?
Don't we all complain about equal opportunity for men and women? So what is this?
No.
You complain about women can't do what men can do? Because them all saying they equal just like men, right?
No.
Hey, man.
Fuck who not to fuck. They should have fucked the white man. Can we? No fault really. They should have fucked the white man, right? No fault really. They should have fucked the white man, right?
No, they can't agree with that. I mean, but like that, I don't mind you niggas doing shit like that. Like I don't say shit like that. You niggas do.
I do. And I think it's facts. At least it's facts from where I'm from. I'm from Dallas, Texas. Shit, here to be specific. I mean, I do. And I think it's facts. At least it's facts from where I'm from. I'm from Dallas, Texas. Shit, here to be specific.
Like that, you niggas do.
That one right there.
And I think it's facts. At least it's facts from where I'm from. I'm from Dallas, Texas. Shit, here to be specific. I mean, they don't have no code over in my community. It's all
That you niggas do.
I do. And I think it's facts. At least it's facts from where I'm from. I'm from Dallas, Texas. Shit, here to be specific. I mean, they don't have no.
Right. Well, I mean, this world.
I'm a fan of Harlem Nights, the movie. And as a matter of performance, that motherfucker killed that line right there. He's out it exactly like a drunk ass nigga. Just here to be specific. Nigga, I needed that shit.
Be clear that black men are telling black women that they should go fuck black people. I mean, let's get those stop saying class said. I ain't never said that shit. You niggas gonna take that. But listen, bro. You niggas can come on my platform and say this. I've never said it, but I get blamed because saying it.
Okay, what did I say that you said they should? I said I think they should go fuck white men. I mean, they should go mess with white men, have these other babies if they feel the black men is such a problem.
They should go. You can come on my platform and say this. I've never said it, but I get blamed because saying it.
Okay, what did I say that you said they should? I said I think they should go fuck white men.
God.
Say it. Okay, what did I say that you said they should? I said I think they should go.
I've never said it, but I get blamed.
How do y'all not find this shit hilarious? What the fuck did he just say?
Okay, what did I say that you said they should? I think they should go fuck white men.
How, nigga?
I've never said it, but I get blamed because saying it.
Okay, what did I say that you said they should? I think they should go fuck white men. I mean, they should go mess with white men.
But I get blamed.
I told you I'm petty as hell. I wouldn't have made it.
I think they should go fuck white men. I mean, they should go.
But I get blamed because saying it.
Okay, what did I say that you said they should? I think they should go fuck white men. I mean, they should go mess with white men, have these other babies if they feel.
Oh God! Hey, that is a stabbing pain right here. Hearing that nigga say that.
Okay, what did I say that you said they should? I think they should go fuck white men. I mean, they should go mess with white men, have these other babies if they feel the black men is such a problem. Why not? Why shouldn't they have a preference of raising these kids that's not? They should go fuck white men. I mean, they should go mess with white men, have these other babies if they feel the black men is such a problem. Why not? Why shouldn't they have a preference of raising these kids that's not demons? I mean, nobody wants demons, child. My bad. What you say? I'm not. Why shouldn't they have a preference of raising these kids that's not demons? I mean, nobody wants demons, child. My bad. What you say, sir?
You niggas learn how to raise kids and be better fathers. You niggas need to learn how to do all that shit that you tell them to go find in a fucking white man. You ought to be a fucking shame to have to tell a black woman to go find something better in a fucking white man. So no, I'm incapable of telling black women that they got to go find something in a white man
shit,
that a black man should be able to do. That's fucking embarrassing.
I'm fucking
I
nuts.
gotta echo. I know that's why I'm muted you. You can come off mute now.
It's probably been like an hour and nobody said nothing. I wasn't even sharing the screen. Like y'all didn't even know who that was.
But yeah,
so now I gotta go back and say it again.
That you said.
There's been a couple of panel opportunities for African American men to come on and give their perspective, their philosophies, their dogma, to respond to the information Taz puts out. Oftentimes it seems like it's just a distraction. So my first reaction is to cut these dudes off, to call them dumb, like get them out of here. Like their audio to me does, like I don't even want their voice to be recorded, because that part of me that still wants to cape for these niggas or hold on to the fact that they're black men and we supposed to be brothers. I be like, man, give these niggas a chance. But that shit hard. Like I feel like these niggas be embarrassing in a motherfucker. And like because they're embarrassing, like I would owe it to these niggas to not let these niggas on, like to not let these niggas embarrass themselves. But the problem with that approach is I'm not the master of these niggas, right? I'm not their master. So I can't just force these niggas to think. I can't force them to think. Nigga, I want to act like, you know, black men are responsible for helping each, you know, black men get up. And that's the principle of brotherhood and unity and shit. That was the endearing legacy of Marcus Garvey, as they were creating a fraternal brotherhood that would be driven towards, you know, a certain goal. You know, all of these little cultic type of praise and worship services and shit that be happening. And I want to believe that they have a real legitimate value, and so they should be able to. I want to believe, like he said, if somebody wants to join one of them cults and shit, like as long as we've given them our best effort to tell them that that's some, you know, it's some cult shit, like that's some, it's not a boogeyman, like they here the boogeyman of the white man did it in the white man system and all of that shit, that's more or less a boogeyman. But you know, when it comes to your safety, look, that's not a boogeyman. Anybody just telling you black femicide exists for you to feel like that's just, you know, oh, this is their niche, their thing. It's not our fucking thing. I wish the shit didn't exist. For the same never mind, the manosphere niggas, I feel like they should have been the ones who were aborted. And so when he says some of this shit, I'm like, damn, that nigga is damn near right. Because their parents had no damn way of hear me out. Their parents had no way of knowing that them niggas would grow up to be manosphere niggas and choose, you know, the value sets and the shit that they had. And so it's like, damn, I can't blame the parents, nigga. And so what he say, these kids, nigga, he damn near said, fuck these kids. You know what I'm saying? And the problem is when he says fuck these kids, he means that shit. That I'd be on the other side of it, but am I really?
Don't know if you hear yourself in what you're saying. I'm trying to be clear.
No, Taz, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if they're blaming black men and fatherless black men for their problems, go.
And fatherless black men for their problems. He asked the man, what is he saying?
No, Taz, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, if they're blaming black men and fatherless black men for their problems, go try another race. Go do something different, or because obviously they can't have a level of they're on certain levels. There's certain levels to this. If they can't find the upstanding black man, like Cynthia Gino telling them go find, or like shit like that, well, go find something different. Go do something else. So do something different. Don't bring those fatherless kids in our community where it can be blamed on, I say our community, where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. The point of views and different perspectives on the black community. So where's the black community that I can go find that you speak of?
Okay, so go to Detroit.
What? Where it can be blamed on us, on the black men. The point of views and different perspectives on the black community. So where's the black community that I can go find that you speak of?
Okay, so go to Detroit.
It's not gonna be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say right, it won't be raised good. I got weak because it's this echo. You say that black men are incapable of doing so, right? Right, so you support black women aborting black babies?
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do. The point of views and different perspectives on the black community. So where's the black community that I can go find that you speak of?
Okay, so go to Detroit.
No, yeah. Okay, you talking about the ghetto, what the white man gave them. That's what the white man gave them, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this black community that you can.
Excuse me, Detroit is 85% black.
Yeah, and it's what is it really though? The toilet bowl of America, right? Nobody, it's not gonna be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say black, it won't be raised good. I got weak because it's this echo. You say that black men are incapable of doing so, right? Right, so you support black women aborting black babies?
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say about it, they won't be raised good. You mean, and I got to read you because it's echo. You saying that black men are incapable of doing something, right? I just want to be clear.
No, I did not say that. Niggas is incapable. I'm a black man. I stand on my own. I take care of mine. I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody out here going to college, doing other stuff. You know, I mean, like I see good kids being raised, like in where I'm from, and I see when I go to fuck who not to fuck. They should have fucked the white man. Can we? No fault really. They should have fucked the white man, right? No fault really. They should have fucked the white man, right?
No, we can't agree with that. I mean, but like I said, I don't believe that either. But when you start saying like around the children, it gets worse. What's the Chad? Go ahead.
I just had a couple of things, but first starting off with this black community. Where's this black community at? Because we all got different point of views and different perspectives on the black community. So where's this black community that I can go find? That you? I ain't never said I would. That shit, that nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Hey, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die,
man? My daughter died because she was playing for the gun, man. She was playing for the gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing though.
That shit, that nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Hey, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die,
man? My daughter died because she was playing for the gun, man. She was playing for the gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. So she was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing though. Why didn't nobody pull you to the side and tell you, bro, you can't blame individuals for accidents? That's an accident.
Okay, cool. I wasn't worried about that then, Taz. I wasn't worried. She was playing for the gun, man. She was playing for the gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So she was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing though. Why didn't nobody pull you to the side and tell you, bro,
this nigga that don't got the mindset he got today?
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Hey, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die,
man? My daughter died because she was playing for the gun, man. She was playing for the gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing though. Why didn't nobody pull you to the side and tell you, bro, you can't blame individuals for but accidents. That's an accident.
Okay, cool. I wasn't worried about that then, Taz. I wasn't worried about that then. I wasn't worried about. I was living my life trying to make a better life for me. I wasn't worried about it then. This nigga put up on me because I was mad at the time. I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. Worried about it then. This nigga put up on me because I was mad at the time. I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? That nigga beat, that nigga, he tried to fight me, right? You want to call it being a real nigga? I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? That nigga beat, that nigga, he tried to fight me, right? He started fighting me. I got the better hand of that nigga. Kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? That nigga beat, that nigga, he started fighting me, right? He started fighting me. I got the better hand of that nigga. That nigga homeboy ran out the car and kicked me in my head and knocked my eyeball out of my head. He started fighting me. I got the better hand of that nigga. That nigga homeboy ran out the car and kicked me in my head and knocked my eyeball out of my head. I go to the hospital for two weeks. I get out, I ride by a barbershop, I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone. But you want to call it being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? That nigga beat, that nigga, he started fighting me, right? He started fighting me. I got the better hand of that nigga. That nigga homeboy ran out the car and kicked me in my head and knocked my eyeball out of my head. I go to the hospital for two weeks. I get out, I ride by a barbershop, I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone. I ain't got no right mindset. He started fighting me. I got the better hand of that nigga. That nigga homeboy ran out the car and kicked me in my head and knocked my eyeball out of my head. I go to the hospital for two weeks. I get out, I ride by a barbershop, I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone. I ain't got no right mindset. I'm gonna take out everybody too. He wanna hurt me, I'm gonna hurt the nigga that was with him that kicked my eyeball out of my head. I ran that barbershop. It ain't 5 niggas, but it wasn't no 5 niggas. That's why I say you can take the nuisance of what you want to take. I ran inside that barbershop. I shot that nigga 2 times in the head. He put up his hand. I shot him through the hands and I shot him in the head. I did that. I went to prison. That barbershop, I shot that nigga 2 times in the head. He put up his hand. I shot him through the hands and I shot him in the head. I did that. I went to prison. I reformed myself. Now I'm speaking out about all the black trauma the black woman gave me. My no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing though. Why didn't nobody pull you to the side and tell you, bro, you can't blame individuals for accidents? That's an accident. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you.
I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. Because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. So she was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga. I get out, I ride by a barbershop, I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone. I ain't got no right mindset. I'm gonna take out everybody too. He wanna hurt me. I'm gonna hurt the nigga that was with him that kicked my eyeball out of my head. End that nigga. My baby gone. I ain't got no right mindset. I'm gonna take out everybody too. He wanna hurt me. I'm gonna hurt the nigga that was with him that kicked my eyeball out of my head. I ran that barbershop. It ain't 5 niggas, but it wasn't no 5 niggas. That's why I say you can take the nuisance of what you want to take. I ran inside that barbershop. I shot that nigga 2 times in the head. He put up his hand. I shot him through the hand, and I shot him in the head. I did that. I went to prison. I reformed myself. Now I'm speaking out about all the black trauma the black woman gave me.
The black woman.
I did that. I went to prison. Shot him through the hand, and I shot him in the head. I did that. Did that. I went to prison. I reformed myself. Now I'm speaking out about all the black trauma the black woman gave me.
The black woman. See, that's what we like. Some things.
I'm speaking out about all the black trauma the black woman gave me. I shot that nigga 2 times in the head. He put up his hand. I shot him through the hand, and I shot him in the head. I did that. I went to prison. I reformed myself. Now I'm speaking out about all the black trauma the black woman gave me.
The black woman. See, that's what we like.
I would never knew about this nigga. My daughter died because.
But bro, listen.
Black woman gave me.
The black woman. See, that's what we like.
I would never knew about this nigga. My daughter died because.
But bro, listen. I understand why you saying that, but some things just happen in life. Everything, all the trauma that came after this, some of that is self-inflicted because you didn't deal with the issue itself, bruh.
I said that,
You're supposed to be mad at the world over it. I get it, and I couldn't even imagine. And so I don't even want to tell you you were wrong for feeling how you felt. But I'm saying in hindsight, it sounds like some of the anger hasn't been dealt with about that. And it's not the black woman's fault. It's not the woman's fault. It is not that man's fault. This happens in life and it's irresponsible. But then we have to let the irresponsibility be a lesson. You can't pass on toxicity, bruh. We dealing with irresponsibility, and I can understand why you call her every bitch that you call her based on that irresponsibility. But what I don't understand is the hatred that comes outside of that for what it seems is the rest of the world. People feel like, but you got to move on in a way that's productive for your daughter still, even though she's not here. You still got to remember to be productive because she's still your daughter, regardless of if she's here or not. You don't want to be a fucking embarrassment, bruh, because I wrote you off. I understand now why you say some of the shit you're saying. Not all of it, and not even most of it. But I understand where the root of some of this is, and you got to deal with some of that, bruh, so you don't get to the point where you're looking at every woman like she would be as irresponsible as that one moment. Every woman did that.
I'm not saying that.
See, this shit was, I wouldn't have made it. I wouldn't have made it on some childish technicality that he said something stupid or he was slow. I would have distracted the entire conversation. This dude would have never had the opportunity to I don't know. Like when he said that, I don't know if he felt like a bit of relief. Shit, like, but y'all heard everything that he was saying up until this point. I was damn near, and here's my conflictedness, and hey, I'll take it as it is. If there's anything that I should probably shorten this and just have a section just for this person, because that is a case study. It's too easy just to write a nigga off and dismiss this nigga. And when you hear this nigga, some of the, like, if there's anything that he said, there's like 99% of the shit I'm like, I know I'm on the other side of. But then the nigga say some shit like that, and I'm like, oh God, that I can relate. And that kills me because I'm not trying to relate to these type of weird ass niggas. Like, but in this case, women would ask, who hurt that nigga? And this nigga finally told us, and I wasn't able to handle that shit, nigga. I'd have just been looking like an asshole. I'd have had to change my whole platform. But to be able to be patient and like, here's the switch where a lot of people would have lost it.
I ain't never said I would. That shit, that nigga you see right.
First of all, you're not finna sit here screaming at me. I done pulled up your little slide, and you still, now you going in at me, nigga. Taz was the only nigga even giving that nigga a platform to say anything, and the shit was sounding ridiculous. And he allowed that nigga to say hella shit up to this point.
I ain't never said I would. That shit, that nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else, and you just got mad.
See, I thought that was a zing. That was a shot. That was a heavy shot right there. And so while I'm fucking celebrating, like somebody put in the chat, what you say, the shame and the guilt. Yeah, that's the conflict that I'm experiencing, because I'm like, oh, that was a good one. That's a body.
No. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died. My nigga, my black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter?
Right. If he doesn't take the time to ask that nigga, hold on, and to, like, that part right there, this nigga never would have had this moment. Like, but I think if there was anything, like, somebody listened to that nigga, he was no longer invisible for at least the time it took him to answer that. It didn't matter how hard he was or how soft he was, if he was right or wrong for sharing his private information. He needed this moment right here, if you ask me.
My daughter.
Nobody even asked him. And if there was like the things that people just disclose, the trauma of nobody even asking him about how he feels about his daughter's death, like, it's probably just something that he like.
My nigga, my black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you.
That part.
She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing, though. Why didn't nobody pull you to the side and tell you, bro, you can't blame individuals for accidents? That's an accident.
Okay, cool. I wasn't worried about that then, Taz. I wasn't worried about that then. I wasn't worried about. I was living my life trying to make a better life for me. I wasn't worried about it then. This nigga put up on me because I was mad at the time. I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? That nigga beat that nigga, he tried to fight me, right? He started fighting me. I got the better hand of that nigga. That nigga homeboy ran out the car and kicked me in my head and knocked my eyeball out my head. I go to the hospital for two weeks. I get out, I ride by a barbershop, I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone, I ain't got no right mindset. He started fighting me. I got the better hand of that nigga. That nigga homeboy ran out the car and kicked me in my head and knocked my eyeball out my head. I go to the hospital for two weeks. I get out, I ride by a barbershop, I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone, I ain't got no right mindset. I'm gonna take out everybody too. He wanna hurt me. I'm gonna hurt the nigga that was with him that kicked my eyeball out of my head. I read in that barbershop. It ain't 5 niggas, but it wasn't no 5 niggas. That's why I say you can take the nuisance of what you want to take. I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone. I ain't got no right mindset. I'm gonna take out everybody too. He wanna hurt me. I'm gonna hurt the nigga that was with him that kicked my eyeball out of my head. I read in that barbershop. It ain't 5 niggas, but it wasn't no 5 niggas. That's why I say you can take the nuisance of what you want to take. I read inside that barbershop. I shot that nigga 2 times in the head. He put up his hand. I shot him through the hand and I shot him in the head. I did that. I went to prison. I reformed myself. The right mindset, I'm gonna take out everybody too. He wanna hurt me. I'm gonna hurt the nigga that was with him that kicked my eyeball out of my head. I read in that barbershop. It ain't 5 niggas, but it wasn't no 5 niggas. That's why I say you can take the nuisance of what you want to take. I read inside that barbershop. I shot that nigga 2 times in the head. He put up his hand. I shot him through the hand and I shot him in the head. I did that. I went to prison. I reformed myself. Now I'm speaking out about all the black trauma the black woman gave me.
The black woman. See, that's what, but bro, that's what we like. Some things.
I'm speaking out about all the black trauma the black woman gave me. I shot that nigga 2 times in the head. He put up his hand. I shot him through the hand and I shot him in the head. I did that. I went to prison. I reformed myself. Now I'm speaking out about all the black trauma the black woman gave me.
The black woman. See, that's what, bro, that's what we like.
I would never knew about this nigga. My daughter died because.
But bro, listen, bro, listen. I understand why you saying that. See, that's what, but bro, that's what we like.
I would never knew about this nigga. My daughter died because.
But bro, listen, bro.
I would never knew about this nigga. My daughter died because.
But bro, listen.
Yeah, I'm talking about killing niggas. Like,
yeah,
I'm not trying to kill niggas.
The simp element in that. I just don't see any simp conversation that when we talking about maybe what would be a bad response. Like everybody got to go in the house.
I'm not saying, that's why I said I was a simp, bitch ass nigga in that moment. I said that about myself. Why would you? I said that, did I not? I wasn't right.
That's not, but see, that's contextually now we have to deal with that though. Because in that moment, you're not a simp for trying to do something about what you perceive as an irresponsibility that led to your daughter's life. I ain't calling that no simp shit, nigga. Just so we clear on that. Like everybody got to go in the house. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I got you. I'm not far from you in that thought process. That's not what I was referring to. And what I thought I heard in that moment, that story didn't turn out to be that. So we can remove the simp element in that. I just don't see any simp conversation that when we talking about maybe what would be a bad response. Because again, I'm not saying you're supposed to respond fucked up, but I'm from that and I understand that response. And I don't know how I would respond, just like even Domo being the fucking scholar and amazing brother that he is, he may even respond the same way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm talking about killing niggas. Like,
yeah,
I'm not trying to kill niggas. I'm not with you. No. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Hey, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
No, that shit, that nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mama was fucking somebody else, so you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Hey, bro, hold on. How did you?
Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? Yeah. Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men.
Hey, nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white ass white. You got a dumb white ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and that. Dumb white ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and that. Dumb white ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and that. Say there's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old.
Nigga, that's rape, bro. If it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga. Bro, if it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga.
Even thinking about it, your mindset shouldn't be worried about no goddamn.
Well, first off, I'm not ready to rape nothing. Mr. High Value Prince brought this conversation up.
You are a child predator, sir.
Not me.
You're a child predator.
Mr. High Value Prince brought this conversation up.
Yes, you are. You're a child predator.
Mr. High Value Prince brought this conversation up.
Yes, you are.
That white men are better fathers.
Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? Yes, sir, I'm not.
That's not protection. Go ahead, man. Y'all talk.
That is protection. You can't get me to agree with you, Mr. High Value, man.
I'm alive.
That's what you're saying is
I understand you are not high value like myself. I need you to engage in any more conversation with me.
Yes, sir, I'm not. Tell me how this preacher man is wrong. Because the parents that had these children.
All right, Dr. King.
The only thing.
Tell me how the preacher is wrong.
Anybody street, they post up and holler at some niggas and be laughing at your kid. Yeah, they help in Ohio, it's in Chicago for a long time. Niggas love that shit. Okay, niggas don't want to hear no other fake pro-black bullshit. They want to deal with regular real people today. And I like that. I prefer that. I don't want to hear that fake black shit. I think most black people don't either at this point.
I agree. I just, when it comes to like what black women are able to do in this thing.
All right, hold on a second. Let me get to you. Go ahead, Kayla, finish up so I can get you out of here.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I just wanted to say, before whatever you're about to say, if it's black first, then what can women do? What can black women do? Like, I guess it's kind of like.
Black women can stay the fuck away from that shit.
Promise you.
But black first is supposed to be a paradigm that we create that benefits black women. If black women can't see a benefit in that paradigm, it is what it is. Black women ain't got to be black first. Like for real, like take care of your kids first and take care of you first. Black first is the paradigm men are supposed to create that benefits women. If black first ain't benefit women, then nah, you ain't supposed to be behind that shit.
Okay. All right, let me.
It's what it is. Black women ain't got to be black first. Like for real, like take care of your kids first and take care of you first. Black first is the paradigm men are supposed to create that benefits women. If black first ain't benefit women, then nah, you ain't supposed to be behind that shit.
Okay. All right, let me clear out. Good luck.
Thank you. Let me see.
Where's the community? I can go find that speaker. Yeah, okay. That's what white men game. I'm not talking about this. Yeah, and it's what it is, real. The 24 of America, right? Nobody gives a shit about Detroit. That's what so that's not right. How you're raised still a child and that's when you married her. Now you tell me how that's wrong. First off, you told me this pastor when they were 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he that access you have, if the men are not praying on, that wouldn't matter.
First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying.
No, he grew her. He raised her.
How?
This is, he raised her while she was still a child. And only when she turned 18, that's when her.
Now you tell me how that's wrong. You tell me how that's wrong. And where these parents that let her them, parents that let me raise them,
married her,
raise them. Where was these parents that let me raise them? I never said that shit. That you see right there on that screen. That was a simp bitch ass nigga. The mindset he got today.
Right.
No. I told you, sir, my baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass. My daughter died because she was playing she was playing with that stuff.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Really that good. But when you start saying stuff like around the children, it gets worse. What's the chat? Go ahead.
I just had a couple of things, but first starting off with this black community. Where's this black community at? Because we all got different point of views and different perspectives on the black community. So where's this black community that I can go find that you speak of?
Okay, so
I ain't never said that shit. That nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that got today.
Right,
but No, I just told you, my baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My not good, my no good ass baby mama. My daughter died because she was playing with the dog. She was playing with the rest of my household.
Oh, that's not true. You gonna know it. You gonna know it. Because you don't know what's gonna happen. You gonna know it. Because you don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, hey, look, it's like this. This business up and running. I already got my rental houses and my other houses for business on it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying now. Because if we're living together. Okay, we living together. So we just met. What you mean, like girlfriend, boyfriend? Because if we're living together. Okay, we living together. So we just met. What you mean, like girlfriend, boyfriend? But if we move in together, right? We get married. What if I get married? Because if we're living together. Okay, we living together. So we just met. What you mean, like girlfriend? Because if we're living together. Okay, we living together. So we just met. What you mean, like girlfriend, boyfriend? But if we move in together, right? Because if we're living together. Okay, we living together. So we just met. What you mean, like girlfriend, boyfriend? But if we move in together, right? We get married. What if I get married?
Yeah, that happened. He has that shame and that conflict, but a nigga be alright. Some people are like sponges and they've absorbed so much they can't absorb anything else. So now they just start to leaking out. And I think whatever was hurting that dude, I would hope that he found at least a little bit of solace in being able to share that was actually killing him. Like out of all the motherfuckers who be saying dumbass shit, I think that was that moment of authenticity. Like, and it corrected the hell out of me. My attitude, how I approach these niggas, is not like I'm too good, but I normally I try to avoid that type of energy exchange. Like you could cuss, you could talk about a lot of shit, and I'm very disappointed only because I still got hope. I have a son, so of course I'm going to be I'm going to reserve at least a little bit of hope, even if it's just for my own. But with that hope, you know, it is extended. And I extended it to the wrong nigga in that case, because I don't know, but maybe I'm just overthinking it. But that was something that weighed heavy on my conscience. And I told y'all there's some weird ass shit that been said on this bad boy. Just some weird shit. It's hard not to feel for, you know, it's hard not to feel the empathy, and just because of how the nigga started crying. And it's because of those naked tears that will end up coddling these niggas. And when I say coddling, it was like the last little clip was from a completely different day when a dude, after a conversation that was similar, a dude get on the panel and start really like, you know, he starts popping his peas on her. And so she essentially took the conversation to, okay, we live together and I get pregnant by you, then what happens? Asking that nigga that shit. See, that's worse than naked tears getting you. She was still interested. She literally was giving that nigga a chance to talk that shit, to be, you know, giving that nigga a hope.
No, that's not true.
I'm trying to say, why should I talk about this?
You're right though. I mean, you gonna know it. You gonna know it. You gonna know it. Hey, look, it's like this. It's business up and running. I already got my rental houses and my other houses with business on it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying now. Okay, we living together. So we just met. What you be like, girlfriend or boyfriend? Okay, we living together. So we just met. What you be like, girlfriend or boyfriend?
I don't know how her logic got there, but I guess I'm not supposed to understand some people's logic. I don't like the conversations that be getting hijacked. It's not even the fact that people come up and they might not be as articulate or as passionate about a certain thing, but at some point, like these type of backflips, if they're not creating a conflict in you, then I know I need to work harder, because man, I am conflicted as hell. Like, and I'm so freaking petty. I'm still on the fence of whether or not it deserves a real drill. Like, should I put the music to it and everything? Like, is this a freaking low blow, or that's just too much, or whatever? Like, but even after replaying it right now and all the different playback versions of it, it's like, I don't know. I still don't feel like I should be compassionate to that nigga. But as a black man, we're supposed to be brothers, and you gotta empathize or sympathize, and we have shared experiences. Even if I could relate to the fact that when that nigga said he lost his daughter, and he was like, man, like he was losing it. I haven't experienced nothing like that, but I've experienced some great freaking days with my daughter. And so that when he said that, it actually triggered what it triggered in me was it was a conversation now about the relationship between a father and daughter. And to me, I don't think that's justification for him, no. So he might be triggered and hurting by the fact that she didn't allow him to create the father-daughter bond, and that she chose another nigga, and all of those different ways that he could scapegoat it.
You gonna know it.
Because you don't know what's going to happen. I mean,
Hey, look, it's like this. It's business up and running. I already got my rental houses and my other houses with business on it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying now.
See, that shit switched. Damn, Jazz Doll. I feel conflicted about even having sympathy, but this shit sound like you was giving that nigga a whole fantasy. That's the issue with these niggas, is that the fantasy is that you're giving them attention, you're entertaining the fantasy in these niggas. And that shit, I believe, needs to be broken. I fucking celebrated when that nigga started crying.
Okay, we live together. So we just met. What you be like,
She concerned about moving in with the nigga, marrying him, and getting pregnant, like all of that. That was the whole fucking fantasy she just gave that nigga.
I ain't never said I was that shit. That nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died. My nigga, my black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Hey, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing for the gun, man. She was playing for the gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that.
So y'all got to see the conflict in human nature, I guess, if y'all gonna understand where I'm at today with it. When that nigga said that shit, and I finally heard that little section right there, nigga, I was like, got him. Nigga, I was celebrating that shit. Because for me, his views against children, he didn't want to go against the pedophile. He's like all of this shit. Like kids could die and they could be raped. And as long as it was in the law, then it wasn't illegal. And you don't blame the person who committed it. You have to go to the parents. And at all of the things that he was saying, like that, I was like, man, I was not rooting for this nigga to have like any remorseful moment of connection. There was no bond that should have been made. And because I felt that way when that nigga said that shit, and you might be conflicted yourself.
You raised you, and I got weak because it's this echo. You say that black men are incapable of doing so, right? Right, so you support black women aborting black babies?
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say black, they won't be raised good. And I got weak because it's echo.
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
I'm sorry, who should be who put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. I I ain't never said I was that shit. That nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died. My nigga, my black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing for the gun, man. She was playing for the gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. Leave that dude. But when you start saying like around the children, it gets worse. What's the Chad? Go ahead.
I just had a couple of things, but first starting off with this black community. Where's this black community at? Because we all got different point of views and different perspectives on the black community. So where's this black community that I can go find that you speak of?
Support black women aborting black babies.
I support getting rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. I support getting rid. I ain't never said I was that shit. That nigga you see right there on that screen.
Sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
The blame was gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
She was playing for the gun, man. She was playing for the gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. Leave that dude. But when you start saying like around the children, it gets worse. What's the Chad? Go ahead.
I just had a couple of things, but first starting off with this black community. Where's this black community at?
Anybody speak, they post up and how that's niggas and be laughing at your kid. Yeah, they help on Iowa. It's like Chicago for a long time. Niggas love that shit. Okay, niggas don't want to hear no other fake pro-black bullshit. They want to deal with regular real people today. And I like that. I prefer that. I don't want to hear that fake black shit. I think most black people don't either at this point.
I agree. I just, when it comes to like what black women are able to do at this point.
All right, hold on a second. Let me get to you. Go ahead, Kayla. Finish up so I can get you out of here.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I just want to say, before whatever you're about to say, if it's black first, then what can women do? What can black women do? I guess is kind of like.
Black women can stay the fuck away from that shit.
Oh.
No, that's not true.
I'm trying to say, why should I go without that? But if people get right, we get married. What if I get married? But if people get together, right, we get married. What if I get married?
And outside, ran out the car and kicked me in my head and knocked my eyeball out of my head. I go to the hospital for two weeks. I get out, I run by a barbershop, I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone, I ain't got no right mindset. He started fighting me. I got the better hand of that nigga. That nigga homeboy ran out the car and kicked me in my head and knocked my eyeball out of my head. I go to the hospital for two weeks. I get out, I run by a barbershop, I see that nigga in. I want to end that nigga. My baby gone. I ain't got no right mindset. I'm going to take out everybody too. He want to hurt me. I'm going to hurt the nigga that was with him that kicked my eyeball out of my head. I ran in that barbershop. My daughter died because she was playing for the gun, man. She was playing for the gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing though. Why didn't nobody pull you to the side and tell you, bro, you can't blame individuals for accidents? That's an accident.
Okay, cool. I wasn't wasn't worried about that then, Taz. I wasn't worried about that then. I wasn't worried about. I was living my life trying to make a better life for me. I wasn't worried about it then. This nigga put up on me because I was mad at the time. I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? Being a real nigga, I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? That nigga beat that nigga, he trying to fight me, right? Who you gonna kill, nigga? That nigga beat that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? Told you, sir, my baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did you?
What you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga? My no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man? Bro, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing, though.
When my baby died, I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. Then this nigga put up on me.
So she was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga. Whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, I was mad when my baby died, and I said, whoever was in that house, I'm gonna kill him. So that nigga, what you want to call it, being a real nigga, ran up on me and said, who you gonna kill, nigga?
So I can tell you, bro, you can't blame individuals for accidents. That's a dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga. Nigga put up on me.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing, though. Hey, nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white-ass white. You got a dumb white-ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and say there's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old.
Nigga, that's raping, bro. If it's consensual,
nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white-ass white. You got a dumb white-ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and say there's. Hey, nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white-ass white. You got a dumb white-ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and say that.
I ain't never this nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die,
man? My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. So she was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing, though. Hey, nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white-ass white. You got a dumb white-ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and say there's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old. There's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old.
If it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga.
Even thinking about it, your mindset shouldn't be worried about no goddamn.
Well, first off, I'm not raping nothing, Mr. Hub. Prince brought this conversation
up. You are a child predator, sir.
Not me.
You're a child predator.
Mr. Prince brought this conversation up.
Yes, you are. You too. And you said your You said your niece is going to school. You ain't got to worry about your niece is going to school. That's the problem. Anybody, for anybody to ever really listen to that,
was getting groomed by a man. Mama that got about 3 or 4, 5, that daddy that just can't keep an eye on them. Is what I'm telling you. Yeah. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, have help from their parents, always in the fatherless home, or with a mama that got about 3 or 4, 5, that daddy that just can't keep an eye on them. Is what I'm telling you. Yeah. So if you have a problem with it, sir, Mr. High Value Prince, take to the law, and when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. And when it passes, I will have a problem with it. Until then, groom them all you want to until they 18. Sir, if you don't get touched by preacher men and teachers of the school, because we got eyes over them. Okay?
And like you are vehemently fighting this.
My original point is that you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You blame the lawmakers, or you can blame the white man you call the lawmakers, or you blame that child parent. Because we all know what's out here in this world. It's nothing good in this world.
But, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever
it's nothing good in this world.
But, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk about the predator, sir, you are blaming the law, the white man, the parent, the child. You are not blaming the predator. In fact, whenever we talk
that you don't blame, I don't believe you blame that guy. You know why?
Why? Why, Chad?
Because he did not break the law. And if the law is such a problem, why won't we blame the white man who created this law?
Can I ask you a question, Chad?
Yes, sir.
So let's say I'm a parent. I monitor my child's phone closely. I walk them to and from school. I make sure they're getting on a bus. I bet the bus driver, I check his background, I check the teacher's background. And still, somehow, my child becomes a victim of a child predator. Whose fault is that?
That is the fault of the predators, because you did not take them to that place. That just so that's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not say that. You said just so that's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not say that. You said where the parents took them to this church where they supposed to trusted this man. You did not take them to that place. That just so that's the way of the world. I understand that part, but you did not say that. You said where the parents took them to this church where they supposed to trusted this man. I ain't never said I would. That shit, that nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die,
man? My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga. I ain't never said I would. That shit, that nigga you see right there on that screen, that was I'm not gonna be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
When you say why they won't be raised good, I got weak because it's this echo. You say that black men are incapable of doing so, right? Right, so you support black women aborting black babies?
I support getting point of views and different perspectives on the black community. So where's this black community that I can go find that you speak of?
Okay, so go to Detroit.
No, yeah. Okay, you talking about the ghetto, what the white man gave him. That's what the white man gave him, right? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this black community that you can.
Excuse me. Detroit is 85% black.
Yeah, and it's what is it really though? The toilet bowl of America, right? Nobody gives a shit about Detroit. That's a failure ass stayed up there. It's got rid of all the demon children that's not going to be raised good in America. Yes, I do.
And when you say about it, they won't be raised good. I mean, I got to read it because it's echo. You saying that black men are incapable of doing so, right? I just want to be clear.
No, I did not say that. Niggas is incapable. I'm a black man. I stand on my own. I take care of mine. I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody out here going to college, doing other stuff. You know, I mean, like I see good kids. You know, I mean, college, doing other stuff. You know, I mean, I have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch. I'm a black man. I stand on my own. Say that. No, I did not say that. Niggas is incapable. I'm a black man. I stand on my own. I take care of mine. I ain't never said I was that shit. That nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga. I take care of mine. I ain't never said I was that shit. That nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. She was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you.
I stand on my own. I take care of mine. I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody here going to college, doing up, and I stand on my own. I take care of mine. I don't have any kids, but I stand on my own. I take care of mine. I don't have any kids, but I take care of mine. I watch my nephews and everybody. I ain't never said I was that shit.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing though. Why didn't nobody pull you to the side and tell you, bro, you can't? Because again, I'm not saying you're supposed to respond fucked up, but I'm from that and I understand that response, and I don't know how I would respond. Just like even Domo being
like I see good kids being raised, like in where I'm from, and I see when I go to South Dallas and shit. When I go through the hood, it's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest. If you ask me, nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest. If you ask me, nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest. If you ask me. I ain't never said I was that shit. That nigga you see right there on that screen, that was a simp bitch ass nigga that don't got the mindset he got today.
Right, because your baby mom was fucking somebody else and you just got mad.
Yeah, no. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. So she was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you.
Like I see good kids being raised, like in where I'm from, and I see when I go to South Dallas and shit. When I go through the hood, it's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest. If you ask me.
I'm sorry. Who should be put to rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. I ain't never said I was that. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die,
man? My daughter died because she was playing.
Leave that dude. Sorry, who should be put to rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. I ain't never said I was that shit. That nigga you see right there, she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry.
My nigga, my black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Hey, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man.
Leave that good. You should be who put the rest.
The fatherless kid that's destroying America.
I'm sorry, who should be who put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. By these black women.
Right, and so you think children?
The what? I can hear you, sir.
Are you implying something should bad happen? Something bad should happen to the children?
Well, I was trying to identify the problem. The problem is something bad should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't. Something bad should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids unless they're married. They shouldn't be out here just running rapid, just fucking everything. The problem is something bad should happen to these black women. They should be bad should happen to these black women.
Sorry, who should be who put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. Well, I was trying to identify the problem. The problem is
who should be who put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. Well, I was trying to identify the problem. The problem is something bad should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids unless they're married. They shouldn't be out here just running rapid, just fucking everything. You know this, man, that most black women, most women leave their husbands, most women leave their husbands, not this, man, that most black women, they leave most women, unless they're married. They shouldn't be out here just running rapid, just put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids. Black women, they should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids. That should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids unless they're married. They shouldn't be out here just running rapid, just fucking everything. Something bad should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be.
I'm sorry, who should be who put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America. And where I'm from, and I see when I go to South Dallas and shit, when I go through the hood, it's nothing but demons out there, and they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. And they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. And they all should be put to rest, if you ask me. I ain't never said my nigga, my black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama.
Wait, bro, hold on. How did your daughter die, man?
My daughter died because she was playing with a gun, man. She was playing with a gun outside my household.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. So she was with this dude.
She was with that nigga. She was with that nigga.
Right. So I got you. So here's the thing, though. Why didn't nobody?
We can move in later in this conversation.
Damn.
Who should be who put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America.
Who should be put to rest? The fatherless kids who are destroying America.
I ain't never said I was that shit. My nigga, my black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama. In the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga. My black ass, my not good, my no good ass baby mama. No. I just told you, sir. My baby mama was in the same room with that guy when my daughter died, my nigga.
Yeah. If you let these niggas talk.
Hey, nigga, what type of motherfucker? Well, you got a dumb white ass white. You got a dumb white ass white that'll sit on side of a nigga and listen to a nigga share views and that. Say there's nothing wrong with raping a 16-year-old.
Nigga, that's raping, bro. You can't call rape if it's consensual. If it's consensual, it's not called rape, you dumbass nigga.
Even thinking about it, your mindset shouldn't be worried about no goddamn.
Well, first off, I'm not bragging about it. Mr. High Value Prince brought this conversation
You
up.
are a child predator, sir.
Not me.
So there's the conflict. Once again, I let it explain itself. I can't tell you what to think about it or like feeling any empathy towards these niggas. If that doesn't create a bit of a conflict for you, then I don't know what else would. So
I'm sorry.
last time, here's the conflict.
The fatherless kid that's destroying America by these black women.
Right, so you think that
The what? I couldn't hear you, sir.
Are you implying something should bad happen? Something bad should happen to the children?
Well, I was trying to identify the problem. The problem is some shit bad should happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids unless they're married. They shouldn't be out here just running rapid, just fucking everything. You know this, man, that most black women, most women leave their husbands.
Damn, he started getting shaky right there. See, I could damn near.
Most women leave their husbands, not the other way around. Most women leave their husbands or their men, just running rapid, just fucking everything. You be allowed to have kids unless they're married. They should be.
Oh, he was hurting right here.
Happen to these black women. They should be put on birth control. They shouldn't be allowed to have kids unless they're married. They shouldn't be out here just running rapid, just fucking everything.
I'm sorry. Who should be? Who put the rest?
The fatherless kid that's destroying America by these black women.
Right, and so you think something that children?
The what? I couldn't hear you, sir.
Are you implying something should bad happen? Something bad should happen to the children?
Well, I was trying to identify the problem. We can move in later in this conversation. Did you not? So that's not praying. No, he groomed her, as in he raised her. How? This is common. He raised her while she was still a child, and only when she turned 18, that's when he married her. Now you tell me how that's wrong. First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying. No, he that access you have. If the men are not praying on, that wouldn't matter. First off, you told me this pastor wedding today was 18. Did you not? So that's not praying. No, he groomed her, as in he raised her. How? This is common. He raised her while she was still a child, and only when she turned 18. That's when he married her. Now you tell me how that's wrong. You tell me how that's wrong, and we're these parents that let him raise them. Where were these parents that let him raise them? Married her. Now you tell me how that's wrong. You tell me how that's wrong, and we're these parents that let him raise. That wouldn't matter. That. Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? You're interested in shifting the conversation to the women. That. Well, first off, the parents is fault to blame for these kids speaking to these grown men. Do you not agree with that? But they have just given up on the men. And when I come here to a channel that seems like he's talking about men and how to improve,
people like you and this other gentleman come on. Okay, what about the women though? You don't say this for the women. Why are the women? I'm not interested in talking about the women, especially when the women in this situation are the people who are being harmed by some grown men. I'm interested in talking about the men and how we can fix those men. And if you think we can't and you have given up, that's fine. But I'm not interested in shifting the conversation to the women. Yeah.
When you're in a place that is mentally destabilized. Because I mean, we all have our days. I have my days where I'm like, I'm just not feeling it. But that mental stability that I have is I also have the foundation to be able to go back, fall back, seek counsel from the people that I love and trust, that I know that they love and trust me, to take time to read a book, to help get mind out of space, to watch a video, whatever it may be. I have that mental stability to be able to get my balance back. And I have the support network around me to get my balance back if I need assistance. So that's enough about what I was wanting to say. Sorry about that, y'all. But anybody else want to add? Because y'all are not off the hook when it comes to what you bring to the table.
Sex, sandwich, and about $1 home intimacy. So I home intimacy.
I know that they love and trust me, to take time to read a book, to help get mind out of space, to watch a video, whatever it may be. I have that mental stability to be able to get my balance back. And again, I have the support network around me to get my balance back if I need assistance. So that's enough about what I was wanting to say. Sorry about that, y'all. But anybody else want to add? Because y'all are not off the hook when it comes to what you bring to the table.
Sex, sandwich, and about $1